This is Cosmic Gravity, the Randall Carlson podcast. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is a special episode of the Cosmic Gravity podcast with Randall Carlson. This is for Asteroid Day, right, Randall? Taking you after Asteroid Day?
Yes. Well, yeah. I would say yes. But the one thing that I was a little confused about is that aren't all the episodes special? Or just one special? I was thinking all along that they were all special. But this one then could be considered extra special.
Right. It's special relative to the other ones.
Well, I thought what we would do is we would just introduce some ideas that are going to be very much expanded on the podcast. And the appropriate to release it on our So why is June 30th chosen as asteroid day? Brad, would you like to comment on that?
Well, it's the anniversary of the Taurid event over Central Russia, in 1908.
1908.
So they decided to make this an annual event, try to raise awareness of there being more and more in our space around us that we're aware of. So they need to make people aware of that, so they get funding and start to get everything in the
So,
maybe protecting the planet.
so let's a little more background on the asteroid day. Who came up with the idea? Who actually started it? Was it the 12 founders?
Maybe some of the prior astronauts, I don't know that 100%.
I think the book, perhaps Todd, you would look up Asteroid Day.
It was Rusty Schweiker and Ed Lou,
That makes sense.
part of the Foundation. They got the Sentinel mission, they're mapping the solar system, all orbiting objects. They're trying to get a telescope in space to better detect objects out there. But it's just in the past 2 years that it's been recognized by the UN as an international event, or an international day.
This is Asteroid Day is co-founded in 2014 by Dr. Brian May, astrophysicist and lead guitarist of Queen,
Right.
together with Danica Rennie, president of B612. Rusty Schweiker, all nine astronaut, and their great rock and roll and asteroids.
I've always thought that was really good. So, yeah, 1908, June 30th, early in the morning. Would have been around 7:30 local time, give or take a few minutes. And what happened? Well, it depends on, I guess, your vantage point. Interestingly, it appears that nobody was documented to have died immediately from the event. There are stories that probably some of the older citizens that took Lucy, people that were within the vicinity may suffer to the extent where their lives were taken. Because there were people that were literally, even though they weren't within the blast zone itself, the shock wave moving out was enough that even 30, 40 miles away, people were blown off their feet. In some cases, people blown 20, 30 feet through the air. So the name was undoubtedly stated, but there were no documented deaths of any individuals directly as a result. So it was time that came into the solar system sometime between 20 and 30,000 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Usually more like 25 to 30,000 years ago. I have a strong suspicion that this bears out that there was in fact, it's pretty incontrovertible at this point, a very large time came into the solar system. I would be looking for some sort of a climatic or biotic signature of that event. And what we do with that find is that generally what's considered the final phase of the Wisconsin ice age, which is usually called the late Wisconsin, really got active around 26,000 years ago. So it is quite well documented if you go back, say, 30 to 40
Progress, we got the train shot.
the vast ice complex was considerably contracted from what it was at its late glacial maximum around 18 to 20,000 years. So, but the question remains, and it's a question we're going to examine in more detail, is how extensive was that recession or contraction of the ice masses in that interval, generally referred to as an interstadium. Remember those terms, guys? Glacial, interglacial, stadium, interstadium. Glacial, interglacial, and then stadium, interstadium. So you'll have fluctuations of extraordinary magnitude, such as the shift from full glacial, which was the late Pleistocene, into interglacial, which is now, which is a very much contracted version of the ice system, the planetary ice system. Although we know that there have been episodes where the ice globally has been far less than that. The sea levels have been 20, 30, 40 feet higher frequent throughout our history, which would then imply even less ice than that. Full glacial, what we can do is, for a rough concept, we can basically double the amount of glacial ice on the planet now. We get the amount of glacial ice in the late Pleistocene, or I should say, Pleistocene is 2.5 million years. The late Wisconsin is the last phase of ice growth in North America. In Europe, it's the Fennoscandian, but the Fennoscandian ice group was actually the Rochelle ice phase, which the Rochelle coincides with Wisconsin. So the Rochelle in Europe is the name given to the last phase of ice growth. The ice sheet itself is called Fennoscandian. Just like in North America, the late last phase of the ice age was the Wisconsin. But the ice sheets themselves are the Laurentide and the Cordillera. Got that? Okay. So there was a late Wisconsin interstadium where the climate warmed. And somewhere between, say, 30,000 to 40,000 years ago, there were extensive forests growing in Canada, where 10,000 years later there was extensive ice sheets. Now the question is how much was the totality of glacial recession in that interval there compared to now? And of course, it's another auxiliary study to help one understand that would be studies of sea level. Because obviously, the more the ice is reduced on the land, the higher the ocean level is going to come, right? So when we look at this problem, we're not only going to look at evidence for what the ice is doing on the land, we're going to look at evidence for what it's doing on the sea level. Because as the ice is growing on land, sea levels are falling. When the ice is shrinking on land, sea levels are rising. Right? So we have this, it's almost like a red reading in and out or something that we can see this happen many times throughout the Pleistocene. And in fact, that is really to be the signature phenomenon that characterizes the Pleistocene, is this glacial expansion and contraction repeated that didn't seem to be going on in the previous epoch, the Pleistocene, at least certainly not to the extent that it began to do once the Pleistocene got underway around 2.5 million years ago. So, interesting question. Now, I guess let's see, we're getting at, I'm going around here to get back to my original thought, but the Tunguska event, okay, so the Tunguska event 18, 20,000 years ago appeared to have been the LGM, the late glacial maximum. Then, over a period of a couple of thousand years, and this, several literature, I find that there's no real agreement on at what point the late glacial maximum really began to significantly shrink back. Some studies would suggest that it was around 15,000 to 16,000 years ago beginning to shrink back. But slow, more gradual, and this slower gradual shrinking back could be considered, think of it this way, could be thought of as being driven by the much slower astronomical changes than what is the so-called velocity phenomenon, which depends upon precessional motion, it depends on the ecliptic, it depends on the eccentricity of the Earth's orbit, and how these things interact will change the amount of solar radiation reaching the surface, sometimes increasing and sometimes decreasing. The expected result of that is that when the solar radiation need is diminished, ice is going to grow, when it increases, ice is going to shrink. Now when we get to the end of the Lake Wisconsin, which would have been, say, between 13 and 15,000 years ago, what we're seeing is a shrinkage of ice, of the ice sheet that would be consistent with the shifting Milankovitch forces we see. But then what happened is this thing around 13, 12, 9, 13,000 years ago, that suddenly erupted. And so it's very possible that in that period of shrinkage, for perhaps 10 to 15% of the ice mass was lost. Right? That is when you may have had the opening of the ice corridor on the western prairies of Alberta, just east of the Rocky Mountain front, that is now defined by the foothills of Radix. Right? So that's very possible in time when the Permian ice and the Laurentide ice might have opened up enough to allow the migratory movements of both animals and people. But then that sort of more orderly, typically sort of predictable shrinking back the ice, then we get to the significant turn point, which now is actually getting closer to 12,100 years, where there was a sudden spike, huge spike of warming followed by this return of 1,300 years of cold. But they say it's still in around 11,600.
Is the older Gyges at the original maximum? Is that when that hits?
The older Gyges falls between the bottom and the Allen, which is right around, I think, 14.6, 14.7, very close to that. The age is now usually given for meltwater called 1A. So that point, to me, is a turning point. Also, 14.6 to 14.7, really, I think, needs more scrutiny. And I would like to dig up and see what I can find on, events around that time. The meltwater called 1A, because see, that may mark the first phase of the great glacial meltwater. That might have been the first flood that, say, went through the scabbard. But now, from the work of Keller and others in Lake who we can look at, we're seeing that there was catastrophic flooding there, right to Lake Kansas in Manitoba, and there was catastrophic flooding that took place there, pretty much right at the Younger Gyges Mountain, which we've been exploring, or where we're moving with this is exploring the idea that the Younger Gyges events, impact events, somehow may have involved triggering these mega floods that occurred at the end of the last ice. And somehow the combination of effects of the impact, or maybe even episodic impacts. See, this is the thing where I think we need to be looking at. This is possible that we had a bombardment epoch between that Pleistocene Holocene transition, where there may have been several episodes of bombardment. I think seriously we need to really be looking at that moment, with perhaps the first bombardment phase at 14.6, 14.7, another bombardment phase at 12.8, 12.9, and then perhaps even a third at 11.6. Because at each one of these we find things happening that really, in their own way, bodies of meltwater sweeping over the land is pretty phenomenal. And where that energy is coming from is a very complex question. Now, is it the sun? I don't know. I don't rule out the sun. But what does that mean? It's the sun. Let's say just hypothesis, 14,7 years ago. Could it have been some hyperactive solar event that caused that first melting episode? I don't know. Because, but I would think something either that or the impact would be the first two most likely things that would come to mind. I don't know how you would go about proving that it could have been a solar event unless you could find maybe deposits of radiocarbon 14 or you can't. I don't know if anyone's looking at it. And then we've got the 11.6. So right now, all of the Gyges boundary stuff is focused on that volcanic. That's where all the boxes are being found. And that's where the biomass are being found. Okay, so anyways, come back to asteroid. I think what we're seeing is we have to look at various phenomena that might have parallels to what happened in the younger rocks. We'll try to get a better handle. And here, the younger Gyges, and the news given in 1998 is a screen teaching us from which we can learn a considerable amount of information. Like we were talking about earlier, the timing of this interesting. 1908, because of the fact that seismographs and barographs had only recently come online, and because of the presence of seismographs, we were able to document the seismic consequences of an aerial burst. Well, that's a pretty interesting thing to find out that there was like a 5.5 earthquake generated by an aerial burst 5 miles up in the air. The other thing was, and so understanding that there were actually these terrestrial consequences of an air burst has taught us a whole lot about the nature and power of this event. The other thing is the presence of barographs, which will measure changes in atmospheric pressure. Because of the presence of the first newly installed barographs in England, there was documentation of two pressure pulses that passed around the entire planet as a result of its explosion over Siberia. Knowing that there were these pressure winds in the atmosphere that literally encompassed the entire planet twice, again, has given us considerable insight into the nature of that event that we wouldn't have had if it happened 10 to 20 years earlier. The other thing interesting about that is its location, because if it had happened just maybe 200 miles further north, it would have been over Thunder, not Taurid. But because it was over Taurid, it was old-growth forest. Now we get to see the effects of the blast in terms of the radiant tree destruction. Right? So a lot of data can be extracted from that. A lot of inferences can be made as to the power of the air. Able to measure the actual square area of the destruction, right? Again, if this had happened 100 or 200 miles further north, we wouldn't have probably ever known about it. Now see, even though the scientists in England saw the pressure waves passing over England, they didn't know what was causing it. It wasn't until over 20 years later that the dots were connected. Oh, June 30, yes. Atmospheric explosion in Siberia, pressure waves encompassing the planet twice. I think it was separated. It took 11 hours to make the full journey around and come back around the Pacific. But we're getting into our extended analysis of that. So let's look at the let's see.
I just want to say that you took the length of the solar cycle, 22 years, and you want to divide that to get roughly, what was it, 14,700 something? basically, if you multiply it times 666, you get 14,652 years. Just saying.
Well, you may have inadvertently stumbled upon something there, Kyle, but I think you better go a couple of years to researching that and get back to us.
Really?
Okay. Wait, so what was it again? It was just a 22-year cycle, times 666.
Yeah.
Is it 14,652? There we go.
Who gets Geologist equivalent?
It's, yeah.
We already knew
Well,
that.
that proves it, Kyle.
Yeah.
That proves it.
Dr. Shock is right.
What it proves, I'm not sure. Dr. Shock, or how did we get into this conversation?
It's the sun, man.
The sun, the sun. Okay.
Sorry for the distraction.
It's okay, you get distracted every now and then. Okay, so we'll look here.
666 is not related to the sun and starlight, and we are also on the sun in the future.
Oh, yeah.
More.
So, just to get everybody oriented, we have Siberia, and this area right here, all of this area is part of the Siberian Tracts, which is this great magmatic outpouring that was coincidental with the Permian Triassic boundary events, the greatest upheaval mass extinction in the history of biological life on Earth. Here's Lake Baikal, which is part of the grid system here. But so, right there, shows where the event happened. And this was one of the first papers in English that was published in 1934 after the discovery by Leonid Kulik.
Hi, Mama.
This was a
How are you going?
scientist who studied the site. Published this important
I'm doing amazing.
Royal Meteorological
How are you?
Society.
Happy
Air waves caused by the fall of the meteorite on 30th June 1908 in central Siberia. The flight and fall of the meteorite on 30th June 1908, amongst the greatest meteoric phenomena known to mankind, must occupy one of the foremost places because of the magnitude of the phenomena accompanying its movement through the atmosphere. If it had occurred 4 hours, 47 minutes later, when the city of Leningrad would have lain on the same parallel near the center of the explosion, our knowledge of it would probably have been considerably more extensive.
What about understatement? Lord have mercy.
Really. So I'm going to show this very briefly here because this is essentially a very abstracted map of the southern sky on June 30th. However, what is placed in there are the radiant points or the positions in space out of which various objects would be seen to emanate. So, for example, up here on the upper right, you have Earth approaching comets. And so each one of these represents the position in the sky from which an Earth approaching comet had been documented. And what we look at the letter Z in the circle. This is the position in the sky on that morning where the Tunguska object emanated from. And you'll notice that it's very close to the rising sun, which is rising here in the east, but it's even closer to the radiant point of the Beta Taurids right here. Up here are the Zeta Perseids. Geographos is an interesting object we can talk about at some point. Adonis, Icarus, the Aratids is another meteor stream. These are asteroids. And so what's interesting here is the proximity of the radiant point from which the Tunguska object emanated. And this is based upon the most exhaustive studies of the angle of approach as indicated by the blast pattern of the trees, coupled with extensive interviews with eyewitnesses. In the early days in the 30s, a lot of them were still alive, so it was possible to interview them, collect together a lot of data on where people first reported seeing it, where they were standing when the event exploded, and so forth. And by means of collecting this data, it's possible then to sort of trace it back to the position of where it would have emanated from the sky. And you see here how close it is to the sun. Well, what that means is that when you were looking towards the east in that morning, on that morning of June 30th, you would have been looking towards the sun. And because of that, the object was invisible until pretty much the last moments before it exploded. If it had come, and so you've got two things going on here. You've got the point in space is consistent with it being a member of this beta Taurid meteor stream, which actually peaks on June 30th, July 1st, right there. So the timing and the placement are both consistent. Now, that doesn't prove that it was part of the Taurid system, but it is really strong circumstantial evidence that it was. And we're going to come back to a discussion about the Taurid meteor system because it's very, very interesting and very important. And we're going to discover that a lot of ancient peoples were also very interested in the Taurid meteor stream. So that's kind of why the assumption is made that it's very plausible that it was a member of that family. And this ultimately would relate back to this idea that we were talking about earlier of a giant comet entering the solar system, inner solar system, say between 25 and 30 years ago, 25 and 30,000 years ago, and then begin to undergo this hierarchy of disintegrations that spawned multiple meteor streams, a couple of subcomets such as Anki and
Yo, Crater Destroyer, what's up, man? Thank you, buddy. Thank you, man.
Right. Several asteroids. So,
Thank you, man. What's up? How you doing, buddy?
there you go.
It is pretty fun. It's not too bad.
So let's go to the next.
I'm using a really bad joystick. That's my main joystick, but
This is probably the most famous photograph associated with the Bush event. And of course, you see the trees. The size of the trees is around the trees. So you had this vast
yo,
area
Crater Destroyer, what's up, man? Thanks, buddy. Thanks, dude. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I'll admit, it's pretty fun. The depot got in and out relatively painlessly. Nice. That's great, man.
How the arrows are pointing.
Do you have 23? Pardon my ignorance. Pardon my ignorance. I'm sorry if you do.
Tops of the trees are laying pointing away from the epicenter. Does that make sense? Because you had this tremendous blast right over this area, and then the shock wave moved out radially in all directions. And as the shock wave moved out, it just
Nah.
mowed down the trees.
First order 24? Yeah. I'm going for like 23.
It's estimated that somewhere around 80.
No, so I'm going for like 25, 24. I was trying to do the train shot and I was hitting it, but
It's a lot of damn trees.
I don't know. I find if I just do a direct line
So this
and get a warp, it might work, you know what I mean?
And then, moments later, it looks
Fuck
like
25. 24 easy with a cleanish run. Yeah, but like I have like
this. Right.
I'm not very good at this level yet.
It's basically just a barren zone. And then just outside the barren zone, you got a picture of the blast wave. Now the estimates are is the detonation of this object occurred 5 or 6 miles above the surface. Right? So you got a picture that this blast wave is coming down. The epicenter is going to have pressure.
Wouldn't even go for train shot for 24? Missed, of course.
And of course, it's going to be super hot. It's estimated that the center of the fireball at the peak of the explosion.
So that's a 21 that's a 21 pause.
So that's hot. It's
pretty fast.
So that's pretty damn hot. Right? So pretty much it created 260 square miles of combustion, instant intense combustion, and pretty much left not much of anything. Outside of that blast zone, there's a ring of trees, which you can see right here, that were left vertical, right? But their branches were mostly stripped off. And then outside that ring,
Yo,
you start
thanks for being here, man.
trees laid out, laid over, snapped off. So you can, because of that, because of the tree cavity, it's kind of almost possible to trace the movement of the blast of it as it comes down, strikes the earth, and then radiates out in every direction. So, before I do that, we'll do this. The total area devastation that you see here in this.
They're giving me some insanely hot tips to let me get it pretty quick. Oh wow, that's great, man. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just running. I literally just rubber banded and CC'd my second controller, and I'm just running and pushing A.
So you're talking about almost last, let's see, maybe 28 miles or so. Let's see, you're 825 square meters. That's almost 29 miles.
I'm probably not pushing A at the right time either.
That's a pretty healthy distance, isn't it? 29 miles. So if you picture a square,
See in the Henrik vid that shows the gap?
on all sides. And
No.
within that area, pretty much everything is destroyed.
I can pull it up. I can pull it up quickly.
So what I've done is just to show a few.
I can pause the Meteor podcast and pull it up.
Get an idea because the estimates for the energy released during the Tunguska event are generally around 15 megatons, which means 15 million tons of TNT, right? A megaton. 15 million tons of TNT. Now, how much power was in the atomic bomb?
Henrik or Ice, I don't remember.
Hiroshima? About
Okay,
15
I'll pull it up
kilotons.
after this run.
So 15 kilotons is 15,000 compared
Is it just like an image?
15 million. Now,
I don't really want to watch a full video right now. I do want to watch that video, but not right now.
going off at once would give you about a 15 megaton explosion. Now,
I mean, I could watch it
15
instead of
megatons,
this.
Castle Bravo. I'll show you a picture of it. That was the largest nuclear bomb tested by the U.S. during the Cold War back in 1954. It was about 15 megatons. So interesting.
I love it. I go from 5 viewers, like there's no, I go from 5 viewers to 2 viewers. I love it. Just from trying to get the stupid warp. It's a vid, I think, but it's just showing the gap. Hitbox. Nice. Yeah, I'll see that.
Right. The step up from Chelyabinsk when you're at the Tunguska, step up from that now, we're really getting into, we're talking about objects, that might be, 4 to 10 times more massive than Tunguska. And now we're getting into an object that, let's say, Tunguska, we can call that a city killer. And I'll show you just,
All the details, but all I gotta do is look at it briefly to get a grasp. Okay. Alright, I'll do it.
But you'll be able to roughly compare Atlanta's going to be the same size metro area as most of the other major cities in the U.S. Right? So 15 megatons. Now, the largest hydrogen bomb ever tested by the human race was Sarabamba, which was 1962, and that was the Soviet Union detonated a bomb in Siberia, as a matter of fact, and it was estimated to be 55 megatons. But
Could it be Weister?
thankfully,
Yeah, Henrik.
we got through that intense period of the Cold War without committing mass suicide. That's another subject we should talk about. You're actually starting to get into the Cold War with Russia even as we speak. Development, but yeah. So let's go on and we'll start to look at a few actual photographs of nuclear explosions. I've tested atmospherically, you know, up to years after the U.S. and the Soviet Union quit testing. U.S. signed limited testing treaty in 1963, and this basically limited nuclear testing to only underground nuclear tests and not above ground atmospheric tests. So U.S. testing signed that treaty. The French did
Okay,
not
so it's like the gray. It's the gray. Here, let me go back. It's the gray. It's the gray line, basically. You see that? It's the gray line.
It's going to show a 1 megaton.
Okay, I think I got it.
Actually, a little bit less than that. This is an actual photograph. Here is July 3rd. So it's actually interesting. They occurred during the Taurid Meteor Stream. The Taurid Meteor Stream, the Earth actually takes almost a full week to cross the Taurid Meteor Stream. So here we have French nuclear tests carried out on Bangor, Atoll, July 3rd, 1970, yield 914 kilotons. So remember I said Hiroshima was 15 kilotons, if that. So 914 divided by 15. This thing is 16 times more powerful. Is that right? Yeah. Than the Hiroshima. Okay, so this is a little bit less than 1 megaton. Now, 15 megatons, now we're talking about 15 times greater than what we see right here.
You can see how the left wall is a bit further back than the right wall, so you can kind of visualize how right you need to be turned toward. The left wall is a bit further back. I see, kind of like the frigate pipe work. I understand now. I understand. I know. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Yield 1 megaton. So again, 15, the largest hydrogen bomb in the U.S. arsenal ever tested, 15 times more powerful than what you see right here. Now we're getting up into the range of, the lower range of cosmic.
Nice, man. Thank you, dude.
So as we go up the scale, the power
Hope you're good, man.
controlled by humans, that you see represented right here, we're getting into the bottom end of the energies generated during a cosmic, even a small cosmic. And now we're up to 4 megatons. But we really can see here that the whole bunch of
Not Depot.
is
King of
rising.
playing again, not Depot. Nice, man.
And then, finally, here's another one that photographs the wall. So now this is what you see. The largest hydrogen bomb tested by the U.S. Castle Bravo, 1954, 15 megatons.
I see. I see what you mean.
Now,
I see what you mean.
I found a really cool thing on the internet.
Should be like that. You want to turn into it,
To get some sense of
right?
scale, a
Like you want to like figure double O like that, right?
relative to a typical
Like that, like that. Yeah, basically nice. Or any type of door. I guess I gotta look more with it like here, right? Like that? Rather like that. That would be perfect, right? Like that.
So, what you gotta take away from this is that
And I think you just want ammo to disappear as you touch the wall. Oh, dang, man. That's huge. That's huge, man. Thank you, dude.
and right under the firewall would be where the 200 square miles of combustion destroyed everything, and then radiating out from that for another 15 to 20 miles in the direction was the blast wave that mowed over the forest.
Oh, that's pretty good. That was an okay. I missed the spot, but I think timing is better. Playing a bit again. GXBLA and it makes me want to get real points again. Oh, dude, real points again. G, yeah. Yeah, man. That'd be great, dude.
I think a lot of the testing were mounted on towers, and then of course the detonating below.
It should be like that, right? Like that?
Yeah, but I think they were mounted on towers.
Not that Monopoly money shit? Wow. Real points control, call my name. Oh, it's close, nice man. I guess. Hit the wall and then do a slight turn. Yeah, I know. That makes sense.
It says the device was mounted on a shot pad, an artificial island built on a reef off the
What?
shot pad.
I think I gotta look more right. I gotta go.
No, it wasn't dropped.
Hit the wall and they do a slight turn. Control. Oh my gosh, man. That's a crazy level, man. What difficulty?
The question is how high on the ground. When Trinity was detonated, which was the first atomic bomb, plutonium bomb, that was detonated in Mexico, it was definitely on a pretty tall tower. But it was not actually on the ground. And the Hiroshima
That was too late. Or that was too early. That was too early.
because of the fact that the radius of destruction is greater.
Really? So I need to change ammo way later. Like I need to like warp the door. I understand now. I understand. I need to warp the door.
So it localizes much more so than the energy is free to expand outwards as it reacts. And so Hiroshima was detonated in the atmosphere in order to generate maximum destruction.
I understand. Oh, dude, that makes so much more sense. I gotta get it right in the corner and then change to warp it. Okay, I got it. Agent first, 400. Holy jeez, man, that's a great time, man. Too many times the bad runs. Yo, 359 would be sick, man. Or lower.
It's very, very close to the very inside the perimeter interstate. And since this perimeter interstate is similar to many of those in other urban areas, large urban areas around the U.S., or Europe for that matter, you can see.
Oh, it's getting closer. It's getting closer. I didn't hit the right spot though.
Were to explode, they hold that city.
0.4ish after the ammo disappears. I see.
The shot cap is the name for a large corrugated aluminum building where the bombs are mounted.
Ammo disappears and you hit the wall. Slight turn warp. Nice.
So it must have been just on the ground.
Thanks, man. Huge help.
Undoubtedly, it's mounted on something. It would have been probably in the city right on the ground. The city of the dirt.
I have seen the agents as well for the towers, because it just incinerates the guide wires that were holding the tower.
Oh, that was a pretty good attempt. I gotta look more right. I gotta like it's exactly like it's like any door warp, but I feel like I understand it like Frigate 00 pipe warp.
Cool.
I gotta look more right.
So, by looking at our own experimentation with nuclear weapons, it helps us impact events. The thing about these impact events is that, with a scaling ratio, that the
Oh, it's getting better. I gotta look more right. I gotta look more like that,
encounters with those size objects.
right? Like that.
So the question is how often is the Earth encountered?
Because I know with the pipes, I find it's best to warp when it's right at the edge. You know what I mean? Where you can't see the other. You can't see the other door. Maybe you unload it. Maybe that's how you warp. You know? Not unload it, but you know what I mean? Yo, we're looking good. Nice, man. I'm just running and pushing A. I gotta be ready. Gotta be ready to clutch it out. And I know you gotta turn hard after and push B like right away. I might just try the ending once regularly. But let's see. Wow. You know what? I do need to. I just need to do this once. I need to do this once. Oh God. Wow. I don't know how anyone does this level. God. I have to practice this, man. I have to. At least like once. Some form warps to stay fresh? Nice. Like, I need to at least do this like once. Yeah, like, fuck.
What we need, I think, is the fact that if, for example, the Calusa was part of the Taurid system, then that opens the possibility of there being periodic events. Because the question is, if Calusa, which is estimated to be about, say, 50 meters,
And then say compose to clutch it out, pop off, and then nice. Oh. Oh, really good slap timing for that roller door. Slight turn.
If you set it next to an object that was half a mile back, it's little back next to this, right? An object a half a mile in diameter now, that's going to be an object that could wipe out your next.
Oh, it's looking pretty good.
But to lose about 50 meters, let's say 150 feet in diameter. Well, the Brewster object being presumably planetary mass is going to be at the low end of the density spectrum, close to the density of ice. If you go more, depending on what would constituents, what was composed of. But if it's pure ice, then it would be about, roughly a gram per centimeter. On the other end of the spectrum, we have the minor asteroid, which is a whole thing.
Thanks, buddy.
They're about 6 to 7 grams per cubic centimeter. So think about this. This hand, let's say, a chunk of ice. This hand, piece of cast iron. That's the difference in range right there. And then in between, you've got a full gradation of different densities.
Oh, it's getting better. I didn't turn. I think timing there was good. The positioning was bad and I didn't turn. It's exciting. This is fun, man. This is a lot more fun than... yeah, buddy. You started off with, you said fun level? Very fun stage. Yeah, man. Let go of a stick. Okay, I gotta read that after. Or just don't move it at all when you're attempting to warp.
The lower the density, the more likely it's going to be
Oh.
penetrate the full
Yeah.
atmosphere column, striking
Yeah.
high density objects
Yeah.
are going to be much more likely, even the small ones, to penetrate the atmosphere and strike the ground. Now, once you get up to about a kilometer in diameter, even the low density ones are going to penetrate the full atmosphere column and strike the ground. Although probably an object 1 or 2 grams per cubic centimeter that strikes the ground is going to make a difference in the features than a 1 to 7 grams per cubic centimeter. So there's a lot to sort out, and then on top of that, you've got the need for Taurid rocks. You know, all of this. What happens to that with oceanic? Now, as we were talking about earlier, there's pretty close to about 200 now confirmed and probable impact craters around the surface of the Earth. The vast majority of these are terrestrial, right? And yet, continental land masses are only a little more than a quarter of the Earth's surface area. So it would be safe to assume that if there's 200 confirmed so far, and, you know, undoubtedly there's going to be more, you know, what's hiding under, just like, look what just has happened in the last few years. We discovered potentially 2 craters hiding under the ice, right? Are there craters in the Antarctic ice? Are there craters that are going to blow up the rainforest? Are there craters that are asteroids that might be buried under even 200 feet of sediment, so we don't really see them? Or in the case of the KT impact, impact crater in Mexico, it's under almost a half a mile of limestone. You can do that in 66 years in a shallow green environment, but you have a accumulated limestone rock. So it's certainly safe to say that at some point we may reach 250 known or probable impact craters cast to the terrestrial. But then we have to assume that there's going to be 3 to 4 times as many impacts in the ocean. Right? I mean, unless you're going to argue that the influx of these objects is selective over the rest of the particles, and I don't see any evidence of that or any reason or logical reason to make that assumption. We then have to assume that for every 1 impact, boom, into the surface of the Earth, there might be 3 to 4 impacts into the ocean. So we need to now be thinking about what are the consequences of impact into the ocean. And of course, there are a couple of things, a couple of factors. One is the impact, is the object large enough to penetrate the full water column and strike the floor?
What? I swear it ate my input. That must be a thing. There must be so much lag it just eats it.
In the water column itself without actually penetrating the ocean floor. Well, that would be considered. Now, if you had one that actually excavated a crater on the ocean floor, well, now
I think I gotta set it up still. I'm trying to hit it. I should, like the frigate 00 warp, you like nook your way in there. I think I gotta nook my way in that little crack, maybe. I might need to watch a run. I might need to watch maybe Dynamics' run, because he has a controller input. Oh my god, I love this level. I could vaporize while playing this level. I love this level.
Once that outward moving pressure diminishes, then the water column will collapse back in. Of course, now when it's collapsing back in, it's going to be carrying a whole lot of sediment back in with it. And all that water, in fact, it's even made.
Oh, well, that was a good one. I didn't turn enough though. The timing was good. Oh, that was almost it. But I gotta hit it. I'm not. I understand. I think
eliminate the rim altogether.
that was pretty good.
It's going to be hard.
I did it too early still though.
Impacts between oceans for that reason.
Should I just get a PB old style, old route?
We've mapped now about each have about 1/4 of the ocean's floor. We've got 3/4 of the
Maybe. I might just get a PB old route right now. Should I do that? I'll do that. I've never done the train shot, by the way. Like, I've never attempted it. I lied. I'm not going to do it. Man, what would happen if I get, like, 25 or 24, and I don't even have Depot 26? What would happen? What would happen to, like, the community? Do you have 26 creator? You can just chill too. If you can lurk too. You don't need to respond to my questions, obviously. You did have 26? Nice. That's cool. It's a hard ass time, man. My first one's nice, man. That's a hard ass time. What the fuck is this?
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to wrap up this asteroid day extravaganza.
I think I gotta look down more. I seem to get like, it seems a little sticky if I look down more. You know what I mean? Like I stick more. Like, see that? That was way better. Oh man. Woo! I'm getting excited.
This is the famous meteor crater in Arizona. We've got 26,000 years old. Both of the estimates I've seen are 40 to 50,000 years. I think the evidence the studies is suggesting it's a little younger though. I think the age I've got here, the age is not so important right now.
Oh, we're getting close.
This was created by the impact of an iron body. So, interestingly, it was about the same size as the Tunguska object. So it kind of gives us a means of comparison. And of course, the difference being the much greater density of the meteor crater in Arizona, that meteorite is why it didn't turn and created this hole, which is obviously funny, and why Tunguska did not create a hole like this. So, estimates here were about 20 megatons. So, given that the estimate for the Tunguska, I use 15 megatons because that's the one you decided, but there have been estimates up to 30 megatons for the total.
I think there's more lag if you look up, obviously.
I think most of the estimates that I've seen range from around 12 to 30 megatons. I kind of stayed the more conservative side, which is 15 megatons, which I think is closer to the majority of the estimates, but certainly it gives some idea, gives one the idea of the constructions involved. So we're going to run through here looking at just the averages of various impact craters, along with some sense of energy. So Lonar, India, there's a lake in it, about 500,000 years old, 1.1 miles in diameter, so that's certainly bigger than the Meteor Crater, which was the one we just looked at, which is 3/5 of a mile in diameter. So this is just roughly about twice the diameter.
I swear it ate my input, I swear. I swear it ate my input. Oh, that was probably my best tip. I gotta look more to the right though. I gotta look like like that.
Some sense of power. This is in Ontario Holford crater. Now this one is very obscure. It's almost more of an asteroid than a crater. It's definitely a star, but it's healed along ways because it's obviously been corroded and filled with sediment. But you can certainly see the circularity of it. And it's a very old one, so that's consistent with its degree of erosion. As it says, the diameter 1.46 miles. At that point, the explosive energy is about 42 megatons. So now we're getting up into the range of Sarbaba, which I remember I said was 55 megatons, which was the largest type nuclear bomb ever tested by during the Cold War by the Soviet Union, which was more than 3 times the power of Bravo, which was the U.S.'s largest type of bomb. 2,800 years of the size of the bomb flowing across. Australia, this is a really old one, diameter about 2 miles. So this is like again a star, an impact star, astroblink. Astroblink literally translates as star room. So we're up to about 125 megatons.
Like that. That was kind of almost. I need to get stuck and I need to like turn. I understand. I think I understand the philosophy.
So it's going to be about 125 megatons, right in that range. Some of these are old, here's a better shot of the same structure. Maybe with some recalculations. Probably the other one was an old version, because I've been putting these things together for 25 years. So sometimes I update them, and then other times I don't update them, and some of the information may become dated in the process. But the point here is not
I didn't turn enough there.
details of this, but in this case, what we're looking at is directly the general concept of meters. I've always been fond of this diamond-based in Germany, 14.8 million years old, 2 miles in diameter. There's actually 2 villages built right inside the crater. You notice the flatness of it, and you can farm it. It shows the crater is infilled with a lot of sediment. So this would have been roughly about 8,000 years ago. Look up the crater in central Ontario, also about 2 miles in diameter.
So the timing one that looks pretty good. I just got to turn, I think.
Canada. And I think one reason for that is that because of the successive glaciations over Canada, a lot of the upper layers of the bedrock been scraped away. And so they kind of expose some of the asteroids that might otherwise be more obscure under the top of this rock. And you'll notice that a lot of you have lakes in it. Here you can very clearly see the circularity. This is probably the inner part.
Oh, that looked better. That looked better. Maybe not.
Gun crater north of Quebec, also about 2 miles in diameter. It's an almost perfectly circular lake. This is flint creek structure in Tennessee, which is kind of in our backyard. And this is probably one of the 34th parallel chain of craters, which we're going to look at and talk about in detail. Just right across from east to west in the mid-central region of the United States, there's an interesting array of craters and crypto explosion structures that are almost aligned in a pattern. Some of them are proven to be impact. Now this is the Flint Creek structure. This is just a visual elevation. Very clearly the central uplift feed shows up. The rim is higher than the storage, probably because of the tectonic process, because it's a very old, about 360 million years old. 2.2 miles in diameter, 180 megatons, 12,000 years, suicide bomb, notepad after Western Australia. Imprecisely dated, less than 50 million years old. Now we're up to 2 miles in diameter. Explosive energy about 5 million years. So we're getting up into some serious energy here. 500 megaton explosion, we can consider that a safe play. An object like that is right in the center of Texas. It's going to be pretty much the most of Texas on top of Taurid Meteor Saskatchewan, 3 miles in diameter. That is remnant of the central uplift is an island. Notice how
Oh, that looked pretty good. I think my positioning was. I didn't turn, and that the wall should have been more to my left. But I think the timing was pretty good on that one.
rapid melting of the glacier and very
This is exciting, man. This is so exciting. I'm like super excited.
but the feature is still there, and it can actually be roughly dated, but it's less than 250 years old. So, pilot crater, Northwest Territories, again, we're going to Canada, 3.6 miles.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a straight line. I don't care. I don't care about a depot line. I'm just gonna take a fucking straight line because it's fastest. Yeah, it could be any run. Yo, nice. Yeah, I'm going too wide because I'm used to watching other people's runs during the train shot. I'm gonna go from that depot straight to the train extension wall. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna take the shortest line, obviously.
But of course, there's a lot of variability in there, depending on the nature of the impactor, its velocity, the nature of the target.
Like that.
So this is only just a rough approximation, but it does give you the idea.
Let's see what this pause at. If that's 22, 21, 22, I might save a second. Try to go more though. The middle of the gate at the beginning. The middle of the gate. Ah, thanks, man. Thanks, man. I hear ya. I hear ya. My doors are really bad. I have really bad doors in every level, everywhere. My doors are probably like my weakest. Honestly, probably the door. Like I have a lot of weaknesses, but doors are just brutal, man. My doors are so bad. I think I run into every single door I open. Like everyone. That's why I like Aztec, because the doors are like slow. But even if I had better Aztec doors, it'd be faster. And I lose a lot of time on my perfect dark doors. Stay a little left and open the gate. Oh, wiggle right. I've seen the wiggle. I've seen the wiggle. I don't know if the wiggle was not required. Yeah, I look like I stopped there. I like completely stopped there for a few frames. Oh, that was pretty good. I think I gotta watch a run or two, honestly. I gotta watch probably Dynamics. I might vape and put up Dynamics' run with the button inputs.
The idea was each side was holding its cities hostage, holding its urban areas hostage. Well, if you attack us, we're going to right your cities. Now, throwing a 10 megaton bomb at a city, it's not going to matter really whether it falls on point A or point B.
Oh,
the city is still following. So, what we see as the arms race evolve from the 50s to the 60s to the 70s.
I might get excited for every run. I'm not gonna lie. I might be like, oh, that was close every single run.
Being able to wipe out an entire city to being able to take out a target with a high degree of accuracy. But in order to do that, the throw rates riding on the delivery systems, the missiles, had to be reduced because the throw weight of a 10 megaton bomb is such that there's no way to incorporate, integrate it with the really sophisticated guidance systems like, say, if you were using a 100 kilo or 200 kilo gun. So, but of course, now when you reduce the size of the warhead, what you do.
That was that better? Was that a little better?
So part of the evolution of nuclear strategy was decrease the size of the warheads. And now, you see, in the early days, you had one delivery vehicle, a rocket, and you had one warhead mounted on that rocket, right? As it evolved,
She didn't see no worries, man. No stress, man.
multiple warheads.
No stress,
on
homie.
one single delivery vehicle, you see. Now, of course, you couldn't mount 10 or 15 megaton warheads and get 10 of them, a bus of 10 mounted onto one rocket because they were too big.
Yeah, I didn't wiggle at all. I don't know how to wiggle there at all. Wow.
Delivery system. Of course, now, when you're going for precision, you see, you're actually looking
Oh, that almost there.
at strategic doctrine for mutual assured destruction. Mutual assured destruction, again, is the idea is that we're hoping to see Moscow to attack us. We can drop one bomb and Moscow is gone, right? So why would you want to pinpoint accuracy? What do you think there, Kyle?
Well, we got specific targets to reduce threats without wiping out entire populations.
Well, yes, you can. That's the idea. But when you say specific targets, that's
Capture on OBS. Since every format in my assist. Oh, nice, man. Gate on the left, gate door up in the middle, then you'll get a. On the left gate door, open it on the middle. On the left gate, okay. On the middle. Okay.
Like here, where they were saying 2,000, this is like one big warhead. Oh!
Brutal.
Look at though, is the idea to make a cluster of these, where lots
Like that?
smaller things, like this thing would be 5 miles in diameter.
Kind of.
The crater,
That,
you
but
can
better.
figure that the object that created this crater is going to be between 1/10 and 1/20 the size of the crater that it produced. So if you got, let's say,
Much better, you. Oh, thanks, dude.
5,000
Okay, I understand. Get to the left and open it. Okay, I think I
divide that,
understand.
say, by 15 to put it in the mid-range, we're looking at an object that's going to be roughly 2,000 feet in diameter, right? The goose object was about 150. Now we're up to 2,000 feet. So the point is, once you get to that size, even the low-density objects like the goose are going to tend to make it through the atmosphere to strike the Earth.
I think I don't know. I gotta look down more, maybe.
Yeah, so 2,000 feet roughly.
I understand.
This is again the cross, because it's so many variables.
I understand. It's like frigate 00 pipes, but smaller. Way tinier.
Kazakhstan, approximately 5 million years old, 5 miles, so there's 2,800 megatons again. Eugene Shoemaker, Australia, named after Eugene Shoemaker, who studied this particular crater when he was killed in a bizarre accident in the outback of Australia. They don't have the size of this, so it looks like so we've got
Brutal. Really bad line. Really bad.
with that,
Really bad.
plus or minus 50 million years, 5 miles in diameter, 2,800
It's too late there.
megatons. Keep going. This is some people go Utah.
I'm gonna pull up a run soon to watch it, to see exactly how, like, frame by frame.
About 6,000 megatons. Remember I said that the peak of the Cold War, the total nuclear arms of the U.S. and the Soviet Union was 10, maybe 12,000 megatons. That was considered to be pretty much an undestroyed war. If it was all unleashed in a, in a nuclear exchange. Right? But Brad actually did some pretty impressive because it's an astro.
It's hard to think of the timing and the positioning. I can get either the timing or the positioning. I can't get both. So that time I was thinking about the positioning, and the previous time I was thinking about timing. I'm trying to do like both now. It's pretty cool. It's a really cool level.
But this would be a really cool expedition. That we would add this to the list of undoubtedly future expeditions into the Colorado by Taurid Meteor Stream. This is it's in Canyon, right, Brad?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna add there. That's the green river right at the top. So that-
Oh, I missed positioning. I missed it. Yo, because I'm drowning in pussy. Oh, I just saw you send me a message. You sent it like mid run. It's poetry.
Again, a lot of these are really obscure.
Yo, Dick, I'm going for the wart, man. Help, dude. Are you kidding me? Shout out, Dickiscon. I mean, with a name like Dickiscon, are you surprised? Check out Dickiscon's Instagram. He's a freaking star there, man. See, I'm not even lying. The real Return of the Dragon, is it? Or real Return of the Dragon? I think it's real Return of the Dragon. It's just luck in the end.
So we're now getting up close to the total megatonnage in these arsenals to superpowers during the Peak War, which thankfully never got unleashed in an all-out nuclear war. Or we would probably not be having this continual conversation. So as you can see, now we're getting up to still. This thing is like 7.2 miles to my hand. There's one in Brazil, also about 7.2 miles of diameter, so the equivalent. Is Guanachi, Kazakhstan. This is young, less than a million years old. 8.7 miles. Notice here, 18,900 megatonnes. So now we have exceeded this thing. You can see it's right here. So now we're well beyond the total megatonnage of the entire nuclear arsenals.
So less than a million years ago.
Less than
To get there, at least more
all being exploded at once.
insane.
Yes. In Kazakhstan. Yes, so you can see that would have been pretty significant, right? So it would be interesting to look and see if there's any evidence of, extreme sudden climate change in this area, any mass extinction events, any biotic turnovers, which I have done, but of course it'd be interesting to look, because I would think that an 18,900 megaton explosion would have to have some kind of...
I gotta probably watch a run. The realist. I gotta probably watch a run, and I'll vaporize while watching that run.
Wells Creek, Tennessee. We also visited this one, and there's a quarry. We didn't get this quarry. I think didn't learn the central uplift Brad. We met the gentleman who had property adjacent to the roadway into the quarry. That was Wells Creek, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'll watch a run after this. Like, otherwise I'm just going completely blind, other than what creator told me I was late. I gotta watch a run with button inputs, honestly.
So we didn't get in there. So that probably worked.
I'm training for thumb push-ups. Nice, nice, buddy. Okay, let's watch a run.
Took a tour of the quarry.
Want to do 1 thumb push-up by the end of June. That's insane, dude. Go for it, buddy. Alright, I'm gonna. I'll pull up Dynamics' warp soon. Just I want to see this run. Thanks, Gyges. What a good friend I have. Yo, for sure, man. What a good friend I had, man. The Slayer. Time to head back, yo. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it, man. Yo, let me show you. Dan Coco shredding, man. Dan, he fucking shreds, man. He shreds on the guitar, buddy. Check it out. Skid Row! Favorite band? Wow. I don't know much of Skid Row. I don't know much of them. He's got a Van Halen solo on here too. I do, man, I do, but not like this, man. I know some like 90s songs and stuff and like 70s songs and stuff. Took a release just for a long time. Nice, man. Yeah, buddy, I got. Oh, nice, man. I have a Stratocaster, Fender Stratocaster, a Mexico, made in Mexico edition. Actually, I streamed me doing some playing the guitar, but through the mic, so it didn't sound that good because I was also singing, and I'm a terrible singer, and I was playing rhythm. I think I'm gonna do a direct input playing the guitar stream. Got a Jackson SL4. Oh man, I don't know those guitars. I'm sorry, dude. I'll Google them after. I'll Google them now. What is it? Jackson SL4? Nice. Nice. And what's the other one? Schecter. C7 Hellraiser. Wow, nice. Yeah, I want a guitar that sounds better, you know what I mean? My guitar, it sounds okay. But then again, my amp is also pretty bad. But when I plug it into my computer, it sounds amazing. What do I have? I have Fender Stratocaster Black. This is a guitar I have. I have this guitar. It's in the other room and I'm lazy. Yeah, it's a beaut. It looks beautiful, but it sounds like okay. But maybe that's just me. It sounds like kind of twangy. You know what I mean? With black pick guards? Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't know what is this a pick guard? Is that a pick guard? No. That's what's it called? Is this thing a pick guard? Is my favorite black guard on white. Oh yeah, that looked good. Right. But it's a made in Mexico one, which was $500, and the made in America one was $750. And I felt like the made in America one, it felt softer. The strings and everything felt softer, you know what I mean? I think the sound would be less twangy, less metallic. But then again, my amp is pretty bad, and I'm not the best player. Oh, the big plastic, yeah. The pickup, right? These are the pickups. These are the pickups, and this is the protector. I love the neck, that like dark cherry wood neck, whatever. I love it. I don't think it's cherry wood. I just made that wood up. Are really good? Thanks, man. They're good, but it's not as I don't think it's not as good as an American made. I could tell in the shop, and I'm not that good. Rosewood, nice, man. All right. Yeah, like I know some '90s rock. I just learned right now. Welcome to Paradise by Green Day. Right, like the power chords, and then the E, G, A, C, E, G, B, E, G, A, C, E, B, and then the power chords again. I just learned that now. And then Silverchair Tomorrow. That's a good one. And I learned I just 90s, 70s rock. I learned some Rush, Tom Sawyer. Not the solo or whatever, but Nirvana, a lot of Nirvana. Let's watch this. So I might just loop this. For a while I get high. I'm mainly into the progressive metalcore. Oh my god, dude, that's crazy. That's hardcore, man. Oh, I gotta turn this down. Sorry. Holy shit!
Yes! Fucking yes! Oh, yes! Yes! Oh.
78 views.
Woo!
78. Whoops. What the? 78. I'm saving this picture. Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. That's exactly like the frigate 00 warp. It's like every warp. It's like every warp. Oh, he turns like 70 degrees? Maybe less. No, he only turns like 30 degrees, but he keeps it angled. I'm mainly into the progressive medical orbit. I'm gonna take a picture of this too.
Yes! Fucking yes! Oh, yes! Yes! Oh. Oh, shit. Woo! Oh, shit. Those fucking that's what happened.
Sorry, I'm just editing. I'm editing a photo right now. Sorry, I'm just editing a photo. Yo, Journey, what's up? Is it me or is it me? Yo, what's up, Journey? How you doing? How are you doing, Journey?
Really see uplifted rocks and the very bottom of the compressed shatterproots.
Quarry or a mine?
A quarry. Like a surface open pit quarry, which is basically, extracting rock and gravel. Fire crater, 8 miles, energy 14,798 pounds. Here we go, Texas, Sierra Madera. That's a big one, 8 miles in diameter. Less than 100 million. How much less, I don't know. Maybe since I did this is an old program I did. I'm probably going back 12, 15 years ago. But there's maybe a lot of updated information that could be incorporated into this. But at this point, it's not so much the exact specifics, but at least to get kind of a general idea. You have driven through that.
Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me?
Because that's what we did. They were happy to get support on our hard hats.
Hey, can be contacted. Stop trespassing on the property.
Yeah. In Ames, Oklahoma, they're 10 miles in diameter. Some of these, of course, are just drain off because they don't really show up completely from the surface. But again, a lot of research is ongoing. And I'm going to keep up with the most up-to-date information on all of this. 10 miles in diameter.
I'm great. Yo, really had my ex over because apparently found my meds. Oh wow. Really had my ex over. Sorry, I didn't quite entirely understand.
36,600 tons. That's 2.4 million kilos of bombs going off in Mars. This asteroid is part of the multiple impact. Looks like there's another right here. You see another right hand corner. And above that is the third impact. So this could have been an object that was coming in fragmented. Probably an early fragmentation.
3 a.m. Yo, thanks for being here.
If they were in fact solid, if they were originally one object, separated very far. I wouldn't say it's style.
Yeah, I think you had it right. Those are just
So, yeah, heading up there, goes to Fluff, Australia, 14 miles in diameter. Here you see a sample of the ring. Greece, Germany, 44 million.
Wow.
Now we're getting into a serious global thing.
He's crazy about you. He's crazy about you.
20 miles,
You gotta love that. You gotta respect that, even though
approximately 20 miles.
he may have made mistakes or
Yes.
things didn't go well. You gotta,
There's no
that's really cool of him. I mean, maybe it's not cool, but
5 million years ago, I say, you know, the Pleistocene extinction, and then you go
seems like a nice thing to do.
in time to find an equivalent extinction level event. You're back at the Cambodia. This is called connection to maybe about 5 million years. Is there a connection? I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but maybe there is. 17.5 miles, 200,000 megatons. Then we get to Clearwater Lakes. This one's always been fascinating. This is like a tandem or a dual impact. Two objects, are they simultaneous in impact time, or are they separated in time? I don't know. I think most of these something.
It's nice. I just didn't expect. Oh, I understand now. I understand. He's like Romeo. It's like Romeo and Juliet.
But notice your west crater over here, which has a central uplift ring, is 19.2 miles in diameter, and the eastern crater is 13.2. Combined explosive is 400,000 megatons.
So that's like the size of the high rock.
Now, we are now looking at certain global scale. Maybe not.
LMAO. Yeah. He is. Pardon me.
Carswell, Saskatchewan, 23.5 miles, over 600,000 megatons. One in Brazil, 25 miles in diameter. Car fuel in Tajikistan. Again, notice here, 5 million years old. So is it possible we're looking at a larger period? 28 miles in diameter. So again, here's two major craters on different sides of the Earth coinciding roughly with a mass extinction of the planet. Are they connected? I don't know, because I have to redo and get a very accurate chronology in order to try to tie these together. But what we're seeing here within the raw parameters, it certainly opens that possibility that we had a period, and they may have not occurred at the same time, but you know, the thing is just, you know, if you have one blow, that it incapacitates a large section of the planetary biosphere. Before it can fully recover, you have another one, or several more. You see, it may not be just one punch that takes down, maybe several. See? Children sleep 31.2 points. Look at that.
Yo, it's good, yo. Thanks. Like you be coughing like me. I'm good. I'm doing well. Thanks for being here, Journey. Appreciate it. So nice of you.
Quebec, 34 miles in diameter. Beaverhead.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, you don't hear these cultural naturalists. You keep saying global consciousness. Give us an idea what this global consciousness is.
Oh yeah, I'm sick myself. Oh, sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear.
You have, large geological biomass burning. You probably have seismic consequences and perhaps volcanic consequences because, this is going to even the Tunguska cause, detectable changes in Earth's magnetic field that last for hours. Right? I mean, we're really just at the beginning of understanding how these things are going to affect. But yeah, certainly it's going to affect the Earth's magnetic field, probably the circulating ozone layer, which allows a lot more cosmic radiation to come in, which can produce mutational episodes. I mean, there's all kinds of things that could happen. Now, obviously, in the vicinity, it's going to wipe everything out. It's going to sterilize that section of the planet. In other areas, effects will be less severe, but there will certainly be consequences. You can't have that says here, 2,666,000 megaton explosion without there being global consequences.
Are they extension?
Now, okay, now we're getting up to man and water. Look at here. Yes, I think now we're getting extinction. Now, can we correlate? This is something that can correlate man and water and drastic extinction event. But I think at this point, the data is not strong enough to show definite correlation. But even without a definite correlation, my thought is that an event like this that could produce 50-plus mile diameter crater could have effects that would take millennia to play out. I mean, it could cause instabilities to the biosphere, the lithosphere, in the infrared areas of the core.
Sorry about that. Pardon me.
What happens, we didn't talk about this episode, we'll talk about it coming up, possible Yellowstone hotspot being a result of the
Thank you for your patience.
by striking the earth and causing a very deep event. You're releasing the magma from down deep into the lithosphere that's now rising up to the fluid to the surface. David Alton's done some work on that. And looking into it, especially when we come around to setting up the Great Pacific Northwest mega flood coming up. And if water, you can see over 7 billion megatons. So, obviously, an event like this is going to destroy everything. Now, an event like this would probably, let's say, if it happen in the western United States, would pretty much wipe out an area the size of the entire western United States. You have fallback debris that in forests would ignite secondary fires. That's part of it. The amount of dust and soot and stuff projected into the atmosphere is in the, I mean, just from the eruption in the Tubo, that, that amount of dust and entering the atmosphere has global climate effects. So, clearly, there would have to be a climate
Really, crop failure, habitat loss, all of the above. So control. You have all of this.
yes.
Not for the
And a bottleneck might not show up. See, that's the thing about the late Pleistocene. Like, because you may reduce the human population by 90%, but if that other 9 to 10% that survives is pretty much genetically diversified, you may not catch a bottleneck. You're not looking for it. Chesapeake Bay accident, this is 56 miles back. This is the one that created the hematite that shows up in Georgia. We're going to wrap this part up. Here's the very under 2.5 kilometer limestone. But what's under there is this multi-ring structure that's central of it. It's estimated made close to 300 million measures. And of course, this is the extinction level and the impact associated with rapid disturbance of axis. Then you have the sub-area in Ontario, 155 miles in diameter, 340 billion megatons. Again, we're talking about the global Red Fort structure in South Africa, 187 miles in diameter. So these are huge events. Thankfully, they were a long time ago. But, we might be talking here about a different class of events that Brad mentioned earlier, that if you look at it and say, this is an event. Now, if one of those happened over a densely populated urban area today, you're talking about instantaneously ability fashion. Okay, so that would be global event, and certainly in the sense that we have global economic repercussions. It wouldn't necessarily, if it happened, let's say, over the eastern seaboard, it's not going to have consequences, ecological or climatological consequences too much for, say, somebody in Europe. But if we instantly wipe out an entire
Oh, that was pretty good. I didn't turn. I was really focused on location there.
William Napier, William Asher, all of these guys, what they're looking at is the danger posed by a multiple contribution type of thing. Where you might, you know, what if you had a dozen contribution objects studied? Or 100? What would 100? Well, now we're looking at an event that we can scale of a thermonuclear war. 100 Tunguses, my God, that would be, that, I mean, you start contemplating the consequences of that, they would be profound. Not enough to cause a mass extinction event that somebody 100,000 or more years from now can come along and out here. But certainly the consequences for the stability of our civilization would be severely tested. Even the point of civilization itself collapses. And see, what these guys are looking at is massive evidence that makes that a very realistic scenario. So it may be that just our crater count doesn't really give us the full picture, because that is a specific class of object. You got 100 Tunguses coming in, and they're exploding in the atmosphere because let's say they're between 30 meters and 100 meters in diameter. Well, you're going to have some very serious surface consequences, but you're not going to have craters per se. So, and if I have another minute or two, we're going to jump to, you can let me know, Randall, we're out of time. All right, so we'll keep going here. We've seen some of this, so I'm not going to draw on this. This is people know and why. 18 boundary, you can see all that. So now we've got the map of confirmed and probable impact structures and asteroids. This is really what it looked like a decade and a half ago. We've added to it. Now, again, what I want people to really realize and contemplate is that all of these impacts, virtually all of them are on land. There's a few, yes, we're discovering that there are a few of them on the ocean floor. But again, for every one you can see on land, there should be 3 to 4 that have struck the ocean. So we need to have a more extended conversation about the consequences of ocean impacts. And we will. Then we get to the heat up or crater chains, which are where we see impacts that would most likely be in the along the lines of Shoemaker leaving back. We have a chain of objects that were originally one object. And they're showing up to see that there's a lot more of them. And what would cause a greater chain is this kind of event, a phenomenon. String of pearls, Shoemaker, leaving nine, a planetary degree chain. So this is a photograph taken of what had been a single common nucleus that passed very close to Jupiter. And I'm going to stop here for just a second. And what we want to understand here is that here's this Jupiter, it's this huge, very powerful gravitational mass. And then we've got the sun. Now you've got these objects rotating, this object rotating around. And as Jupiter is moving this object, this trailing, every loop around the sun, it's zeroing in on Jupiter. So it's totally in on Jupiter. It's a pass, the next pass is a little closer, the next pass is a little closer. Now, finally, it gets a pass where it's within the Roche limit. The Roche limit gives you that zone of powerful gravity attraction that is powerful enough that the gravity field overcomes the cohesive forces of a singular object, causing it to disintegrate, causing it to right? That is the Roche limit. So the object is zeroing in on Jupiter. Now, finally, what's close enough, it passes through the Roche limit. The object fragments, and now it's a tiny object. And moving away from Jupiter, these objects are separating out. They are producing this chain of pearls, this call. So we'll go back to the share screen and pick it up there. So here we see the string of pearls, and then in July of 2004, the string of pearls, just as predicted, on its next pass, it honed in. So now, like I said, each pass is zeroing in on Jupiter. The penultimate pass, it's within the Roche limit, it's right in the next go around, it comes back, this time it zeroes right in on Jupiter. And all 21 pieces, which had originally been a single nucleus, now bombard Jupiter over roughly the second week of July 1994. Now, I think, as it turns out, like a Eugene Shoemaker at the time commented to say something like, well, this is a once in a 1,000-year event? Is it a once in a lifetime event? Is it a once in a million-year event? And if we would see this within, let's say, a one generation of being able to implement the technology that allows us to see it. See, here's the problem. We don't know how frequent events like this are because we got to have a series of observations that would encompass multiple events, or we get no sense of, I mean, do we just get lucky and see a once in a million-year event? Or do events like this happen every 10,000 years, every 1,000 years? We don't know. But we are confronted with the possibility that they happen a whole lot more frequently than anybody imagined prior to 1994, because prior to 1994, nobody was imagining anything like this. You see? So now that we've seen something like this, well, what do we do? How do we determine how often this kind of thing happens? Well, we don't know. But if you have something like this, and each one of these objects is a Tunguska, see, there is what we might be talking about. And see, if you've got 21 objects like this, and they're all in the Tunguska size range or a little bigger, yeah, 21 Tunguskas coming in, or let's say some that's anywhere 3 to 4 to 5 times as massive, that are still not going to leave craters. But now you're talking about something that's going to be pretty damn significant if it gets here. Now these objects here, a lot of these are half a kilometer to a kilometer in diameter or even bigger. So obviously if something like this happened to Earth, we're talking mass extinction level event. We're talking end of civilization. Absolutely no doubt. 21 objects like this would be all road, probably to the human race. Simply because for one thing, now you have 21 separate impacts, and just like with the, say, the bombing of Dresden or Tokyo, like Dresden, what happens? You have multiple dispersed explosions. What they do is they merge into a firestorm. And this is what would most likely happen with multiple impact event on Earth, is that the individual fires would merge into a single firestorm. So here we see the second generation disintegration of comet Washington Washington, Fragment B, photographed by the Hubble Space Telescope in April 18, 2006. And you can see from this that the main nucleus is out there ahead, but look what's happening behind it. You've got this fragmentation. It could be producing literally thousands of Tunguska-sized objects. Literally thousands. Now what would happen if Earth encountered something like this? These are the kind of scenarios we need to contemplate. And then, of course, that brings us to this. And the whole idea we're talking about is that this was the prevalent condition 13, 14, 15,000 years ago. And we have to come up with a way to explain how we can get rid of a gigantic ice mass like this in a matter of 2,000 years. And we know that the disappearance of that ice was not a smooth, homogeneous process, but was a series of catastrophic pulses of meltwater reintroduced into the Earth's ocean basins. So that is one of the options that we're going to certainly be coming back to, and looking at the consequences and studying the pattern of meltwater associated with this ice phenomenon. That may give us some insight. I will show you one more slide here that will help convey the situation. This is post-Halley, after rendezvous with Comet Halley. We call this a Halley comet, Halley comet nucleus, roughly 10 miles in diameter, and cross-section. It's going to be something like this. It's going to be all of this material, much of it going to be boulder-type material, held together in this kind of icy layers. They call them dirty snowballs. stuff in it, but there's certainly a lot of oxygen and also gases, volatilizing, outgassing. So the thing to understand that we're talking about is the fragmentation of an object like this, say even 10 miles in diameter, literally produce a swarm of 1 million objects the size of the solar system. See, all of this is information that's come to us in the last, 2-3 decades, and I don't think it's really been incorporated into our overall thinking about how are we going to survive as a civilization on this planet for another few more centuries or even millennia. But in order to address that, of course, we have to come up with some kind of phenomenon that tells us of how often these kinds of things happen. And now we're also getting models of social evolution that suggest that there are these age interruptions where societies collapses during over time. Which raises, of course, the question of one.
That was such a bad line.
Is it an internal process? Is it something that is sociological, political, something just totally intrinsic to the society itself, or is it something extra, something outside the society? And most of the ideas for the last half century to century have been intrinsic, that there are issues within the society that it just essentially loses whatever this forward social evolutionary momentum and it just fizzles out. But I think we're finding more and more evidence that some of the cultural collapses that are more logical might be associated with external events, including we're going to wrap it up with looking at the final part of this. Just to remind people of an idea. Of course, this is not complete by any means, but it gives people the idea that this could be a much more critical thing.
Oh, that was much better. That was a much better attempt. I think my timing was a little late there. I think I switched guns a tiny bit late.
This kind of information. This was in 1988. Earth just got a big asteroid. This one here was estimated by Randall Carlson, scientist with the National Space Administration, said that if an asteroid this size hit the Earth, it would actually be equivalent to the explosion 20,000 one-night landing in the ocean.
Almost. I didn't get jammed in there, but the timing looked pretty good. Location wasn't right.
Several hundred meters high. Waves as good that large could sweep over coastal areas and cause widespread direction. Experts say the Earth's geological record shows evidence of more than 100 large objects. Well, so this is 1988. Now it's almost 200, so it's just about double since 1988. The following year, we have a giant asteroid getting close past by the 1989. I'm jumping forward and skipping a lot of years. So I'm going to yeah. It was a close call for planet Earth. Astronomical history was made on May 18, 1996. Piece of space rock beside the screen. So it's also discovered May 14, just days before the close flyby. Go on your studies. From 2000, latest number of previous asteroids. Notice the date on this one. 20 years ago today, studies. Estimates that there are 900 large asteroids cruising in orbit of superhighways where they somehow may strike Europe. Yet so large are now, of course, one of the things I'm arguing to you is that just as important as finding the single big items might be the detecting where there might be swarms of smaller objects, but whose collective consequences could be just as devastating. Maybe much in the way of, you know, you get shot with a 45, you got one big bullet in you, but a shotgun blast could be just as destructive, if not even more so. Then later that same year, another study, asteroid estimates are too low. 9 objects have come close to the Earth since 1991. So that's 1 year, right? December of 2000, another asteroid makes its close approach. It's 45 meters wide, 150. So that's the size of the Tunguska object, the meteor crater in Arizona object. And here in May of 2001, scientists were rightfully learning over asteroids. Another one, 2002, huge asteroid there misses Earth. Again, on 2002, large asteroid passes close to Earth. Later, and then a few months later, asteroid misses Earth, highlighting a cosmic blind spot. June, another asteroid, 2002, and gets us Earth exposed for 8 years. We're traveling over 10 kilometers per second. Well outside the huge orbit, asteroid the size of a football field. So now we're talking something again Tunguska class size. August 2002, Near-Earth asteroid. This is faster, 800 meters wide. 800 meters wide. That's 16 times the diameter of Tunguska. That would have been a real problem. So that was August, then in 2003, October, closest asteroid yet flies faster. 24th of February 2004, Earth almost put on impact alert. Again, 2004, asteroid emerged, passed Earth close. 2004, NN4, really near miss. Near misses raise rocky questions. Yes, they do, and they ought to. We can keep going here. More studies showing comet strikes surprisingly more likely than anybody had assumed before. Now, is any of this disproven? No, not at all. January 29, 2008, large asteroid swims past Earth. 2009, asteroid dodges Earth by near miss. 2015, near miss, giant asteroid 2 miles wide. Traveling 40,000 miles per hour. That's something. Halloween asteroid discovered the skull near this is discovered in 2015. It's the biggest known past asteroid. 2016, coming closest to Earth on October 1st. 2019, outside asteroid just right here today. Now this is Taurid inside Space City. 2019, city killer asteroid misses Earth. Scientists had no idea. It snuck up on scientists stunned by city killer asteroid that just misses Earth. And then asteroid 2077 on Earth on Saturn. But it could in the future. Asteroid may pass so close to Earth on Saturn. This is December 2019. Put it, let's see, up to 600 meters in diameter. That's 1,800 feet. So again, this is a major event. It's here. More asteroids are buzzing over and fly by today. 2019. 3 of them were discovered only in the last 24 hours. 2019 TA7, this is an electrified asteroid history that's still closer than 150 years. Now we're talking about Tunguska class. Again, in 2019, Google Halloween asteroid flyby over the closest this is ever seen. October 31st, 2019. NASA launched 5 asteroids to the Earth. This is January 20th of this year. Biggest asteroid again. This but it wasn't even discovered. So in other words, 2 days after it had passed, within the moon's distance, it was discovered. What I've been getting at for years is that really this is much bigger than and these days, when all of this stuff is going on, I want to take a look at this graph here showing the rate of near-Earth discoveries. So there's a lot more to learn from this, but I think at this point maybe we're starting to get the point. The point is simply that we're living on a vulnerable planet. We're seeing a planet now that when you look out into space, you see that there's a hell of a lot more stuff out there in the near-Earth space region than anybody could imagine even a few decades ago. We're also finding out that the history of life on this planet is regularly punctuated by gigantic catastrophic events. We're also finding out that the entire planetary surface is pockmarked with scars of huge numbers of impacts. We're also discovering that there is evidence that there could be multiple Tunguska-type events. Important point. The objects that the iron objects, like the crater in Arizona, relative to the light events and Tunguska-type objects, light events and Tunguska objects are far more prevalent, maybe 10 times more. For every one object that say it's below 500 or 1,000 feet in diameter, there might be 5 to 10 objects of the Tunguska mass, Tunguska gas density. Do you see what I'm getting at here? There could be a far greater danger of Tunguska-type events than anybody is appreciating. And why they're not looking at this, I don't know, but I'm guessing the Geological Society is probably looking at it. I know a lot of members of the research team are looking at it. I know George Howard is looking at it. And realizing, you know, what we really are far more vulnerable. And then the final thing is we're seeing it in the evolution of human civilization on Earth is also punctuated by these repeated interruptions. Well, what's causing this? That brings us back to the question of extrinsic and intrinsic forces. A lot of evidence is pointing towards extrinsic forces being the ultimate trigger. Now, something happens from the outside that destabilizes society, yes, then there may be an intrinsic reaction or consequence to that because it may trigger a destabilization that doesn't immediately drop the hammer on the civilization. It may be a destabilization that takes a generation, 2 or 3 to even recover from, if it does at all. See? So, the problem here is the vast majority of humans on this planet are oblivious to the bigger world that we're a part of. That's the problem. Mainstream media is not helping because what we've got here is hardcore evidence, and we're just barely touching upon the surface of this type of evidence. But what's everybody worried about? Stuff people are worried about. We're all doomed because of a minuscule increase in carbon dioxide from 300 to 400 parts per million. That ain't much, folks. Is that really going to trigger catastrophic global warming? And that is a very fair question to ask. Now, is there consequences from an increase of 1 molecule of carbon dioxide for every 10,000 molecules of air? Yeah. Is it catastrophic? I think to be skeptical of that is a certainly legitimate stance to take. And when you begin to look at it, you go, there is a downside. But also there's an upside because a little bit of extra carbon dioxide, as we now know, is fueling plant growth. It's literally causing the greening of the planet. So, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to look at some of the evidence of the satellite surveys and stuff that led to that conclusion. But in either case, my point is that we are neglecting what really could be the most dangerous natural phenomenon in our view. And it's a phenomenon that encompasses all the others. Because a major impact and secondary consequences that would limit every single, like for example, an earthquake at this point. You know, an earthquake happens. What can you do about an earthquake, right? Well, an earthquake can be a pretty severe thing, or a volcano, right? or a tsunami, right? We've seen within the last 20 years how devastating two devastating tsunamis, right? That were caused by undersea earthquakes. Hurricanes, right? At this point, you know, a hurricane is a natural phenomenon, right? And it can cause severe economic disruption, maybe lives. We look at hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanoes. Okay, every single one of them can be a byproduct of an impact. Every one of them. An impact can cause severe seismic activity around the planet. It can induce volcanic eruptions on a tremendous scale. Obviously, an impact into an ocean. But like I said, a tsunami wave that could be 100 meters or 200 meters high. What the hell is that going to do to this landfall? You know, what's going to happen to Florida? What's going to happen to the East Coast if you had a tsunami 200 feet coming in? Right? Well, this is not science fiction. That's the point. You see, there have been a lot of civilizations before us that have risen out of the organic matrix of nature, that lived and existed for a while, and then they disappeared. Why did they disappear? Again, it gets to that question, intrinsic or extrinsic. And I think that what we can safely say now is the evidence is directly towards, in a lot of the cases, extrinsic factors, if not be the death knell for a specific society, at least the trigger mechanisms that destabilize them to the point where recovery may be impossible. You see what I'm getting at here? So if we do not become cognizant of this larger, bigger, this cosmic environment that we are very realistically a part of, I think it's very probable we could go the way of previous civilizations. If, on the other hand, enough people could say, look, we really do need to look at the big picture. Enough people around the world, if we can get a few million people to watch stuff like this, that could look at the research, the atomic research, look at the goals of B612, to listen to Ben Davidson on the sun, and we're now foreseeing the connection between the influx of this kind of material and the activity of the sun. We're going to address sun rays and comets as a connection between the infall of sun rays and comets and heliospheric earthquakes, or I'll say sunquakes, global mass ejections. There could possibly be, it's looking like now, a correlation, because it's looking like the solar system is functioning as a whole unit. And things don't happen in isolation, like you probably would imagine. It's something that can affect the whole entire solar system. And I think that what we're going to be doing is come back on the root and look again at the whole, this array of incredible and mysterious phenomena that characterizes human lives that we might have to actually be doing. What we're seeing here is the terrestrial manifestation of a solar system-wide event. And it might be very realistic and helpful if we started, for example, looking at the moon or Mars to see if there's anything on either of those two bodies that could actually correlate with the rise on Earth. But, yeah. And I would say that the moon. So, what make the trip to the moon?
Well, we gotta dig up the moon.
We're gonna dig it up there. Well, I was thinking if we could come up with some kind of a lasso that we could drag it in within a few miles of here, so we could use it in access.
Well, I told you a good sign. I saw a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about this, and I looked it up and shared it with the Space Force. People are recommending and suggesting planetary defense against these space objects, maybe part of the competition.
Well, see,
That's coming about, and we just work that and do those things for.
You know, one thing I want to know is why do they, when they say we found 90% of the objects or 40%
was invited by him, because I actually met him. It's a fan of ours, believe it or not. He's Matt Lohmeyer, who's now the manager of the facility in Denver. He's a fan of ours, and there's actually other members of the Space Force that are fans of ours. So check that out. Hopefully, what will happen is once it gets settled on here, he asked me, would I be willing to come and address Space Force about planetary defense? And I said, of course I would. And he was personally general range of the Air Force. He's heading up the program. And so, who knows? I mean, maybe within the next few months or 6 months, I can get an opportunity to go out there with the general range in attendance and commanders of the bases all over the country and talk about planetary defense. I think that was very, very important. He specifically emailed me a couple of weeks ago. Why I let it let me do that. I said, well, let me check with the guys. See if it's okay with them. Is it okay, guys?
Yeah, that's good. But Mike's the guy.
Right.
Who's paying for it? Does everybody?
Well, ultimately, I guess if they pay for it, that means you. It's just look, fly me out there first class. You know, I had that.
Well, if they say to meet you at Bob's Airfield, we'll give you a mark. Think about it, okay?
But what I'm hoping is that I can get some insight. But, of course, really, I'm afraid that what's going to come down to is I'm going to have to explain to them what it's all about. And at some point, because people have asked me a lot about UFO, and you know, there is the, I like Paul Devereaux's work. He would be a cool guy to get on the show. His work with the relationship between megalithic structures, standing structures, and substructures in the area in which they are, right? He's shown that there's a very interesting correlation. He has also done work on things, atmospheric effects, transient changes in the magnetic field may be related to pressures and forces waxing and waning within the crust itself. And some of these can actually produce visible effects in the atmosphere, luminosities and even audible sounds that they may be cases of luminosities might be, defined or described as a UFO. Then of course there is the, what I think is just the most likely probable explanation to a lot of these high-performance experimental aircraft tests. You can see things that they recognize. So the third possibility is aliens somewhere, which a lot of people of course are heavily investigating. But we need to look at that at some point, because I think there's another explanation that has been totally overlooked on this system. And been surprising the way that nobody's considered it, but I think that as we develop these and the ideas through such as podcasts, I think we can come up with different angles, kind of looking at this ultimate possibility. And I think that one of the insights, just like so much of the insight that we can now apply to the solution of modern scientific problems, comes from ancient perspectives. You know, when we start talking about megafloods, tremendously helpful to look at ancient accounts of megafloods that are from all over the world, realizing that these aren't just made up things by superstitious pre-scientific illiterates, but are actually, stylized ways of preserving stories about actual events that people lived through, right? But extrapolating from that, to talk about, okay, yeah, there's evidence of stories, all kinds of stories about cataclysmic events, multiple floods and fires, right? As well as huge earthquakes and upheavals and so forth. And now we're realizing that that geomythic realm is actually perpetuating really valid scientific information, right? Well, if we accept that there is scientific validity to looking greater insight to things that our ancient ancestors might have experienced. Could we apply that to the discussion of gods who are coming from the sky? Because the myths are full of, from all over the world, of gods from the sky. What does that mean? And that's, I think, worthy of looking at. And I think it's kind of trying to strip ourselves of all preconceptions and then take a fresh look at some of those myths. Especially by being able to scenario. Here we have the myth of global destruction tied directly into emigration of the Sumerian gods. What is actually, is there some kind of real event behind those stories? Who the actual nature we may be able to get great insight into by looking at those stories in detail and maybe without the preconceived ideas? I think possibly yes. So definitely come back to that. I need some form, but not until we lay the groundwork. You know, we're not talking about putting up the rafters so long after the foundation was built. And that's what we're doing now, is building a foundation. But I think we really understand a whole lot of massive the rise and fall of civilization.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. That was a good one.
Accelerated biotic.
I need to be a little more left there.
Which is we can learn about when we go back to the roots. Because we see accelerated evolution in the aftermath of the nuclear event. And then, of course, what are these stories about the gods in the sky? One hand, maybe, this is metaphor for a cosmic event that could be explained further by naturalistic, non-anthropogenic phenomena, or so, Kyle, if you could do some research and answer to those questions for the next episode. We're done. My pleasure, boys. And let's mention that we'll soon be having the new website launched within the next week, 2 weeks maybe. And a lot of good stuff. Georgia band Mastodon, okay? I've often wondered, those guys even know what a Mastodon actually is?
We just did in the 2020s. It's time for a new era of catastrophic rock and roll.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, good night, everyone. Good night.
Tricky.
back to being silent. Mike does no comment. That's all you have to
No
say.
comment. That cough was perfect, though.
No comment.
Oh, there. That would work too. No comment. How are you doing this week, Randall?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good.
Been doing, actually real good ever since I had that stuff that I got from Mike. Put me down. We actually recorded a couple of episodes while I was fighting that stuff off. And I know one of the episodes got a couple of comments like I was rambling off or something. There was a comment or two in there like that. And one of those episodes for sure was, I was like, headache, body aches. I just wanted to be laying there sleeping with the covers over my head. But hey, we did it.
Dedication.
We did it. But
So is that
ever since then, I've been feeling pretty damn good.
all right? Good. Is that a different comic picture behind you there today, Randall? Than last week?
Is how you can talk.
Oh, that was almost it. That was almost it. I wasn't in the right spot though. I slipped off. I was pretty good. I was pretty close to 10.
We had basically for a while like two comments in Scott. How you can talk is interesting because we learned that at least in this case, there were high amounts, high concentrations of various flammable gases such as methane, butane, and acetylene. That could possibly emerge to be relevant as we get further into our discussions of effects of planetary incursion on the terrestrial environment. Perhaps the delivery of volatile gases into the oceans in addition to actual material stuff.
Before we jump too far, I don't know how fast you want to get into things, but I am a little bit down, and Snake Boys will probably feel a little bit of the same bag. Because tomorrow, if I was packed, I would be on the way driving south. And that, sadly, contacted the cabin spring 2020 is not happening. So I'm pretty bummed about that. And on the heels of that was also going to be Randall speaking in Sedona in mid-May, which also is not going to happen. So there's some frustrating things going on right now that there's not a lot of people to get out and get around. And hopefully it's not restricting contact at the cabin Carlson and the Scatlands September 2020. So still want people to be able to jump in there, and if they can go get involved and contact there. We've got the links in the show notes, the description of the video, and let us know if you can go. Make sure we got a full trip and possibly a second trip in late September. So Scotland, September, get out there into the blood zone.
Yeah.
We did reserve a control. Multiple cabins, buildings, nice, sizable eating space, a detached restaurant right in the south end of Silver Lake, which is in the south end of Grand Coulee, a really great point at which to explore the surrounding area scattered. All of its bizarre all of its living guests coming. Yeah, it's Moses Cooley, Grand Coulee, Steptoe U. Yeah, all of these truly incredible, wonderful places. Of course, there's going to have to be another episode, another field trip where we go into the late places and explore the latest there. In this one, we're going to basically stop at the point of the supposed ice up here on the way. Snake River, Potholes Cataract, the list goes on.
eventually you're on we bummed out. We also had a super secret expeditionary trip from George Howard. Dan, you know, part of that. His girlfriend got moved in and we were going to do some super secret investigation, and that had to be canceled as well. So that was like last month. It's on rice. Rescheduled. And also, Comet Atlas just broke up into 4 different pieces. And we're thinking that maybe it's going to be going on the downhill side in terms of brightness. Yeah, fizzing out.
Which we discussed last week, that, you know, sometimes that's just, they go all out and get huge, but then that's a precursor to they just breaking up and moving out, and, you know.
Yes, but I want.
Maybe there'll be a explosion on the sun, we go in the opposite direction, but probably still do some.
Yeah, I want giant portents and omens in the sky. You know? When they fizzle out like this, it ruins all of my, you know, Nostradamus and prognostications.
Well, what we're seeing is what I think of as phase 4 in the life cycle of comet, which is disintegration. And this is very different. Comets spawn meteor streams, fireballs, and also increases the possibility of encountering some of the debris. As long as you got a single comet nucleus, you know, it can happen, but it's probabilistically speaking, it's rather low. But once a comet breaks up, one nucleus can become hundreds of thousands, if not millions of pieces, that then becomes strewn out along the cometary orbital path. That's when counter probabilities go up exponentially. Now, most of the time, of course, you know, those encounters are very small material that can produce quite a impressive light system, but wouldn't actually cause any get to the surface damage. You have to be talking about between 50 and 100 feet in diameter. Well, otherwise, it's going to pretty much dissipate in the atmosphere, dump all of its energy in the atmosphere. And there's been quite a number of meteoritic encounters with debris that is, say, on the scale of 20, 30.
Oh, that was close. That was a good one. That was a good one.
It detonates in the upper atmosphere, and it's not unusual for some of those detonations to have the force of an atomic bomb. But when you're looking at those being 10 miles up, of course, it usually dissipates harmlessly in the upper atmosphere.
Our area of these comets isn't, you know, that big enough to generate something besides about 50 or 100. And it could generate something that doesn't go by, and we would never know about it until the end.
What we would have, and I haven't looked into this extent, but the intersection of Earth's orbit with the orbit of the path. And is there orbits actually increases, right, due to gravitational perturbations of the sun and Jupiter primarily. But it's weird that the whole orbital system almost acts as a moon, and it can precess a moon. And as it rotates, for example, there will be a perihelion where the orbit is passing closest to the sun. There will be an aphelion that's the farthest away from the sun. But as that's moving, see, then what will happen is the screen, for example, a perihelion might be fairly close to the sun. It might be inside here. An aphelion, it's outside here, right? But as that moves, it can, for certain periods of time, for certain epochs, the two orbital paths will intersect. So that is when the danger goes up.
That's what I was going to say. I understand it intended, but I don't think that the plane in the orbit of Comet Atlas, you know, is going to allow much space for Earth's orbit to intersect. It's going to be Earth's cross section, if any at all.
If any at all, yeah. But when we
Because of that processional cycle that causes it eventually into
don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I can't say it's possible in this specific case because I haven't looked into it for apples, but it is possible. Yes, a meteorite orbital stream doesn't intersect the Earth's orbit. Eventually, yeah, it can shift. And the other thing it can, because typically the orbit of the meteor stream is somewhat different than the plane of flipping, which is the Earth's orbit. So as it rotates, there'll be a nodal of 2 opposite sides. So another picture, here's the Earth's orbit, here's the orbit of the planet, here's the orbit of the planetary stream. Right? So when the Earth obviously has to be here at the same time as something is in the orbit, there's no count. But now the point is that if this shifts, so that if the two aren't intersecting, then obviously there's no being able to count. But the other thing which we already talked about is that a young meteor stream is not necessarily going to be uniformly distributed. There'll be areas where the material and the concentration is dense. So when those streams, where it's clustered, happen to be intersecting Earth's orbit at the time Earth's passing through that intersection, yes, obviously then the possibilities of an encounter are going to be enhanced significantly. So the first stage, comets, I kind of find it convenient to think of a cometary life cycle in terms of 5 stages. Called the first stage aggregation because this is where you have the first accretion of interstellar matter, the condensation of that, the integration of that material, and its ejection from the solar system, the inner solar system, and this is of course assuming the planetary model of solar system formation and seasons. I guess you have a negative hypothesis where you have the consolidation of discrete chunks of matter that once they have got enough mass, then it sets a process in motion. If you collect enough material together, reducing the radial distance of that material, you begin to increase the gravitational put this process into motion, get one chunk that's bigger than the rest, it'll almost like a magnet will start drawing stuff to it. As it draws stuff to it, the gravitational force field gets that much greater. It's sort of a self-perpetuating process until most of the available material has been the planetary body. And then, once you get enough mass and it overcomes the internal structure of the material, what will happen is it becomes plastic and assumes the form of a sphere. Right? Because a sphere takes the least amount of energy to form. So if you have the same mass of material in a sphere, for example, it's going to take less energy to support that geometrical shape than if that same mass is in a key or a tetrahedron or anything other than a sphere. Right? So that's why the tension is always towards becoming a sphere. So that's the idea of the nebular hypothesis. But in that, you see, because of the angular momentum, the spin, the material that is not accreting to planetary nuclei is basically thrown out. Picture this as just going around like this tremendous gravitational mass. Here comes a meteor. Now, Jupiter's in front of it, right? Here comes the meteor behind it, moving in whatever velocity in its orbit, right? Typically, you have an object that as it reaches apogeosis, it's going to be slowing down. Then it essentially takes apogeosis and begins to fall back towards the sun. So it speeds up, swings around, makes its perihelion passes, and then goes back out. Well, as it's falling in, the sun's gravity is pulling it, right? Accelerating. Once it makes that passage, Now it's moving out, the sun's gravity field is tending to act as a braking force. Will slow it down. Same thing with Jupiter. It comes out, and I suppose Jupiter's here. The meteorite or the asteroid, the object is coming here. What's going to happen is it's coming along, Jupiter then accelerates it. So what happens when it accelerates? It moves to a higher orbital shell. Or if the force is strong enough, it will essentially whiplash right on out. Now you can look at the difference if it's coming in, moving, and here's Jupiter, it's coming in and crossing the Jovian plane. Here's Jupiter, it's now moving this way, but Jupiter's gravity is trying to pull it back and slow it down. So now it begins to fall into a tighter orbit. It's the radius of its orbit decreases. So Jupiter has a big role to play in, bringing those cometary masses into the inner solar system, where they can then break up and produce meteor streams. So in the first level, you have this aggregation level that is consolidating this material, and then through orbital mechanics, it is ejecting it out of the inner solar system, where it then kind of goes into hibernation, into the theoretical Oort cloud or the Kuiper disk. Now, the Kuiper disk tends to be a flatter area of cometary reservoir that's more or less in the plane of the ecliptic, and then the Oort cloud is a massive shell. These were predicted, and according to the number of comets that have been coming in that are on parabolic orbits consistent with an origin in the Oort cloud, the plausibility of the theory is enhanced quite a bit, because comets are coming from somewhere. And based upon the assumed density of the comets necessary to provide the flux, the observed flux into the inner solar system, there have to be an awful lot of them out there. But they're so far out that they're basically in hibernation. They're sort of in a state of deep freeze. Now, they're just like the Kuiper disk, it's going to be slowly orbiting the sun, right? And I think I got a graphic here that might actually show, to help people visualize what it actually, sort of what the models are looking like. Let's see here. So they're orbiting, and they're in a quasi-stable state. What that means is that they can be perturbed. If they're perturbed, they'll change their orbital parameters. However, there's not a whole lot to perturb about them, right? They're out there far away from any planetary bodies or any sources of things that would perturb their orbits, except then that we know of, right? So here we go. Here's this. Let me do a screen share here.
Some of this stuff is retrograde too, which is interesting to me. These bodies are retrograde.
Yeah. Well, this is a nice graphic by Calvin J. Hamilton. I've used this in my slideshows for a long time. And basically, this would be the sun you see in the middle. Then you have the Oort cloud, which is this spherical array of clouds, and then the Kuiper disk is a flat area where they're concentrated more or less along the planetary orbital plane of the solar system. So here's another variation. You can see upper box here shows the Kuiper belt and the outer solar system planetary orbits. And so the Kuiper belt is this disk of comets slowly rotating, and it actually does reach inside the orbit of Pluto. Pluto sort of more or less defines the inner zone of the Kuiper disk. And then and it's showing here, this arrow is pointing down, showing that the Kuiper disk is small relative to the Oort cloud, and this would be the inner solar system right down here where my cursor is. And then the Oort cloud, as it says, comprising many billions of comets. So if the origin of the comet is from the Oort cloud, it's generally going to have a parabolic orbit. Remember we discussed that last episode where parabolic orbit is open, which means it's coming in, going out, and presumably never coming back. Whereas a closed orbit is a short period comet, and it's usually been captured from the Kuiper disk because it's orbiting more or less in the planetary plane, which is, the ecliptic is defined by the line drawn from the center of the Earth to the center of the Sun, and as the Earth moves around the Sun, that line would sweep out the plane that we call the plane of the ecliptic. Now, all of the planets in the solar system all fall very close to that, but their orbital planes are all slightly tilted a little bit compared to the Earth's. But it's enough, I think, that the maximum extent on each side of the plane of the ecliptic, I think, amounts to 8 degrees, which means that the zodiacal band is then 16 degrees in width, with the plane of the ecliptic in the center, and all of the planetary orbits will always, all of the planets in their orbits will always be found within that 8 degrees above or 8 degrees below the plane of the ecliptic, which includes the moon, which is tilted at 5 degrees for the Earth's orbit.
Isn't that Oort cloud system supposed to be 4 light years in diameter too? Like it extends?
Yeah, it's huge. Like,
right.
Yeah, that's about right. I mean, halfway to, the
Alpha
nearest.
Proxima, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to stop here. So then, getting back to the stages in the life cycle of the comet. So we go then to from hibernation, where it's in deep freeze, to think of it that way. Now, something has to perturb it. Something has to disturb it. What could that be? Well, speculatively, of course, I think that maybe a nearby supernova would be up to the job. Possibly in La Violette's model, a galactic core explosion, if that turns out to be plausible. Perhaps a close passage of a stellar object of some kind. All of these, of course, are going to be hypothetical. We just don't know. But there's potentially enough forces on a scale adequate to cause a perturbation in these reservoirs of comets. So basically, if they get jostled, what'll happen is one of them will begin this long, slow, or multiple ones will begin long, slow descent into the inner solar system. Depending again on, if we're dealing with a nearby supernova explosion, I'm not familiar with the full mechanics of what would happen when a super wave would pass through the Oort cloud. But in these models that I would certainly like to explore more to try to really come to an understanding of how this whole thing works. Nonetheless, there's something that perturbs these the reservoir of comets, jostles them. Some of them might move to a high orbit. Some of them then might move to a lower orbit. The thing is they could begin to spiral from the Oort cloud. They could begin to spiral down into the plane of the ecliptic or into the plane of the Kuiper disk. From the inner zone of the Kuiper disk, they can actually be gravitationally perturbed by the outer planets, particularly Neptune and Uranus. And in fact, it's possible that junctions of the outer planets, when they combine their gravitational fields, would be sufficient to perturb the comets in the inner zone of the Kuiper disk. So first we have the aggregation, right? The consolidation of these objects, their ejection from the inner solar system into the reservoir of comets. And of course, all of this is hypothetical, but a lot of good research supports that this model is more or less accurate. They go into they are ejected out, they're into their respective reservoirs. They go into deep freeze because it's near absolute zero. Something perturbs them. So now if an object starts coming in towards the inner solar system, this is when the third stage kicks in, and this would be activation, where the comet undergoes an orbital transfer, a sunward journey. Once it gets within the sphere of influence of the sun, or even some of the planets, it can start outgassing. It'll form a tail, and then it'll begin its transformation into ultimately to a devolatilized nucleus. Okay, then the next stage would be that the nucleus begins to undergo disintegration. And this would include vaporization of the icy matrix and formation of meteor and dust streams after a sufficient number of successive orbits, right? And then we get to the last stage, which I kind of think of as amalgamation, because this is where you now begin to have the planetary, solar and planetary encounters. Encounters with not only planets but with the sun itself, which now seems to be the primary endpoint for a lot of comets that have come into the inner solar system as they fall into the sun. They form a family of comets that is now known from about the last maybe 25 or 30 years called the sun grazing comets. So now you get the planetary encounters and the solar encounters. So you then get crater formation if you have enough, if the mass of the material encountering a planet is great enough, you've got crater formation. You would have raw material injection into Earth's atmosphere, which can trigger a whole cascade of secondary effects, including climate changes and things such because of the fact that material entering the Earth's atmosphere can alter the opacity of the Earth's atmosphere and can become more reflective of solar energy hinging upon the upper atmosphere. So this material then can be injected into Earth's atmosphere. It can be taken up into Earth's hydrosphere, into the which is the water level of the Earth, which includes, of course, the oceans, but all of the rivers and lakes and groundwater, which is, you could almost think of as a whole unified system of interlinked water. The lithosphere, which is the zone of rock, the biosphere, the zone of life, and as we're beginning to see now, it is a primary stimulus to extinction and evolutionary cycles, because it appears that encounters with cosmic material have been associated with all 5 of the great extinctions. Only the Cretaceous Tertiary of 66 million years ago has enough solid evidence to conclude conclusively that there was a cosmic encounter. But all of the other great 5 also have enough evidence to suggest that, yeah, there were encounters associated with the 5 great mass extinction, the other 4 great mass extinction episodes in Earth history, and probably a lot of the lesser ones, because what we've been talking about for the last several episodes now is the Younger Dryas Boundary, which was the most recent mass extinction event in Earth history, and now the evidence for a cosmic encounter is pretty overwhelming. So when we get to the transfer of cometary masses from the Kuiper disk, say, to the inner solar system where they can now become Earth crossers, is an interesting process in itself. And there was an article that showed up back, maybe in the 90s, when some of the first mathematics of orbital transfer were being worked out with computer models. There was let's see if I can find it here. Okay, yeah. So this was published in Science News. Here, right here, easy enough to find it. Anyways, it was returned to this new study done by the Southwest Research Institute. So a new study reveals that the locations of the 4 large outer planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, right, play a crucial role in shepherding comets into the inner solar system from a layer beyond the orbit of Pluto. From Neptune to Uranus to Saturn to Jupiter. Quote now, comets are being handed off from planet to planet, says Harold F. Levison of the Boulder, Colorado office of the Southwest Research Institute. It's this celestial bucket brigade, he notes, that allows a select group of comets to grace the skies above Earth, flaunting their dusty tails as they deliver key organic compounds into the atmosphere. Now here's where it gets interesting, because him and his colleagues worked out the mathematics of this orbital transfer and discovered, and I go back to the article now, that if this gang of 4 were spread further apart, comets that rank as frequent flyers to the inner solar system, visiting at least once every 60 years, could never make the journey. If the outer planets were bunched closer together, the orbits of these comets would look radically different. This speculation, which may provide clues to the early lives of planets, stems from computer modeling developed by Levison and Martin J. Duncan of Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. They reported their findings in June at a comet workshop at the University of Toronto's Canadian Institute for Theoretical Astrophysics. With the existence of the Kuiper Belt no longer in doubt, researchers have turned to another question. How do short-period comets leave this storehouse, and how do they venture into the inner solar system? A year ago, researchers provided the definitive answer to the first part of the riddle. In simplest terms, comets leave the belt because it has a slow leak. In 1995, Martin J. Duncan and Stuart M. Budd of Queen's University, along with Harold F. Levison, reported the results of the most extensive computer simulation ever done of the Kuiper Belt. 2 kinds of orbits, characterized by their relationships to the orbit of Neptune, place members of the inner part of the belt in a precarious position. Vulnerable to sudden chaotic changes in their motion, Kuiper Belt denizens in these orbits stand a reasonable chance over a 10 million year interval of leaving the reservoir they call home. Some of the Kuiper Belt escapees move away from the solar system, others get flung inward toward Neptune. Once a comet falls into Neptune's gravitational clutches, the other large outer planets start to exert their own gravitational influence. In this way, some comets from the Kuiper Belt make their way toward the inner solar system, where they come alive in the sun's warmth. Yet, the new calculations by Levison and Duncan show that one shouldn't take such a model for granted. And here's the key part. It's only because Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, and Jupiter are spaced exactly far enough apart that each has a chance of handing off a comet to the next. Interesting, is it not? So what it's saying here is that the architecture of the solar system then is apparently exactly what it needs to be for this delivery of comets with their organic cargo into the inner solar system. So here we have another parameter that has to be considered when we start talking in terms of exobiology and what kind of planets might be harboring life forms. Because,
Is this connected to the idea of Bode's law in any way? Like if the planets have this mathematical
well, I mean, it would have to be. I mean, it would have to be. Because Bode's law does do a pretty darn good approximation of planetary spacing. I've seen several others over the years that also do a pretty good job. So in any case, the point is as they are situated, we have this, as they're calling it, a celestial bucket brigade that now becomes possible.
Sounds vaguely like mathematical creationism.
Wait a second, Mike. We're not going there, buddy. Look, when you start getting into this, hey, I think that all bets are open as to You know, it's like Native American tribes looked out at the universe and they just referred to it as the Great Mystery, and that's kind of where I'm coming from. It is a profound mystery. How it got the way it is, I don't know, but it is the way it is, and it happens that the way it is just the perfect way it has to be for us to be having this Zoom meeting here tonight.
Good cosmologists would agree. It is the great mystery.
It is the great mystery, right? But
I have an observation, and this may be a
Please
little
do.
bit off the point, but I was thinking about if you have this sphere of, comet objects or whatever, they all have to be orbiting the sun, right? The sun is the center of gravity. So the ones that are in the Kuiper belt or the disk have to be going around it this way, and the ones that are out here in the Oort cloud have to be going this way. So they're gonna hit each other. If you imagine a bunch of particles in a sphere, and they all have to be orbiting, they're all going to be crossing paths.
yeah,
so,
but the distances between them are so huge.
But there's so many billions of them that it seems like there should be some level of inevitability that they will contact each other and maybe fall in.
Well, I guess we
I
need to
don't
get an astrophysicist on the show and get to the bottom of this.
Thank you for waiting. Thank you for waiting.
The other thing I was thinking is there were a couple of stories
Yo, Moonraker, what's up, man?
on me. I don't remember where I read them, but fairly recently, within the last couple of years, there's been a lot of observations about strange perturbations in
What's up, buddy? How you
orbits
doing,
of
man?
the planets, where they're saying there is something else out there, a large planetary.
I needed a
body out
break,
there,
man, from this
whatever the
friggin'
name of it, and they always make sure to say it's not Nibiru, But yeah, so maybe there is something far out there that has a really long orbit that may be moving these things around and flinging them around.
Right, and quite frankly, that's not something I have an opinion on at this point because I haven't studied into it to enough depth that I would proffer any opinion with any confidence, other than to say that, yeah, I think that there are enough, yeah,
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
And we're live. Gentlemen, here we go again. What's happening? Pleasure to see you guys. As always, this is one of my favorite podcasts we ever do. And this is very timely because, first of all, the big New York Times article about the possibility of a comet hitting Los Angeles, the preparations for what they would do if a comet hit Los Angeles. And the comet known as Donald Trump that's hit the United States, and
He's even got the hair.
it's just the whole thing is, I mean, if the end of the world was coming, boy, it's all on the wall. The writing's all there. It's kind of crazy. So what's the latest and the greatest?
Well, the latest and the greatest is, last year when we sat down with you, I think it was last November,
Yeah, it was almost a year.
got floated in the discussion the idea that this really important comet research that's going on, which is just changing our whole view of history and prehistory and of the future of humanity. But it would be good to make a film about this and crowdfund it. I actually mentioned that to the scientists, and they said what we really need is more funding for our research. And so they've, inspired by your show, they have put out a crowdfunding campaign, which is linked on my website. It's the Comet Research Group, and it's a big story right now.
So how can people find it really quickly? It's Indiegogo.
Well, no,
Comet
there's
Research
a
Group.
much quicker way. Just go to my website, grahamhancock.com, and there's a revolving banner which is the Comet Research Group. Click on that, and you're in it. It's beautiful.
Okay, grahamhancock.com, and then crowdfunding for comet research. And so what are they trying to put together?
Well, they're wanting to. You see, the thing is, these guys have actually not had any official funding. This is a group of major, highly credentialed scientists who, for the last decade, have been investigating the extraordinary story of a massive comet, series of comet impacts on the North American ice cap 12,800 years ago. That is the global cataclysm that wipes out the whole civilization from prehistory. So that's why it's of interest to me. rediscovering something that we've lost about ourselves, something really important to understand the role of capitalism in the story of the Earth. And they need to do much more research, so they need to go back to Greenland and look for the nanodiamonds in the Greenland ice cores. There's an ancient city, which they're not revealing the name of, which they're pretty certain was wiped out by a comet impact about 4,500 years ago. They want to go there and investigate that. So there's a lot of field work they need to do to drive home this hypothesis. And to, frankly, put down the opposition, because there's been so much opposition to this idea from people with vested interest in other theories. And that's why these guys have not got funding. So the only place they're going to get funding to do this further research is from Methodology, and that's what we're hoping will happen. It's called the Comet Research Group. There's a banner on my site, and all the links are to their crowdfunding, to their website, which is full of massive scientific information.
It is a very unusual thing, the fact that we know that comets and all sorts of various large objects have impact on the Earth. We see the craters, we know they exist. It's so rarely discussed. It's so strange. If it wasn't for this article in the New York Times, I can't remember when the last time that even came up. And it's such a huge issue.
It's massive. Both Randall and I really give it a great...
Yo, Moonraker, it must be like 4 a.m. there in England, man.
Point is that the capacity is
You are in England, right? I'm pretty sure you are. Must be like 4 a.m., dude.
We were given a little hint of it. February 2013, Geologist.
Yeah.
Now that's just a little cosmic spec.
Thanks for being here.
And it came in at a very low angle, blew up nearly 18, right in front of it, like this.
Yeah, if you flatten it,
How's this? Is this better? Yeah. All right. So it came in, I think it exploded 12 miles, about 20 kilometers up in the atmosphere. But it was still enough to damage thousands of buildings and injure 1,500 people. Now the thing about that one is if it had been slightly larger, if it had come in at a slightly steeper angle, a little bit higher velocity, you could have had thousands of fatalities rather than just injuries. And that would have been major headline news at that point. As it was, it's already forgotten. But do you remember?
yes.
That
Oh, yeah.
oversight? We may even have talked
I
about
believe
that.
we did.
Yeah.
I think we even showed videos of it. Well,
Yeah.
what's fascinating is Russia has so many of those dash cam cameras, because they have so much insurance fraud apparently over there. People slam into each other all the time. They want to record it. So we're fortunate enough to have so many of those videos because of that.
which puts it on the record, whereas otherwise it would not be. I think people don't like to talk about cataclysms and catastrophes, and actually nor do I. Nobody wants a horrible cataclysm to occur, but this is the point, which is that the prospect of a comet or asteroid cataclysm on the Earth is actually much higher than has been told to us up till now, and something can be done about it. It doesn't have to be the end of the world. We don't have to, say, okay, it's all over, forget about it. Quite the contrary. This is just something that would be prudent and rational for the human species to do, and amongst many other imprudent and irrational things that we focus on instead, we should be focusing on a bit on.
Well, at least just to heighten awareness of it, and also the possibility that we've been nailed a bunch of times and we've forgotten. And this is the big thing that you've been dealing with your entire career, this skepticism about past civilizations. I mean, I got into it with Michael Shermer, who's a friend of mine, who's a very famous skeptic. I got into him with it yesterday because I posted that you were going to be on, and he started chirping something about civilizations 12,000 years ago. Where's the evidence? I'm like, dude, you're saying this, and you don't even know about Göbekli Tepe. So I sent him Göbekli Tepe, and literally like 5 hours later, he wrote something claiming that, well, that was made by hunter-gatherers. It was all just really to sort of suit his narrative. But he doesn't know that. No one knows that.
Nobody knows that. They're so determined to keep the existing model, and when new evidence comes in which can't be explained by the existing model, they just try to explain away the new evidence and not think maybe it's time to change our theory. This is the unfortunate thing. But cataclysms, global cataclysm, the massive event about 12,800 years ago, the Dryas impacts, which were a series of comet impacts on the North American ice cap. This accounts for why we don't have a lot of evidence, hard evidence, of a 12,000 plus year old civilization, because it went down. That catastrophe was wiped out.
I've been trying to amass the evidence actually that complements what Graham is doing, and it really answers that question, I'm sure. And it's a legitimate question, where's the evidence? But I'm quite sure that Shermer is not really educated in the extreme events that have really taken place on this planet in the last 10 to 20,000 years. And what that would do to any kind of evidence, and maybe while we have some time here today, I brought a few things to try to convey some sense of how extreme some of these changes have been and how one would actually be quite shocked to find anything existing in the aftermath of these events.
Well, Michael Shermer's a brilliant guy. I don't mean to shit on him, but what is disturbing to me is that his knee-jerk reaction to this, without having any research at all in the subject, not knowing at all about Göbekli Tepe, which was discovered in what, the 90s?
Yeah.
So this is, to me, this is something that I've looked at because of you guys in great depth. When I read your book, I was just completely enthralled with this idea of history having some sort of rise and fall and civilization having these resets. So I've been absorbed in it for a long time. But what's fascinating to me is people that consider themselves to be skeptical I mean, he's a skeptic professional, but many people who question anything that's outside of what they've been told. As soon as they hear any sort of a theory outside of what they've been told, they immediately call quackery. And it's a weird knee-jerk reaction to something, especially when you talk about asteroids, that is a very real part of our past. We have a ton of evidence. I mean, there's actual craters that you can look at on Earth. The moon, which has no atmosphere, is littered with them. And if we look at the moon as a model for what could possibly have happened to Earth, or at least, some of them, obviously with the moon having no atmosphere, it's going to get hit a lot more than we are. But still, this is a very real situation that this solar system, at least as far as we know, the only solar system that's doing this. But we know this is a real issue. We've seen impacts.
Well, it's like you just said. On the one hand, you have Earth scientists looking at the Earth, and what they're realizing is that the Earth is pockmarked with scars. And each of these scars represents a tremendously powerful catastrophe that's happened in the history of the Earth. Now, that's accepted by mainstream science, that major catastrophes have happened in the history of the Earth. But where this thing now is about to come full circle is the recognition that these kinds of catastrophes have also influenced the rise and fall of civilization, and a lot more extremely than has been recognized up to this point. And while geologists and earth scientists are looking at the surface of the Earth and realizing etched into the surface of the Earth, imprinted into the surface of the Earth, are hundreds of scars, of which undoubtedly are only a small percentage of the total that exist. At the same time, astronomers are looking out into near-Earth space and discovering that we cohabit space with a lot of stuff. It's not as empty as we thought. Just within the last 6 or 7 weeks, we've had 2 close flybys.
Of previously undiscovered
asteroids.
This is the point, because NASA keeps saying, we've counted 1,650 asteroids and none of them are going to hit the Earth in the next 100 years. Well, yeah, that's true. But what about all the ones they haven't counted, which are estimated to run into hundreds of thousands and which haven't been seen yet? And what happens is we see them roughly 10 days before they pass the Earth. That is not enough time to do anything about it. But we have time if we're prepared to be rational and reasonable as a civilization to take care of this issue.
Now, when you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of near-Earth objects that flying around, what are the things that could be done to protect Earth?
You can paint, it's low tech actually. You can paint one side of the asteroid, affect its albedo so that the sun's rays push differentially on one side rather than the other. That will shift its orbit slightly as to be calculated. You can give it a little knock with a rocket basically. You don't want to blow it out. You don't want to turn, your one big piece of artillery shell into buckshot. You don't want to do that. You want to move it into a safer orbit. You can mount jets on it. People are looking now to mining asteroids. Of course, our society always goes, our civilization always goes for where the money's to be made. But if we can mine asteroids, we can move asteroids, and the technology is there.
And ironically, the most dangerous asteroids are going to be the ones that are closest to the Earth, which are the most accessible. And the asteroids pretty much have unbelievable amounts of resources. Pretty much everything that is being mined on the Earth can be found in asteroids, from the hydrocarbons to precious metals, to all of these things. And we're not that far away from technologically being able to actually, mount expeditions to asteroids and mine that's the that's the solution I kind of prefer, because again, these things are tremendous sources of all kinds of things that would be usable to an expanded civilization, and we could feasibly within a decade or two be mining asteroids. And again, the ones that are the easiest to access are also going to be the ones that are more dangerous, because they're the ones that are coming the closest to the Earth. So,
and another point here is that there is one specific danger, there's one specific, if you like, region of the sky that really needs to be looked at. And this is the region of the sky. This is why I wrote Magicians of the Gods, because of this discovery. There's a thing called the Taurid Meteor Stream, which is 30 million kilometers wide, and which envelops the solar system. And the Earth on its orbit around the Sun passes through the Taurid Meteor Stream twice a year. Turns out the Taurid Meteor Stream is the debris of a giant comet that came into the inner solar system about 20,000 years ago. That thing was at least 100 kilometers in diameter according to their calculations. It may have been more so. And then, like other comets like Shoemaker 11-9, which spectacularly hit Jupiter in 1994, it began to break up into multiple fragments, and those carry on orbiting on the original path, and as they break up more and more, they degrade, and small bits and large bits break off, and it gradually fills up a kind of huge hoop of debris that the Earth is passing through twice a year. It takes us 12 days to pass through it. We do 2.5 billion kilometers a day on our orbital path, 12 days to get through the Taurid Meteor Stream. And the scientists of the Comet Research Group have made the point that a big object out of the Taurid Meteor Stream, multiple objects as a matter of fact, was what hit the North American ice cap 12,800 years ago. It looks like there was a second series of impacts 11,600 years ago from the same source. It looks like there were other impacts in the Bronze Age. The most recent, almost definite impact out of the Taurid Meteor Stream was Tunguska in Siberia back in 1908. That hit on the 30th of June 1908. That's at the peak of the Taurid June shower. We passed through the Taurids in June and in November. And what they're saying is we really need to focus on this Taurid Meteor Stream. Their calculations are that there are hundreds and hundreds of massive objects in that Taurid Meteor Stream. And as a comet breaks up into bits, those bits become asteroids, and those asteroids are circling in the Taurid Meteor Stream. And I've likened it to strapping on a blindfold and crossing an 8-lane interstate twice a year, and just hoping that we don't hit any heavy traffic, that we move bicycles or motorcycles rather than trucks. But the trucks are out there, and what the Comet Research Group scientists are saying is we need now to be in-depth investigating the Taurid Meteor Stream, because it appears to be the hidden hand in human civilization. It has wiped out episodes of our history in the past, and there's no reason to expect that it won't do so again unless we do something about it, because the remnants of that original giant comet are still circling the Taurid Meteor Stream, and they're fucking dangerous.
Now, how is this being received in mainstream science? I mean, is there any resistance to this? Because it seems like this is all pretty straightforward and traceable.
mostly being ignored.
Mostly being ignored.
And why do you think that is?
By scientists who have a vested interest in other ideas. First of all, there's a vested interest in not admitting that capitalism is important. This goes right back to the 19th century when science began to take shape in the form that we know it now. And they wanted to separate themselves off, understandably, from superstition. So they didn't want anything to do with something that sounds like a biblical flood, for example. They felt they would be contaminated by that. They preferred to explain any capitalism evidence as a result of a gradual process.
So you really think it's because of the reluctance to accept religion or religious ideas, or to separate themselves?
No, I think that's where it starts. They wanted to separate themselves off from that. They've gone a long way from that. Many scientists have got a vested interest in what is called uniformitarianism or gradualism. And they don't like to hear about capitalism having any major impact on the story.
So is it sort of the momentum of these initial desires to escape religious influences that have sort of led them down this path?
Yes. And then there are others who have a vested interest in current accounts of global warming, others who have a vested interest in extinctions taking place now. They want to say that our ancestors were responsible for the extinction of all the mammoths and mastodons and so on and so forth. Whereas the Comet Research Group scientists are saying no, those huge megafauna in North America were wiped out as a result of massive series of impacts.
I'm reading a book right now by Dan Flores, a really interesting book called Coyote
a gradualist explanation that, well, over long periods of time, these mammoths wandered into a sinkhole and were too dumb to get out. So they became entombed, and I asked the question, well, what studies have been done on the sedimentary matrix in which their remains are being found? Because as I'm looking at this sedimentary matrix, I'm seeing a massive deposit. In other words, a deposit that was instantaneous. And when I brought that up, she actually got very irritated. Like,
Really?
Oh yeah, dismissed my question, didn't, well, we've got it all worked out. We know about that. Well, what is it? Well, we've got it all worked out, and then immediately went on with her narrative. But yet I had an article that was actually written by one of the original scientists who worked on the site, and his description was, well, it could have been that, but also as an alternative, and he used the term bloat and float, that what you had was woolly mammoths that had been caught in a flood, drowned, and their bloated carcasses floated into a depression in the landscape, and that's where they were entombed. And that makes a whole lot more sense to me. The fact that individually over several thousand years these mammoths wandered into the sinkhole and then couldn't get out. But you got to bear in mind, we're talking about at the end of the last ice age, 120 roughly species of megafauna disappeared, which is about equivalent to the same number of megafaunal species that inhabits the Earth today.
It was a short period of time where something like 65% of the North American mammals went extinct.
75%.
75%. A very short period of time, right?
Very short period of time. Pretty much totally coincident with that period called the Younger Dryas.
And so there's nothing resembling what we're capable of doing today back then. I mean, when you look at human extinction events, human-caused extinction events, it's very logical. I mean, what we're doing today with pollution and the expanse of civilization and weapons are super sophisticated. If we wanted to, we could wipe out a lot of different species.
Yeah, but what we're actually seeing is that at the end of what's called the Baalin Aileron, which was the gradual warming at the end of the last ice age that preceded the sudden catastrophic change at 12,800, was the Clovis culture that existed for 300 to 500 years, I think.
Yes.
Somewhere. But they suddenly were gone, right? Exactly simultaneous with the mammoths. And then there are interesting studies that are coming out now showing that at least continental-wide, there was apparently a major human population crash, exactly coincident with the megafaunal extinctions, because you had quarries that had been mined for centuries that are suddenly abandoned. You have campsites that had been that had generations of debris and toolkits accumulating and so on, debris from the fluting of the spear points and so on, that are suddenly abandoned. Right? So the evidence actually suggests that the human population crashed, which would certainly imply that they would have been far less capable of wiping out all of these species of megafauna. Also, the studies of their diet and their life ways suggest that they were quite diverse. They were hunter-gatherers, and they focused mostly on small game. They ate a lot of fish, a lot of shellfish. They gathered food. And why would they go after the biggest, most dangerous animal, in the whole array of animals?
And with incredible efficiency, hunt them to extinction in 100 years. It doesn't make sense.
No, it makes no sense.
It seems pretty silly. And
Something
especially
else
when there's-
from that time, if I may say, Randall mentioned the Clovis culture. This is, for a very long time, really until just a couple of years ago, all of the mainstream academics in the fields of archaeology and anthropology were saying there were no human beings in North America before, let's say, 13,000 years ago, give or take 500 years. They came across the Bering Land Bridge. The Bering Strait at that time was above water, sea level was lower. They entered the Americas. Then they weren't hit there before. Now, in the last 2 to 3 years, there's just been a whole raft of new scientific research, and no scientist today is prepared to defend the Clovis model anymore. It's accepted, of course, that there have been human beings in America for 50,000, 60,000 years, and there's weird genetic links. Like, for example, there's a trace that connects Aboriginal Australians with North Americans. They had a common ancestor. It's a very peculiar thing that's going on. And so what happens is that actually these scientific models, which constrain and restrict research for so long, do get overthrown. And that Clovis model is being overthrown. And what the missing piece of the puzzle, I think, for everybody working in this field is the cataclysm, the comet. What happened between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, which changed everything.
Is it bizarre to you guys or frustrating in any way that this is not a mainstream idea? This is very much fringe, but yet it's not something that we don't have any evidence about.
Whenever I put out a book, immediately there's this huge hostile reaction.
Like the Michael Shermer thing.
Like the Michael
Shermer
Shermer thing. Like, I mean, I would say Magicians of the Gods, which I published in 2015, which deals with this whole comet issue, is actually the most thoroughly documented, the most thoroughly referenced book that I've ever written. It's calm, it's measured. They actually don't read it. They just say, oh, Hancock's brought out another book. He's a pseudoscientist. That's what they always call me, or a pseudo-archaeologist. And it's obviously rubbish because it disagrees with everything that we know. Well, that's the point of the heretic in society, is to offer an alternative view and well-documented evidence. But it seems that we're dealing with such a deeply ingrained mindset, which is connected in curious ways to power structures in our society, that it's very difficult to change.
Absolutely. And like Ray mentioned earlier, there's kind of it went from a religious motive, I think, in the 19th century. Now it's more of a political. And again, the idea that every day you'll find something, coming from various factions that we're destroying the earth, and the earth has never suffered this kind of, assault on it before, and we're causing the 6th great mass extinction, and we're going to cause catastrophic global warming if we pump another 50 or 100 parts per million of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and so what that has done is, like many, I won't say many, but several of the scientists now that have been in the forefront of criticizing the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis are also very much involved in the global warming movement and the idea that we are now precipitating the 6th great mass extinction. Having looked now at mass extinctions and been really an obsession of mine for about 30 years now, I've looked at everything from the Cretaceous Tertiary to the Permian Triassic, right on down the line to the most recent one, which to me is really in some ways the most interesting, because the most recent mass extinction that we're talking about is the one that took place while we humans were part of the story. And
between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, the Younger Dryas.
Yes, the Younger Dryas, which is still an unexplained climate anomaly that happened. And I mentioned this, I think, in a previous broadcast, that what you had was you had this spasm of extreme warming followed by rapid shifting into extreme cold, literally within a matter of a few years. And we're talking about climate changes that are up to 15 degrees Fahrenheit within perhaps 1 to 5 years, which utterly dwarfs anything that we've experienced since the Industrial Revolution began. And we still don't really understand. And that's why this research is so important, because now we understand that there was something cosmic that happened. It's left its imprint in the landscape over, 4 continents, 5 continents now?
Yeah, over 50 million square kilometers of the Earth's surface. A giant debris field there's stuff that is only produced by massive impacts. These things come in at 70,000 miles an hour. And, if they have any diameter at all, if they're 100 meters or more in diameter, they are going to hit the Earth really hard. They're not going to burn up in the atmosphere. And when they do, they pack a huge amount of kinetic energy, a huge amount of heat and shock, and that creates very definite chemical products, so nanodiamonds, so carbon spherules, so melt glass, like the trinitite that was produced in nuclear explosions. All of these, when they're all found together in the same layer of soil, and when you can put a date on that layer of soil, and when it's all over the world, there's only one thing that can explain it: a massive cosmic impact.
I don't understand why this is controversial. I really don't. I mean, I do. I understand it because I know that once people start teaching things, once people start doing lectures and giving speeches, they want to stick to their guns, and they want to somehow.
What's up, man? How you doing, buddy?
Is going to contradict what they've been espousing.
It's a game. This is a game changer. This information, it changes everything. It changes the way we've looked at our past.
You're the man, dude.
The whole story of archaeology, and it changes the way we're going to look at the future. I think that people in academia are reluctant to embrace that change, and they're afraid of being called pseudoscientists, because there's a whole lobby of skeptics who use this word pseudoscientist or pseudo-archaeologist as an instant dismissal of other ideas. And those who are in the profession, they don't want to get tarred with that brush. They want to keep themselves clean and
I
pure.
understand that, but you're talking about hard evidence. You're talking about this nuclear glass, you're talking about nanodiamonds, you're talking about core samples that show this massive shift when you do the ice core samples, massive shift in temperature. And you're talking about the very clear evidence of impacts that we know exist. It's not like the comet's a theory. It's not like it's Bigfoot or something. Like we're looking for the final piece of evidence to show that the comet's a real thing. It's real.
It's totally real, but it's so difficult for those who are invested in other models to accept. And unfortunately, they have the ear of the media. There are, by the way, all the scientists in the comic research group are absolutely mainstream scientists, and they have taken a lot of flack from their colleagues for even daring to investigate this area. That's why they've had no funding. They've had to fund themselves
It's
all
so
the way
crazy.
along.
That is so crazy. Because this is not a controversial thing in my mind. It should not be. This is not an airy-fairy thing. We're not talking about psychics. We're not talking about UFOs. We're talking about something we know exists.
Yeah.
So to bury your head in the sand over something like this seems to me
Vested
so
interest.
preposterous.
Vested interest. Right now, NASA is spending the equivalent of one attack helicopter a year on investigating the comet and asteroid belt. $50 million a year.
That's not that much.
It's peanuts. It's a minuscule sum. But hundreds of billions of dollars on massive, sophisticated military equipment, which we can use to slaughter one another in ever more sophisticated ways. But just $50 million a year on saving the Earth from a potential cataclysm that could put our civilization back into the Stone Age tomorrow.
And I don't mean to keep harping on Michael Schoenberg, because I like Michael, but that he highlights this sort of natural inclination to poke fun at something that he has done no research on whatsoever. When I pointed out Göbekli Tepe and I sent him some articles from National Geographic, he went radio silent. I mean,
He should know about it. It's astonishing the
for
number
sure,
of people
without
who...
mocking it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to mock it, you should actually know what you're mocking.
And to say that Göbekli Tepe was created by hunter-gatherers, well, I'm sorry, that's just a theory. That's not a fact.
It doesn't seem very
you have a
reasonable
sophisticated site with astronomical alignments, with hundreds and hundreds of megalithic pillars weighing up to 20 tons each, the world's first perfectly aligned north-south building, which you can only do with astronomy. It's not enough to say, oh, they were just hunter-gatherers. There was something
stones
extraordinary.
from a half a mile away. I mean, there's some serious sophistication. I mean, how big are these stones?
Well, the biggest one actually is still in the quarry. They left it because it had a fault in it. They clearly intended to move it. 50 tons. You're looking at 20-foot high.
Oh, that was a good
and then
attempt. That was a bigger
It's the
attempt.
putting together of them. See, here's the problem. Hunter-gatherer societies are not the kinds of societies that produce large-scale fixed monuments. Why? Because they don't generate a surplus. You can't pay for somebody to become an architect and of those times, somebody to become an astronomer. You're busy hunting and gathering, and that's what you do. Agriculture generates a surplus, and that is the problem at Göbekli Tepe, because there is no background. This site just appears out of nowhere amidst what appears to be a hunter-gatherer community, but what they're not considering is the possibility we're looking at a
That's bigger
technology
than
transfer, that the survivors of a lost civilization who already had all that knowledge came to Göbekli Tepe and used that site as a center of initiation to teach the local hunter-gatherers how to do agriculture. And that's now taken as the beginnings of civilization. I would say it is the reinvention or the remaking of civilization.
So when we're looking back at Sumer and any artifacts we find in ancient Mesopotamia, in that area, Iraq, those are the people that are sort of reinventing and relearning.
Well, that's the
Hence
thing.
all the-
Actually, when we talk of Mesopotamia, which means between two rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, Göbekli Tepe is sitting right there in the headwaters between the Tigris and the Euphrates. And we cannot separate that from the later cultures that enter history 5,000, 6,000 years ago. They're part of the lineage that descended from Göbekli Tepe times. And what's fascinating about Göbekli Tepe is the way it doesn't fit, the way there's no background to it, that you would expect to see them practicing, learning architectural skills. The oldest stuff should be the worst, and as they carry on it gets better. That site ran for 1,000 years. The best stuff is the oldest. 1,000 years later what they were producing wasn't so good. This is a real anomaly, and it needs to be investigated, not mocked by skeptics, but actually explored to consider maybe this does rock the whole paradigm.
And it's kind of ironic that in their desire to get away from the ancient myths and tales in the Bible, they've ignored those ancient myths and tales which all talk about cataclysms.
Well, part of our modern psychology is to imagine that we are somehow so far advanced from our predecessors that we now represent the pinnacle of civilization, and anything that preceded us has to be looked upon almost as if the work is to children. It requires a major psychological shift to admit or accept that our ancestors may have been far, far more sophisticated than we had imagined in our 19th century models, which basically still dominate thinking today. And, in Graham's book, he devotes several chapters to the story of one 20th century heretic, J. Harlan Rest. And his story, to me, kind of encapsulates the whole process of forcing his paradigm shift. And for years, he was out there exploring this evidence that there had been this tremendous flooding in Washington State. And all of his critics were dismissive without ever even going out and looking at the evidence firsthand in the field. But what he did was he stuck to his guns for 3 decades and continued to amass evidence to the point where they couldn't dismiss it anymore. And finally, a group of them went out and began to explore the landscapes for themselves. And one of the leaders, I think you talked about it in your book, James DeLulley, who was sort of the leader of the skeptic faction that had set out, their sole purpose was to discredit and lay this whole flood heresy to rest once and for all. But he went out in the field, and they spent about 8 days in the field, where he's seeing this evidence for himself over and over again. And when you look at just one piece of it, you might be able to say, okay, there's all other explanations to it. But what happens is when you get multiple lines of evidence all converging, and there's no way to individually explain away each one of those things other than just saying, oh, well, it's all coincidence. This James DeLulley was honest enough so that after a week out there, they were at a place called Palouse Falls in southern Washington, which was one of these areas where these tremendous inland tsunamis swept across the land. And I actually just visited there about 8 weeks ago, and I took a group of people out there, took them to Palouse Falls to show them right on the spot where James DeLulley was standing when he finally had his epiphany.
Do you have any images of that? That you brought us?
I have images. I can dig them up here. Yeah, I sure do. Yeah, I've got some really interesting images to show you. Which relates, because see, this flooding stuff relates directly to the idea of the impact. And we can get into a little bit of that, explaining how these parallel lines of evidence are now converging. But the interesting thing about DeLulley was that in the descriptions of the trip, he wandered off by himself for a long time, away from the group, and was standing there looking at this massive cataract with 400-foot cliffs and this little tiny ribbon of water flowing over it, and this huge canyon below it, and these big boulders, and he'd seen, for a whole week, he'd been seeing this stuff. And it finally got to the point where it was undeniable, and he walked back to the group, and the words out of his mouth verbatim were, "How could I have been so wrong?" And he finally admitted. And that was like a turning point. And now, again, Graham describes this very effectively in the book, how, in a way, the flooding phenomena was hijacked and then placed within this more gradualistic context to avoid the fact that it was something so anomalous and such a departure from our modern experience that we had to look outside of our modern experience to find an explanation. What they wanted to do was find something within our modern experience, and this is the cornerstone of the uniformitarian approach, is that we look for a modern example and then we extrapolate backwards from that. And so what they did was they saw, well, in the modern world, we have proglacial lakes that form in front of glaciers, and sometimes these proglacial lakes might be held in by an ice dam or another glacier. These ice dams will give away, and they will cause pretty catastrophic flooding. They're very common up in Iceland because you've got several volcanoes under the Icelandic ice sheets, and up there they use the term jökulhlaups to describe these outburst floods. But here's the thing. When you look at the modern versions of it, you basically are looking at floods that are less than 1,000th of one single flood from these floods we're talking about that happened, 12 or 13,000 years ago.
1,000.
Less than 1,000. less than 1,000 in peak discharge and in total volume. And so, and it has been admitted in several places. I've extracted the quote saying, well, we do admit that this is a major extrapolation upwards, but never mind. You know,
This never mind. It's so disturbing.
See, Harlan Bretz, for 30 years, was walking the walk in the Channel Scablands, and what he saw was evidence for, as he called it, a humongous flood, which actually rose and fell within 3 weeks. And he went through decades of being put aside by his colleagues, insulted, they mocked him, they laughed at him, just as the skeptics do today. But gradually the evidence began to mount, and they couldn't deny it anymore, that there had been flooding. And actually, eventually, they gave Harlan Bretz, J. Harlan Bretz, the Penrose Medal, which is the ultimate, the ultimate bestowal of geology in America. He got the accolade. And he said at that, he was more than 90 years old at that time. And he said at that time, he said, all my enemies are dead, so I have no one left to gloat over. But the point is, in a way, there was nothing to gloat about, because what they did was they separated him from his central idea. Instead of accepting that there had been one huge flood, and that was always his view, they said, oh, there must have been 70 or 80 floods that caused all this damage, and that's what we are seriously challenging right now.
It's so ironic in a way that the human desire for knowledge is what has led us to where we are today. We have this insatiable desire for knowledge and for innovation, but that same human desire to achieve is also what's the ego's responsible for that. And the ego blocks anything that's contrary to what you've already established as fact. As soon as you see something that might throw a monkey wrench into the gears of what you've been teaching and practicing your whole life, and I know that you've gone through this with Egypt, your whole issue with the Sphinx and with Dr. Shock and John Anthony West, who was on the podcast last month.
John was with you just recently.
Yeah, he's amazing.
By the way, I'm going to be doing an event in New York with John Anthony West.
When?
On the 29th of November.
Where?
It's linked on my website.
Okay.
The details are on the talks and events page. It's in some church somewhere, but I'm going to give a presentation, and then I'm going to interview John live on stage. First time I've ever done that. I'm kind of podcasting.
He's such a character.
He's an amazing.
I love that dude. And Magical Egypt is, I think, one of the most important things anybody could ever watch. I think that DVD series is just insane. It's so spectacular and so fantastic. And next to going to Egypt, which I haven't done, I think that's probably the second best thing.
You bet. And John is an example of why we need heretics. This is the thing. You see that science today. Yes, you're right. We have this thirst for knowledge and human characteristics, but also
that was a good
we get
attempt.
invested
That was a
in
good
particular
attempt.
positions, and when people criticize those positions, we take it as an existential threat, and where we get all angry and hot and bothered about it. If we allow that to happen too much, we don't keep a place for heretics in our society, then we're never going to do anything novel. We're gradually going to get locked down, ossified into the existing system. We need heretics. John has been the leading heretic on ancient Egypt for decades, pointing out that we should listen to what the ancient Egyptians said, that their civilization was not a development, it was a legacy. It was a legacy from the time of the gods, and that casts me back again to this whole issue of lost civilization.
Now, when Göbekli Tepe was discovered, it vindicated you in so many ways, but what are the possibilities, if any, of more of these sites being explored and exposed? Are there more that people are looking at right now? Are there any that are under the radar?
Just a year ago, at the bottom of the Sicily Channel, at a depth of more than 120 feet, it's been underwater for at least 9,000 years, is a huge megalithic site. Before the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, that site could never have been explained. The dating is absolutely definite. The seas rose and covered it at least 9,000 years ago. We don't know how long it stood there before it was covered by the rising seas. But there it sits underwater, and I think underwater discoveries, and I've had a part to play in this over the years, are one of the ways forward. We need to look at those areas, because there was a 400-foot rise in sea level at the end of the Ice Age. You're looking at the amount of land that would be put together in, say, Europe and China, added together. That amount of land was swallowed by those rising seas. And archaeology has largely proceeded without taking account of those lost lands. I'm not saying they haven't looked at all, but they're primarily in marine archaeology interested in shipwrecks.
Now, this megalithic site, is there images of this that we can look at?
There are,
yeah.
I can probably find it. Just monolith at the bottom of the Sicily Channel. Try that. try that research on that.
Pull that up, Gene. But so what does this look like? Has this been clearly established that this actually is the work of man? This is not some sort of a yardang or something?
Of course, there's dispute.
Right, of course.
The mainstream is not going to just accept this overnight, but again, it's mainstream scientists who found it. They're absolutely certain that they're dealing with a man-made site. There are holes drilled through these megaliths. One of them is very, very large. There's a series of other megaliths round about. It's not a natural thing.
So here we're looking at some of it right now.
Yeah, so there's that big megalith broken into two parts right there.
Oh, wow.
And this we can say, often with archaeological sites, the problem is dating them. You know, for example, there are incredible megalithic temples all over the island of Malta, not far away from this place. Incredible megalithic temples. But they can't date the stone directly. They have to date organic material associated with the stone, and that can give them misleadingly young dates. In a case of a site that's been covered by sea level rise, there can be no argument. Nobody went down there and built that 9,000 years ago.
Right.
It had to be built before the sea rose, and that puts a minimum age on it of 9,000 years.
What are the best images that we can look at? Because right now I'm just seeing rocks. It's very difficult because I'm looking at something very two-dimensional.
And I'm afraid that's all you're going to see. Those are the best images of it that exist. But
I don't want to read about that.
that's in Yonaguni. That's not in the system channel.
So, what are the biggest pieces down there? Is it this right here? Is this what you're...
Yeah, that big thing there,
And
30 feet long.
And is it what leads you to believe that this is man-made?
The scientists who worked on it, the fact that there are holes drilled through the stone, the fact that you can go to neighboring areas like Armenia and find really very ancient megalithic sites where they have exactly the same kind of holes drilled through the stones. And the holes seem to have been used for astronomical sightings. Now this site's a mess, it's been knocked over by the sea, it's fallen down, but we're seeing the same thing, big megaliths with holes drilled through.
And you're also dealing with 9,000 plus years of erosion and barnacle growth.
All of that. And the ocean is a difficult place to work. You know. It's not easy. Visibility can be bad. You're dealing with currents. There's all kinds of problems.
You
This is
bring in
important
James
discovery.
Cameron in this crazy little submarine.
Bring in James Cameron. Well, I spent 7 years scuba diving all
Yeah.
around the world looking at this stuff. It's pretty convincing.
Well, it does make sense that if we do know for a fact, and we do, that the sea level rose dramatically during the Ice Age, it makes sense that some things would be buried under the water.
Well, and during the Ice Age, whatever, you don't have to talk about advanced civilizations or anything, but during the Ice Age, living on the coastlines and establishing your villages, communities, and everything on the coastlines would have been probably one of the most benign places to get, because for one thing, you're down near sea, the sea level, the presence of the seas is going to, smooth out the climate and so forth. So, you're going to have probably most cultural development during the Ice Age is going to be close to the sea. So it's going to be underwater, just like we just talked. And so, this to me is probably the future of archaeology, where a lot of discoveries. And that particular thing, there's a lot of megalithic structures around the world that if you set that thing up like this and put those siding holes through it, would look precisely like scrape the barnacles off. And no one's saying, oh, it's proven. But what it is we have to keep an open mind and say, well, there are some very strong similarities here, so let's investigate this thing further. And that's the whole point of all this, is all of this stuff needs more research. It doesn't need some cavalier dismissal by somebody who's protecting their own paradigm. It needs more research on all fronts. Because I think that there's enough evidence that is now accumulated to suggest that there is a deep history to the human species on Earth. And we're just beginning to really appreciate how much deeper it really is than the conventional models of history. And rather than just waving an arm and dismissing this,
With a skeptical sneer.
with a skeptical sneer, exactly.
Well, what's interesting is that there is accepted scientific models of humanity when you're talking about supervolcanoes, right? Like the supervolcano of 60, 70,000 years ago.
Mount Toba.
Yeah, they pretty much accept that wiped out of the vast majority of human beings on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And why is the supervolcano hypothesis so easily accepted, but yet the asteroidal impact, both of them are real events, both of them are historically documented. In fact, we really don't, we've never watched a super volcano take over the world, but we've seen asteroids hit other planets. We've actually watched Shoemaker Levy, like we were talking about before.
Bombarding Jupiter, unbelievable.
Bigger
event.
impact than the planet Earth itself.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Boom!
yeah, and actually more than 20 impacts. Each one of them would have wiped out all life if that was an object. You know, so it's a very another thing to we're talking about underwater structures, but let's also consider the possibility. And again, John Anthony West's work is important here. Let's also consider the possibility that we have misidentified a number of structures that are standing in plain view, like the Great Sphinx. Egyptology, read any Egyptological text, any encyclopedia actually, they will tell you that thing was put there by a specific pharaoh Khafre of the 4th dynasty, around about 2500 BC. That is not a fact. That is an opinion. But it's presented as a fact. There is not a single inscription that relates the Sphinx to that pharaoh, not a contemporary inscription, not one dating from 2500 BC. In fact, there's nothing at all. It's just the assumption, because it's close to a pyramid, which they assume the same pharaoh built, again on the absence of evidence, that the Sphinx must have been built by them. But John Anthony West was the first to see that actually when we look at the Sphinx, we're looking at a highly eroded stone object. And that erosion is very odd, and that's why he brought Professor Robert Schoch, Professor of Geology from Boston University, to Giza in 1992 to look at the Sphinx and say, what actually caused this weathering on the Sphinx? And Schoch immediately saw it. What caused it was exposure to a very long period of heavy rainfall. And no such rains have fallen in Egypt in the last 5,000 years, but they did fall during the Younger Dryas. We had a prolonged rainout from this comet impact as that ice cap was pulverized and a massive amount of ice water was thrown up into the upper atmosphere. Prolonged rainout, which could have been the cause of the erosion of the Sphinx.
Now, what has occurred new? What discoveries have been discovered in the last year? What is new that we can look at?
In terms of archaeology, there's not much new. Göbekli Tepe at the moment is in deep freeze. It's right 30 miles from the Syrian border. There's been massive unrest in Şanlıurfa, which is the main town. Archaeology is very difficult for them to carry on there. It's basically just frozen.
So they just sort of stopped.
They've just kind of stopped. In fact, there's an amazing number of these sites. Another site I visited from Magicians of the Gulf was Baalbek in Lebanon. Absolutely stunning site. And again, I'm convinced that site is nuanced. It is, yes, there is a Roman temple there, but they put that temple there because the site was sacred long before, and there's this incredible U-shaped megalithic wall which surrounds Baalbek, which does not appear to have any connection to the Roman structure at all. Again, that's an area which is subject to tremendous unrest and difficulty, and it's difficult for archaeologists to perceive. But just in 2014, they made a huge new discovery at Baalbek of a buried block which weighs 1,460 tons, which was sitting there on the site. They've been working that site for 100 years. They only found it in 2014.
1,000 tons.
1,460.
Is that 2 million pounds? Is that what that is?
I don't know. Maybe
How's that
Randall's
work?
math is better than mine, converting it into
Well,
pounds.
1 ton
12 times
is
2,000 pounds.
Yeah.
2,000 pounds to a ton, to an imperial ton. So whatever had 3 zeros on it, double it and had 3 zeros on it.
It's a horrendous amount of pounds. Put it that way. It's the single largest block of stone ever cut and quarried in Egypt.
And they found this just in 2014.
They found it in 2014. Now there's another big one right beside it, which has been in plain view for about the last 100 years. And it's astonishing to me that this one, which is just below it, was covered by sediment. But
You
they
have an
couldn't
actual
destroy it.
calculator? You might be
But
the only person
actual-
left.
I never go anywhere without my
You
calculator.
have a real
Joe.
calculator.
Uh-huh.
Nobody has one of those. We were just talking about that yesterday. They're like, who the fuck
It's
buys
not an
calculators?
iPhone, it's an actual
I'm
calculator.
the last guy. Take care of people.
Wow. So Baalbek was also the site of, there's many monoliths that have been discovered there, and it's a really fascinating site that many people have sort of overlooked when we talk about ancient structures from the past.
I have to resist. I've got nothing against aliens, but I don't need aliens to explain these things. I think a much leaner and more elegant explanation for these huge archaeological anomalies is a lost human civilization.
Much better.
And that's been the case that I've been making for 25 years. I think that the alien thing is a bit of a distraction. Of course there's aliens, of course the universe is full of life, but the ancient archaeological sites are not good evidence for that idea. They're very, unless you massage the evidence a lot, they're not good evidence. So I think we are dealing with a lost human civilization, and at Baalba, 20 feet above the ground, we have 3 blocks of stone, joined so closely together that you can't get an edge of a sheet of paper between them. Each one weighs more than 900 tons, and they are 20 feet. It's a stunning achievement. It's just absolutely astonishing. How on earth did they do it?
And how does mainstream archaeology deal with that?
They say, the Romans built it.
Oh, yeah.
The Romans did.
The Romans did do some awesome stuff.
They did do some awesome stuff. They absolutely did. But this site is separate from the Roman site. It surrounds it, but it's not part of it.
In terms of your question, what's happened within the last year, I would think that probably the most significant thing, or certainly right up there, would be the comet research and the discovery. I mean, like this article I have right here, which came out in 2014, so it's not that old. A nano diamond rich layer across 3 continents consistent with major cosmic impact at 12,800 years ago. And it's something like 24, 25 highly pedigreed scientists.
And these are the Comet Research Group. These
Yes,
are the scientists from the Comet Research
yeah.
Group who have funded all their research themselves. They came out with another paper in 2015.
Where was this published, if anybody wants to read this?
That's in the Journal of Geology.
Yeah.
But then there's the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, host a lot of their work as well. And Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences get into trouble for hosting their work, but they feel it's important, so they keep on hosting it.
This is so spectacularly confusing to me because that's rock solid science.
Yeah.
I mean, this is evidence. This is
Yeah.
actually, you can weigh this stuff. You can measure it. You could run tests on it and find out what its components are. This to me is so baffling.
Yeah, it's very baffling. They brought out another paper in 2015. I won't go into some of the details are boring, but it's called a Bayesian chronological analysis. And basically what they were looking at, they asked themselves, is it possible that this evidence, these nanodiamonds, these melt glass, the carbon spherules, could that have been laid down gradually? And the chronological analysis that they've done absolutely answers that. No, it was not laid down gradually. This whole thing unfolded in a period of about 24 hours.
Whoa! What a night.
Yeah, and what had happened, Joe, was that for years, archaeologists had recognized this black mat layer at about 24 or more of the Clovis sites around North America, which there are over 50 of them that had been studied. And it was C. Vance Haynes who wrote an interesting paper saying that he was the one who noted that below this black mat layer, which is only 2 to 3 inches thick in most sites, you found evidence of the Clovis culture. You found their tool kits and their spear points and so on. You found evidence of the extinct megafauna, but not above. You would find this evidence of this cultural activity and the megafauna right up to the bottom of the black mat layer, but not above it. So what finally happened was in 2007, Richard Firestone and Alan West and some of their colleagues, and it was just basically a small group at that point, took a look at this closer look. And that's when they began to discover these impact proxies, usually right at the base of the layer. And the layer itself is carbonaceous, which suggests that there had been a lot of soot deposited, which would imply widespread wildfires. In fact, there was a study right off the coast of California on the Santa Rosa Islands, which concluded that there was just massive wildfires that pretty much just annihilated everything. And then this was preceded by the deposition of this black mat layer. And right at the bottom of this black mat layer, you find the nanodiamonds, the magnetic grains, the microspherules, the carbonaceous spherules, fullerenes. You find these impact proxies, and they're not all the same at all the sites. In fact, that's been one of the things that the critics have seized upon. But what they're doing is, I think, taking an oversimplified
That was a
model.
good attempt.
And when you look at it,
I'm gonna take another break. I'll be back in maybe a few minutes, and then I'll play again.
Have very different compositions. And what we were talking about earlier, the Taurid Meteor Stream, I'm not convinced at this point that it was necessarily just a single impact. It may have been a bombardment episode that may have lasted even at several decades. It may have then ceased for a while. And we were talking about this last night over dinner, that there seems to be a second spasm at 11,600 years ago. It's also associated with a massive rise in sea level.
Alright, be right back. Thank you.
There's two meltwater spikes, meltwater spike 1A and meltwater spike 1B. I'm quite convinced that these meltwater spikes that have been documented by marine geologists and oceanographers are correlated with these melting events of the ice sheet that I've been looking at in terms of their geomorphic consequences. Because some of these events, I mean, the only way I can describe some of these meltwater events is that the only modern analog to this would be a tsunami. And we've seen some pretty devastating tsunamis within the last decade or two, both in Indonesia and in Japan. And I don't know if you've ever seen any of the videos of these tsunamis. Anybody listening, it is definitely worthwhile to go online and look at some of these videos where you can actually see the unbelievably powerful effects of a 30 or 40 or 50 foot tsunami, right? Now, some of the landscapes, and I have some images we can pull up here shortly, are places in Montana, Idaho, Washington, where you literally had a tsunami sweeping over the land that was over 1,000 feet deep.
And that tsunami came off the ice cap. That's not an oceanic tsunami. That's
right. It's a freshwater tsunami. It's meltwater coming off this catastrophic melting of the ice sheet. And I've traced the sources of some of these meltwater. I've made 2 trips now up into the plateau country, British Columbia, looking for the source of this meltwater. Because in the conventional models now of this flood, that goes back to Harlan Brett's, and basically what they've done is they said initially there could have been no flood because Harlan Brett's didn't provide a source for the water. They said, the critics said, well, you're saying that all of this evidence in the landscape is evidence of the flood, but what was the source of the flood? And he didn't have a source. So the critics then said, well, you don't have a source for the flood water, therefore the flood didn't take place. Then as research evolved, you had independent evidence accumulating in western Montana by J.T. Pardee, who was with the U.S. Geological Survey. And he was investigating evidence that the mountain valleys of western Montana had been filled up with an enormous volume of water. And this volume of water seemed to be exactly the same time as Brett's floods. He then assumed that this was a giant lake. And because you can see, and I think we have some images, I think Jamie has some images, so we'll pull them up shortly. Where on the mountainside you see the shorelines etched, 1,000 feet above the valley floor. And what he then decided was that based upon an old a 19th century interpretation by T.C. Chamberlain that there had been an ice dam, he said, well, there must have been an ice dam west of here somewhere in the Clark Fork Valley. A giant lake backed up, burst through the ice dam, and then this is what would have caused Harlan Brett's floods. So now the geological community is shifting because, number one, the evidence is overwhelming and they can't deny it anymore, but what they're doing is looking for a gradualist or a more uniformitarian explanation, so they immediately latched onto this, well, there was a giant pro-glacial or in front of a glacial lake in western Montana. Well, you're talking about somewhere between 520 and 550 cubic miles of water. That's a lot of water, right? And normally, when you have a large lake, you have a huge catchment basin that is feeding lots of streams and rivers that are feeding into that lake. When you look at any of the big lakes around North America, you have the lake, and then you have this big old catchment basin, and all of that's feeding in. In Lake Missoula, the whole lake fills almost the whole catchment basin. It's like, to me, what they did was they said, okay, we're just going to push the source of the water from here over to here, but let's not go into the question of where did the water come from that's filling these mountain valleys of western Montana. And this is what I did. I spent a couple of weeks in September going up into some of these, following these valleys up into British Columbia. And there's spectacular evidence. And it's almost like the American geologists stop at the 49th parallel, and they say, well, that's the Canadians' preserve up there. We'll let them, they've got their own theories, we've got ours. Interestingly, the Canadians are saying that we think that the water for these floods came from up here. But they don't like that because, you see, one of the leading geologists who was saying that these floods came from Canada is John Shaw, who who basically came up with this idea that drumlins, which are these inverted bulk hull-shaped landforms that are found by hundreds of thousands in regions where glaciers were, that they were formed not by the glaciers grinding over the landscape, but they were actually formed by massive subglacial flows of water. And his critics have all been saying, well, here's the problem. What's the source of your water? Therefore, it wasn't water, it wasn't subglacial floods. It parallels the Harlan Brex's story very closely. Well, here's the thing. Shaw and his colleagues couldn't really come up with a plausible explanation for how you could form these massive subglacial reservoirs. In fact, what they call the Livingstone Lake event required 84,000 cubic kilometers of water. And now 84,000 kilometers, I can do it really quickly here. We divide that by 36. That's about 2,300 cubic miles of water. That's more than all of the Great Lakes combined. Vastly bigger than all of the Great Lakes combined. It's probably every lake in North America combined. And he said this one event required over 2,000 cubic miles of water. Well, where did that water come from? So he basically said, well, there must have been a reservoir somehow that formed. His critics have said, that's impossible. You couldn't form that much water under the ice sheet. Well, what's happened now is the idea of a major cosmic impact into the ice sheet has completely obviated the need for a subglacial reservoir, because now we have a way of instantaneously melting enormous volumes of ice.
It's no longer a mystery where the water came from. It's fully explained, and this has been the missing piece of the puzzle until the Comet Research Group began to identify this evidence.
Well, it's baffling to me that this is a source of controversy because we know that the Great Lakes were created by melting glaciers. We also know that there's vast areas of North America that are flattened by these glaciers. You know, a buddy of mine, my friend Doug, lives in Cazenovia, Wisconsin, which is what's called the driftless area, where the glaciers didn't go through.
I just was there in May.
It's beautiful.
Last May. It's beautiful.
It's gorgeous. Rolling hills, and it's just it wasn't crushed flat like other parts of North America were.
Right.
So we know that those glaciers melted and they created the Great Lakes. I mean, the Great Lakes were from glaciers. We know that.
Right.
That's an established fact. So why is all this confusing? I just don't understand why they wouldn't just add that to it. They're just going to accept the glaciers somehow or another in the last 10,000 years. The glaciers just decided to stop smashing North America flat and melt and create these great inland oceans of fresh water.
No,
Bizarre.
It's very bizarre. Ultimately, a lot of ideology is involved in this. There's this desire, also in the modern world, there's a desire not to panic the public, not to say things that are going to cause panic.
Even with Donald Trump being president, don't you think people are ready now?
I think people are ready for panic. I think so.
Has anybody debated you on this? Either one of you on this?
Well, I tried to, well, not specifically on this. I tried to do a debate with Zahi Hawass, who's the guy who runs the Giza pyramids.
He's a madman.
Yeah, total. I mean, very crazy event. But
there's a video of it online.
There's a
video of it
online.
The debate lasts what, 30 seconds?
It's something like that. Yeah. And then later on, when he finally agreed to come back into the room because he was so angry with me, he walked out. When he finally came back into the room, he was asked a question about Göbekli Tepe, and just like your skeptic, he didn't know anything about Göbekli Tepe, or he claimed not to know about it. I mean, this is supposed to be the world's most famous Egyptologist, and he knew nothing about this incredible site in a neighboring country. But one point to make: Randall was talking about the second event, 11,600 years ago. We're dealing with an episode of cataclysm, which begins 12,800 years ago and ends 11,600 years ago. Both episodes accompanied by massive floods. And the 11,600 years ago date, I may have mentioned this last year, it's in Magicians of the Gods. What's interesting about that is the exact date that Plato gives us for the destruction of the lost civilization of Atlantis. Plato, that's the only source we have for Atlantis. It comes to us, many people think it's all over the place, but it's not. Atlantis comes to us from the Greek philosopher Plato, who lived around 340 BC. And he got the story through his family line, from his ancestor Solon, who had visited Egypt in 600 BC. And there Solon was told of a great civilization that had existed on Earth that was the progenitor civilization of Egypt, but that was destroyed in a terrible cataclysm. And he asked, a cataclysm involving a gigantic flood. and Atlantis was submerged beneath the waves and was never seen again. And so Solon said to the priests, when did this happen? And they said 9,000 years ago. That was in 600 BC, so that's 9,600 BC, that's 11,600 years ago, that's Meltwater Pulse 1b. How could they know? You know,
how could they
we
know?
have to start taking this stuff more seriously. Instead of sneering at it and skepticizing it out of existence, we need to leave a little bit of room for extraordinary ideas possibly being right. That's the main beef I have with the skeptics, is that they want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I want to add something to that. In the Timaeus, Plato discusses Atlantis in 2 dialogues. And in the Timaeus, he prefaces the story of Atlantis by recounting the myth of Phaeton. Now, the myth of Phaeton is a very interesting story, and basically what it is Phaeton was the offspring of Helios, the sun god, who was raised, didn't know who his father was. His mother kept it a secret from him, and then one day he was being taunted at school because all of his schoolmates had, recounting the great deeds of their fathers and everything. So he went home distraught. Finally, his mother said, well, actually, your father is the big granddaddy of them all, Helios, the sun god. So Phaeton decides he's going to go and find his father, and eventually does, and he goes to some, celestial realm where his father is located. And the way it is with the Greek gods, they have unlimited powers, except they also have certain restrictions. For example, if a god makes a promise, he or she cannot go back on it, right? So when Helios sees Phaeton, his lost son, come, he's so overjoyed, he says, I'm so happy to see you, I will grant you any boon you want. And Phaeton says, I want to drive the chariot to the sun. I want to drive your chariot. And Helios says, well, I meant anything you wanted except that, So it goes back and forth and back and forth. Finally, Phaeton convinces his father, let me do it. His father says, look, you've got to hang on to those reins tight because those steeds are going to pull away from you. He gets in there, the gates of the sun open. It describes, in the myth, you can go, you can read Edith Hamilton or Bullfinch or any of the great retellings of the Greek myths, and they'll describe it in there. It goes through the signs of the zodiac, and then all of a sudden it careens off and heads down to Earth. And then it describes this whole litany of catastrophes, just setting the Earth on fire. And finally, the Jupiter at the beseeching of Poseidon, who's afraid that the oceans are going to boil away, gets Zeus to mount his Mount Olympus and hurl his thunderbolt, which knocks Phaeton from the sky, and he falls to Earth and falls into the river Eridanus, which is a metaphor for the Milky Way. And his sisters, the Heliades, then weep over the death of their brother, and their tears fall to Earth and cause the great flood. Plato then, after referencing that myth, he then says, now this has the form of a myth, but what it really represents is a declination or a declining of the bodies in space orbiting around the Earth, and an eventual falling to Earth of one of those bodies, and a conflagration of all things triggered by the fall of that body.
It's intriguing that he mentions the zodiac, because the Taurid Meteor Stream is so called because it appears to come at us from the direction of the constellation of Taurus, the zodiacal constellation. That's where those shooting stars, amongst which are some very large objects that have hit us in the past and can hit us again in the future, that's where they come from. They come from that area of the sky.
It's actually an illusion. It appears that they're not actually coming from Taurus.
It looks like that. They come from that area of the sky.
They come from that area of the sky. And so anybody in ancient times who was witnessing, and according to the Victor Klube and William Napier and those guys who are the British neocatastrophists that have been doing all of this work for decades on the Taurid meteor shower, have concluded that, in times past, it was an extremely active shower and would have created some pretty darn impressive light shows, even if it wasn't causing catastrophes down here below. But what they've conjectured is that there might be times of multiple Tunguska-like impact bombardment when there could be thousands of objects within the Taurid meteor stream on the same scale as the Tunguska object. And that, if you go and you read the accounts, the eyewitness accounts, over and over again, people are saying things like, well, it looked like it was being disgorged from the sun. It looked like it was being born out of the sun, right? It looked like a second sun in the sky. Like, for a short period of time, the sun had a twin, right? Well, the summertime Taurids are coming from their perihelion passage around the sun. So you, like Graham was saying, they make an elliptical orbit out to Jupiter and back around the sun in this stream, right? Earth crosses that stream twice each year. One time, late June, early July, we cross, but at that point they're coming from the direction of the sun. So their arrival to Earth is going to be very difficult to see because they're coming from the direction of the sun, right? But that's exactly where, on June 30th, the Taurid meteor would be coming from. And then also the fact that it's the perfect date for the peak of the shower and the correct place in the sky, to me is pretty convincing evidence that it was most likely a remnant of that Taurid stream. The other time that the Earth crosses is late October, early November. In fact, it just passed out of it within the last week, basically. But it peaks, interestingly, coincidentally, between like October 30th and November 4th or 5th. So it's peaking right around Halloween time. In fact, they were called the Halloween meteors, and there's some very
Halloween
interesting
fireworks sometimes.
the Halloween fireworks, yeah. But there's some very interesting work done by a researcher back around the early 20th century named Grant Caliber, who spent about 15 years researching the connections between ancient calendars. And he concluded one thing very interesting was that a lot of these ancient calendars were being synchronized by people's observations of the rise and fall of the Pleiades, which is the shoulder of the bull. The Pleiades comprises basically part of that constellation of the bull. Yeah, the shoulder of the bull. And what he came up with was that in his research, he discovered that many of these stories that were associated with this, like the slaying of the celestial bull, you know, Gilgamesh and Enkidu, the earliest known story, they fight the celestial bull.
Yo, Shiva, buddy. Well, thanks, man. Yo, thanks, Dick. That was a good attempt. I think I'm starting to understand it more. Creator Destroy helped me out a lot. I can turn it down one second.
Halloween actually goes back thousands of years to an ancient Day of the Dead that was observed all over the earth at the same time every year, even in the southern hemisphere. And it usually revolved
Yo, thanks, man. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. I might stream for only like 10 more minutes, though. I think I'm starting to understand it a little more. Thanks, man. I know. This is a solid sesh. Unsung. I guess it's 10 more minutes. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. I should have just played G5. Defective zigzag.
That's the period that just immediately precedes what mainstream being think of as the
Should sell it on eBay.
just never, maybe it's not even their fault. This is so recent, this science is so new that they've not had time to adapt to it. But if they adapt to it and take this into account, then suddenly what was an extraordinary and absurd and impossible, that there was a lost civilization 12,000 years ago, becomes very plausible and reasonable. And then we start, once we take that on board, then we can start opening our eyes to archaeological knowledge.
That was a pretty good attempt. I wasn't far enough over. See how I was like here? I think I need to be like here. Like there.
Are we in fact a species with amnesia? Are we here forgetful of the truth?
My attempts are getting better though.
We're so fucked up because we just actually don't know. We've made up a
Nice,
story
buddy.
about where
I certainly think it plays a part. I also think that
If you're gonna light up, I might light up too, man.
most scientific officials, most things that come up that people are pointing.
Vape up.
There's so many charlatans out there, crazy people that are claiming new discoveries. But in some cases, they examine these discoveries as long as they're far enough away from us or weird enough.
Hell yeah, nice. Yeah, I got it right here. I'll probably do it.
They're pretty sure there's something else out
I
there.
need a second wind.
And they think it's massive. At least 4 times, maybe larger than the United States. Or than, excuse me, the world. Yeah.
And that's interesting because this huge, massive object circulating in our solar system through the comet belt, which is the source of many of the comets that we appear, is destabilizing comets from safe orbits, putting them in really dangerous orbits that come out.
Gelato and Lindsay. Yeah, buddy. I got cookies and cream, man. Yeah, I'm super lucky. I've never had cookies and cream. It's the first time ever. My man. Yeah, I'm super hyped on it. It's pretty good. If vape's weird though. I think it's better smoked, but vape's kind of weird. Nice. Yo. I got the cheapest available. Usually they have a cheaper one, like Chem 19 or whatever.
Where you can measure mass and you orbit of a certain planet and you can accurately predict where the next planet's going to be. Doesn't that fall apart somewhere between Mars and Jupiter? Yeah.
Brutal. Worst line ever.
That's been the theory of the asteroid. Of course, there's a lot of opposition to that theory too. You know, you're right. Skepticism really has an important role to play. It's really.
Shiva, you have 24. I was looking at the board. You have 24. It's amazing. That's what I'm going for.
December 21st, 2012. We don't be going, fuck, now I'm homeless. 4 years later.
I have to say, there's a skeptic called Michael Carlson who's done really an excellent job of thoroughly, debunking the bogus translations of
Sitchinwrong.com.
Sitchinwrong.com. It's a very useful site. So we
hate
need
him and love him at the same time. I feel so sad. I love the idea of the aliens come down and manipulating monkeys and making us mind gold. It's a wonderful story.
But unfortunately, it's
Try to copy my warp, you'll probably get it fast. I don't think you can get 23 that way.
I knew he was a fascinating man. I once drove him from Stonehenge.
2 warps in like 3 hours. Wow.
He was a deep and serious researcher. but
That's amazing.
I think he got carried away with his
I've had no warps in 5 hours. Yeah, dude, I just want like 24. I mean, I do want 23, but... Alright, I'll pull up your run right now. Okay, yeah, I'll pull up your run now. While I load the vape. I was watching Dynamics' run because he has the controller inputs.
He also said that Sitchin did a lot of really good work. He was a clever guy. He did a lot of very, very, very thorough research. I just lost my track.
Well, we were talking about all the
Yo, thanks for being here, Shiva and Dick. You guys rule. doing it, I was loading a bunch of shit, making it a lot laggier or something. Yeah, that shot, shooting the gun really, I think that might add a lot of lag. I don't know. So less that and more how wide I took it. Okay, let's see. Just for the train shot. Lowered the train to like half the level before tuning into warp. That's interesting, man. That's really interesting. That's really interesting, man. Okay. Alright. Audio only now on mobile. Huh. What do you mean, Dick?
What's interesting could be good. what's interesting is that the level of technology that Zachariah
Okay, I'll try that. I'll try that.
Anunnaki oblique
There's no
Nephilim,
pause play button.
that
It's
level
stupid.
of technology is the level of technology that
Huh.
we had in the 1970s.
Sorry,
when
man.
we
I don't
were,
know. I don't know what you mean.
You know, NASA was doing its stuff. So it's NASA technology from the 1970s that is projected out onto. That is projected.
Hand it over to Graham.
That is projected out.
Okay,
That is
I'm gonna try the
projected
Shiva.
out
The
onto
Shiva
this theory
loading.
Of the past. Now it seems to me very unlikely that the Nephilim or the Anunnaki would have had for 400,000 years, which is what he's saying, the same technology that NASA had in the 1970s. It's much more likely that he's projecting that onto the data rather than that it's actually inherent.
There was also some interesting ideas that he had that turned out to be ideas that scientists had also proposed about preserving our atmosphere by levitating or by suspending reflective particles in our atmosphere. And that is something that the Anunnaki
That they
in
made
his books
audio.
were going to use gold for, because gold has such unique properties, which is why they use gold to plate things, because you can take a little tiny piece of gold, you can plate this entire table. Gold is a really spectacular piece of, it's just, there's nothing like it, right?
Absolutely. No,
So-
there's a lot of really good material in situ, but unfortunately,
I tried to
the
look more right there. I
translations of
tried.
the texts-
It's gonna take
the
some
translations of the text are not
zoning in.
translations.
Audio
So
only more for
Mr.
ASMR daddy
What
issues.
he did was he took a 19th century
Isn't that what
translation
Twitch
and
is in for?
so that it would
Twitch is for general.
fit his argument, and that's a pity. So we need skeptics.
I can't
and they
believe
help us to sift out
they
the
like
different
temporarily
but
banned Amaranth.
occasionally
That's
what
crazy.
The skeptics do with
can't
this
ban a
drive
streamer
to criticize
super
anything that's
successful,
on the
like,
stream. Occasionally, what they
Twitch
do
is
is
such
they let go
fucking
of
bullshit.
really good art, which deserves investigation and which the human species could benefit
Banning
from. And that's my
Amaranth.
feeling.
Are you
We're this
serious?
amazing
You know how
species
ridiculous that
who've
is?
developed all this science.
Should have been
Why
perm?
are we,
What?
Why are we so ready to
Really?
let go of one of
She's a
these
star, man.
Well, it's also fascinating to me that because of what Sitchin has been sort of criticized for, people now ignore the stuff
amazing.
that's absolutely undeniable, like the actual stone tablets themselves, the clay tablets.
She like
You
took
can
over the
see
like gaming
depictions of the
platform.
solar system. Somehow or another,
Video
these
gamers
people
have no
6,000
like
plus
we have no
years ago
chance.
had a
Daddy
detailed
Bezos wants
map
his
of the
cut,
solar
yeah.
system.
clear idea.
Campsites for
With the
bitches that want to
size
sell their
and, like,
snacks.
a
Yeah.
relatively correct order.
That's
in the
true.
Planets in the right place. Like they somehow or another knew.
I don't know, I think
Jupiter
it's
was
cool.
bigger than Mars. they knew these things in some weird way. And
I'm all
we
for
don't know
Amaranth.
why. We don't know how. Also, the caduceus.
Is it Amaranth or
representing
Amaranth?
The double helix of the DNA. That's a really fascinating concept. too, that the
Amaranth.
caduceus is used for medicine. And it's used
Amaranth.
to I mean, it's just he
Yeah, I
has
feel a lot more
really
lag, man.
interesting points, Zachariah did. So
This
it's
isn't one of
kinda
them.
too bad there's so much crazy involved in that.
I think what any of us should do when we're exploring the deep and hidden mysteries.
Tell me if the podcast is too loud. I
to
turned it up a bit.
Go to a lot of different sources. Go to a lot of. Don't just stick with the mainstream. Don't just stick with the alternative. But try to bring it all together. And in a way, that's what I try to do in my books. Except the skeptics still hate them.
Yeah, but it's just so hard because it's so
Thank
it's
you.
so fun to go with the crazy story.
Thanks for being here, dudes.
Yeah.
Like the
Brutal.
alien story
Brutal,
is so
brutal.
compelling. It's so fun.
Very compelling story.
I mean, if we found some.
I tried to
sort
load
of
it a little
evidence of
bit there. I
aliens,
didn't
would
load
be
it.
So
I didn't do what
utterly
you did.
spectacular. Even if it was a simple alien. Like I've
More
always said
problem
this,
with the
if we
yoga
found
people,
a
though.
jellyfish on the moon, we would freak
1
out.
millimeter away from
But,
being
you know,
sophomore
some really complex, bizarre things at the bottom of our ocean. that
Which
we
called
never
Switch
discovered
X or
because
some
they're just
shit.
not in the correct location for us to be excited.
And then the other issue, we're getting slightly off our flood topic.
I don't know.
But
I think
but
it's
the
cool.
other issue of entities, that in the encounters with entities.
I have a
anybody who's
girlfriend. I love my
DMT
girlfriend. I'm the luckiest guy
will
in the
know
world.
That as I have
I'm
as-
luckiest
as
guy
you
ever.
have,
But I mean,
that
if
we'll
people
know
want to
that
do
we
that,
encounter
like I'm not,
entities in
you
the
know.
DMT state, and they do communicate with us. And there's a lot of parallels with the ETs
I don't know,
or
Shiva,
the
I don't know.
aliens as they're described in modern UFO
Chatterbait,
abduction
they do dick.
accounts. And Rick Strassman, have you ever had him on your show?
Alright, I gotta load the
He's
train and
supposed
shit.
to be here a couple of times. We're trying to reschedule it now.
Yeah.
But he had some pretty serious health issues,
I
and
know.
we had a date scheduled out. But I love that guy. I had a chance to sit down with him a couple of times
Yeah.
and talk to him.
And of course, you presented DMT this
Yeah, yeah, he's brilliant, and he's so important to me because I remember when I did it, I was so confused. I mean, to me, it was like my first DMT experience changed everything I thought about the world, and I immediately didn't give a shit about aliens. Like it was almost instantaneous. Like
Yes.
before that, I was like, Roswell.
I didn't do it again.
They got the ship, man.
Yeah.
It's in a hangar.
Sex for women?
When I encountered
Tell me they're-
DMT
wow.
was so spectacularly alien
Yes.
that the pedestrian concept of something that looks like
Congrats,
a
Dick.
person
You're amazing, man.
And higher tech.
Honestly,
Yeah,
that's not
As
sarcasm.
weird and
I'm
cool
serious.
as it would be if it was real, it was nothing.
You're a legend, man.
Not
Like,
one
seriously.
millionth as interesting.
Gotta
as
follow
what
up
you
on it, man.
Absolutely can encounter with DMT. That's the aliens.
So that's the aliens, an utterly alien realm filled with alien.
You don't even get that
intelligence.
response
of course,
on, like,
again, the
Tinder.
skeptics say, oh, it's all just made up in your brain, but we don't know that. And Rick is open to the possibility that we are dealing with areas of
You don't get that
reality
response
that are
like-
not normally accessible to our senses.
Yeah.
That become accessible to our senses by retuning the receiver wavelength of the brain.
Well, you
which is
do.
what He suggests DMT does, and I think that's very
Alright,
plausible.
I'm
And
gonna
at the
vape
very
after
least,
this.
Those who are interested in UFOs and aliens should be also investigating this line of inquiry. Can we use changes in consciousness to understand the majestic complexity of the universe in which we live? And I think the answer is definitely yes. And many of Rick's volunteers, I paraphrase, but they came back with reports that the entities who'd encountered them said, "We are so glad you've discovered this technology. Now we can communicate."
Oh,
with
that
you
was a
much
close
more
one.
easily."
I didn't load anything though.
You know,
That was
it's
a pretty good one.
fascinating. So there's a technology
better.
for encountering other intelligences, and against that, this mechanistic, simplistic alien meme that's going around now that they're a bit like us, but they came here in higher tech. It's dull by comparison.
It is dull by comparison. If you're interested, anybody's the book is amazing. It's called DMT: The Spirit Molecule, and he has a new book that he's putting out about
DMT and the spirit and the soul of prophecy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he's just a really, really interesting guy. But his experiments that he did were the first, I think, in many, many decades to get approved by the government.
Correct.
So he did everything above ground. I mean, he was above board.
He did, and because it was government approved, his remit was that he had to find some therapeutic benefit for DMT, and he couldn't actually. But that's not the point. I'm sure actually there are therapeutic benefits, but that's not the point. The point is here is a tool for investigating the mystery of consciousness and the mysterious nature of reality. And I mean, fuck me. If we
Okay,
get
I gotta
5 or
lo- I
6
gotta load more
volunteers who
stuff.
have compared notes,
Gotta
all
load
coming
way more
back who've
stuff.
met entities who said, "We're so happy you found this technology."
Yeah.
It's hard to explain that as just to reduce it to brain activity.
Or if I just like shoot my gun the entire way, and just draw a whole bunch of guards.
By mainstream culture, this is one that's just like that. You're talking about an endogenous.
I guess I'm drawing them anyways.
that not only is in us, but is in thousands of different plants. Like, I mean, how many different plants contain DMT?
Huge number. I mean,
Huge number.
very prosaic ones like peas and, you know,
Well, there's the amazing story.
acacia.
That's what I was going to say.
The
There's an
Australian
amazing story.
national tree is actually illegal.
Isn't that what the Jerusalem?
Focus on timing the switch mostly. Don't focus too hard on timing the switch. Wow. I was focusing more on location.
So that is
More location than timing,
mimosa
but
with the
maybe,
DMT,
okay, I'll do timing.
Syrian rue with the monoamine oxidase inhibitor. In
It's
other
hard
words,
to do
it's-
both.
It's
Like, it's hard to
ayahuasca,
do
you know,
timing
like
and
a
location.
Middle Eastern alternative.
I could do one or the
Doing
other,
same thing molecular.
but I couldn't do both. So if you're telling me to focus on timing, that's like super helpful.
Extract DMT and
Very,
burn it.
very likely.
Very possible, right?
Very.
Because you're talking about the burning bush producing God, and it just so happens that this bush is the acacia tree.
That was a really
is
bad
incredibly
location,
common
though.
and super rich in DMT, and it's all over the area.
And I should probably insert at this point that if you're at all familiar with the Masonic ritual in the location, that it's sacred.
That's why you're one of them 1% Mason characters.
Every now and then,
As insiders.
every now and then.
Yo,
on
Dick,
Facebook,
remember when
I'm
Dogger was going
accused
for
of being a
23?
Hancock
And Mike and
is a
Josh
Freemason.
friggin'
As though it
know
explains.
several.
As though it explains.
blocked
everything.
them so
I
many
know
times.
lots of Freemasons. I've spoken in Masonic lodges. but
Remember
I'm
that
not
Mike and
there.
Josh
Shouldn't
clip,
belong to
or the
clubs.
clip on
I
Twitch,
went
man?
to a wedding that my friend
That was
Duncan
like-
Trussell was
that was so
performing at for these
painful,
two Satanists in like
but,
2003.
like,
To
amazing.
this day, one of the LeVays, Anton LeVay or Stanton LeVay.
I don't know what he
whatever
ended
his
up
son.
with. He must have ended up
And
at
his
24. I
son got
remember
married
he
to
got the
some
warp
young
like 3 or 4
Mutanist, you know, and
times.
they called themselves Satanists.
And I think
Duncan performed
Mike
at
and
this,
Josh blocked
wedding.
him like
I
at
went there.
least
To
twice.
this day,
At
I get
least.
fucking tweets about being a Satanist. So I can't join your little club, pal. Join one of your Masons.
I need to confess here, Greg.
And I think it was like the third and fourth time.
Secretly initiated.
Oh my god. Oh, you're in. So how do you get in? How do you secretly initiate somebody? Can you do that? For real?
No.
Oh.
I sort of did. Sort of.
So you could get him in if you wanted to, though, right? If you know the people.
Oh, Of course. Even you, Joe.
I don't think so. I met a couple of Masons. They're very cool.
Well, most Masons don't really understand the corpus of symbolism that they're sitting on top of. I gotta say. Not to get off on the Freemasons, but simply there's a mass of symbolism. And that's the whole, that's the thing that they're custodians of. And most of them don't have a clue what it means. But they're doing an important job by preserving this corpus of symbolism through the layout of the lodge, the meaning of every component in the lodge, because it's a purely astronomical element. And then you have the Masonic carpets, and that's where you have the whole story of the comet, the flood. It's all there. The acacia plant, it's all there.
It's all, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's all also an integral.
I might do a little bit of both of the Shiva method and the dynamics method. I'm gonna try the same line as the dynamics. I'm gonna try looking a little more
there's
to
a
load
bunch of
stuff.
videos you can watch it where they sort of describe how the layout.
I don't know though.
Is some sort of sacred geometry.
I think
what it's based on.
Freemasons were massively involved in the construction of Washington, as they were of many great cities. The city I live in England has got, major Masonic architecture.
So is it like people like me, like my initial prejudice, I hear something like the Masons, like, fucking dude's in a cult, get out of here, leave me alone. Like, we assume that all groups of people that follow anything somehow.
Like, my temps are getting better.
Masons, in my opinion, they're largely a drinking club for men. Mainly that's what it is. Guys who
let
like
women in at all?
I'm sure that shot created lag too.
For example, my wife's, when I've given a talk in
Also,
a lodge,
in addition to looking at everything.
been asked to do so, then they make a special ceremony to allow my wife Santa to go in, because I won't go anywhere without Santa. And so women can go in, but then there are others within Masonry who are pursuing deeply esoteric interests and exploring the mysteries, and you can have incredible conversations. So it's just another group of people who are doing their thing. It's not for me. I wouldn't join. I would lose. I think if I joined Freemasonry, it would weaken me as an author. I think I'm better able to comment on these things by not being a member of Masonry.
But that's interesting. Why do you think that?
Well, because I think I have to remain open to all possibilities, and if I commit myself to a particular line, I don't commit myself to a particular religion. I don't commit myself to a particular men's club either. Which is what Masonry is. I think if I commit that, then ultimately I would become.
Can I play Depot?
And I don't want to be
with one hand?
That makes a lot of sense considering
right.
your occupation and how important being open-minded has been to life.
It's
How do I push the A button though?
Without it, how could you have ever done fingerprints?
I don't think I can.
No.
You have to. I mean, and the initial thing where you were telling me about Ethiopia, that place where they believe that the Ark of the Covenant lays, which is one of the most bizarre ideas ever.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was my first book on historical mystery, was The Sign and the Seal.
To try and go into it, like, it's so interesting. But I've always imagined you as a young guy forced to sort of reconcile this bizarre piece of evidence. You've got these old men that have cataracts in their eyes, that they're on radiation sites, and no one's allowed to go inside and see this thing, and they claim they have the Ark of the Covenant in there. I'm like, what the fuck is in there?
It was the beginning of a magical journey.
It's been a magical journey for all your fans too. For guys like me, man. When I read Fingerprints of the Gods, it was, to me, it was one of those books I just couldn't put down. It was so mind blowing, and this is again was in like the heart of my fucking aliens, man.
Fingerprints was published in 1995, and Magicians came out in 2015. And I would say in that time, the evidence, when I made the case for a lost civilization and a global cataclysm in Fingerprints of the Gods, I can't begin to account for the amount of hostility, anger, and rage I generated in the academic community. The idea is considered to be absolutely absurd. 20 years later, with Magicians of the Gods, it's not so absurd anymore. The evidence is mounting. We have incredible evidence now for a global cataclysm in exactly the period that counts, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. We have sites like Göbekli Tepe, we have a redefinition of the Sphinx. The whole area is just about to explode in the future. We're on the edge, I believe, of a paradigm
Cheers,
shift.
Shiva and Dick.
What I really appreciate about your courage is that you've also had the courage to make mistakes. You don't in any way pretend to be some sort of bearer of secret knowledge that no one else possesses.
I'm absolutely not a guru.
Cheers, yo! Thanks, man.
I'm a reporter. That's what I am. I'm a reporter who's reporting on offbeat subjects, and to some extent, I'm an outsider. It's one of the talks I do now as well. being an outsider. I think there is a place for outsiders.
I don't think you're an outsider. I think you're an outsider from the established mainstream ideas. I just think that
Me and
ideas
Randall are the same. We're both outsiders in that area and working in different fields to get into this.
But don't you think that these established channels that were so deeply glued in distributing information, those things have widened so wide now, where you're getting, a professor could do a podcast, like he could teach a class, and he could write a book, or he can do a podcast on a certain subject, and like, you're aware of Dan Carlin and the Hardcore History podcast, or I just can't stop raving about. What he's done is brought historical, accurate, but really dramatic stories of real events that took place, real events. Like, that's just that no one's doing that. Like, but it's not mainstream. Well, what's more mainstream than being number one on the iTunes podcast list, which he is all the time? What is more mainstream? He must be getting millions of downloads.
It's part of the big changes taking place in our society. The old structures are being overthrown, being thrown away. It's a very uncomfortable time. It's a very uncertain time. It's a very exciting time, because we can build out of this something amazing in the future. The internet's had a huge part to play in the fact that people can communicate with one another.
Well, since I've had a web presence in the last, I was laid down maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I've been getting contact, professionals from around the world. I've got dozens of people. Geologists who want to know more about it. And interesting, you said earlier about debating. I'm always looking for somebody to debate.
Right.
Because I have questions, and I'm thinking maybe somebody who would disagree with me on something would still have an question.
Right.
But I try to associate as much as possible and hang out with professionals. And of course, what I discover is that a lot of them are working in these things part-time, almost clandestinely, without making it part of their, if I go on a field trip with geologists into the floodplains, none of them are really working on it full-time. It's all part-time. They're working for the government, they're working for the oil companies, or, exploration, mineral exploration, whatever. They're doing this research into geological catastrophes on their...
I got a coffee right here. This is all coffee.
Recently, just
Full.
last summer, I got
I
invited
drink coffee.
to actually present some of my research to the Atlantic Geological Society, which is the largest society of professional geologists in the Southeast. So I jumped at the chance rather than, and so I presented hoping that I would get challenged and somebody would say, wait a second, there's a flaw in your thinking. Didn't happen.
So did you make friends with some of these mainstream geologists?
Oh yeah, well I didn't know it. I just took a trip in September, spent 10 days back out in the floodlands. I had a geologist with me in that. So yeah, I'm getting to know more and more people who are working as, well, I majored in geology. So I still am in touch regularly with the head of the geology department. I see her pretty much on a regular basis. Her apprised of some of my stuff. And she has offered to sponsor me at whatever point I think that I can hold it. But we'll see how that goes. My objective was to learn geology, not to become a professional geologist. I wasn't interested in working for the government or working for, the energy industry. I had geological questions, and that's why I engaged in geology.
And you've walked the walk. In my opinion, you know more about this stuff than 10 fully PhD geologists.
Yeah, you always freak me out. So what's fascinating to me about all of this is that I think what you've done has been very measured. Everything you back up with facts and photographs and descriptions and disclaimers. When you say, well, it is possible, you will go down other various paths. You're not dogmatic about these ideas, but you've spent so much time going over this. I don't know if there's a commensurate guy in mainstream archaeology that has been public about the way you have been. Because if there is, I feel like we probably would have heard about it. Your podcast has been, the ones that we've done, they've been seen by millions of people. They've been listened to by millions of people. The information's getting out there, and
making a real difference.
You're always going to have the guys, like, I think Michael Sherman's very important, not criticizing, but that knee-jerk reaction to do something, to mock something or put down something that's not mainstream. Like one of his tweets, he said, "You know what archaeology with evidence is?" And he wrote archaeology. Like, why would you even tweet that? That doesn't even make any sense. Like, that's someone who's not paying attention to work.
That means
Because
that-
all you do is focus on evidence.
I'm reminded of the Shakespearean line, methinks the lady doth protest too much. Why does he need to say that it's got evidence, you know? It's like,
Be real, buddy.
It's like Fox News saying fair and balanced, you know?
Be real always.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, your entire book is based on photographic evidence and all the other various pieces of evidence.
Completely
You're
fearless in
asking
life. Why is
It's
that,
all
man?
about examining all these pieces of evidence. It's not things that you invented. No, these are actual real sites that you can look at.
I want you to be safe, man.
Yeah. Like, that's the thing.
Well, Robert Shaw.
Safety's
guys
number
like
one,
that
man.
Are so important. Guys who have the courage, who's a Boston University professor, who has the courage to look at the stones and say, this is the product of water erosion.
Kudos to Robert Schock as a geologist, as a career academic geologist who's taken that risk and put himself out there and followed the evidence where it leads. Another one is Danny Hillman and Natalie Jaja in Indonesia.
Why do you say that, buddy?
Responsible for the investigation of this extraordinary site at Gunung Padang, where work has been stopped since 2014. Again, he's a highly
Pardon me,
credentialed
pardon.
geologist. He's Indonesia's leading expert in megathrust earthquakes, but he's been looking at archaeology, bringing his geological expertise to that. So that things are changing. We are finding
This
academics
little
who are willing to
magic
engage
light
and willing
box
to,
is so
to
hard.
discuss. I got into a very interesting email correspondence with a guy called Daniel Lohmann at Baalbek from the German Archaeological Institute, who's an architect
getting
and
better.
an archaeologist, and he was very civil with me, and he answered my question. We went into it in depth. We had quite a long debate. That's very
Because we're
refreshing.
dealing
That
with the
kind of thing
most
wasn't
fearful
before.
things ever.
Yeah, that
These
is
are
very
good things,
refreshing.
man.
Now, what about those?
I think I might gotta
pyramids in
turn a little bit. I
Boston?
noticed
Has that been-
you didn't turn all the way on yours, but you also loaded a lot more and you came from the right.
I know Sanos Romantic personally. Sanos the guy who's promoted the site. I like
Yours and
Sanos.
Dynamix's are so different.
I must say, when I'm in his aura, I'm extremely convinced. But when I look rationally at the
Those are the only two
so-called
I've really
pyramids,
studied.
I don't think that
Creator
they're-
Destroyer was giving me a lot of help.
I did spend with Sam showing me around. I did spend 3
Giving me like the
days
philosophy and
in
everything.
Boston looking at the so-called pyramid of the sun, pyramid of the moon.
I think you
and
might be
pyramid
at
and
a
so on.
bad angle. Oh, for
You see
sure.
that,
For sure,
tourist
probably.
industry has built up around this, and it's a
I feel like
fabulous,
it reminds me of like the
site.
pipe warps
Massive,
in
beautiful, mountainous place, but
Frigate
they are
00.
hills. They are not pyramids.
I might be
Impression is
wrong.
given that there are tunnels, passageways inside the pyramids. That's not true. The passageways are about 2.5 kilometers away. They're very low
Creator
tech.
Destroyer made me look up
I
the
just
Weister
don't see it, and for that reason, I did not cover the Bosnian pyramids in the
image.
traditions of the gods. I'm not going to say they're not pyramids. I'm not going to write a book saying that they're wrong, but they didn't excite me enough to justify devoting.
I might be
a chapter
turning
to
too
them.
much.
There's much more exciting and important archaeological
Might be
discoveries
turning more
that are
left.
being made, like Göbekli Tepe, which need more space.
And there's some pyramid-like structures or hills in China as well, right?
There's thousands of pyramids in China.
More left.
Xi'an, province of Xi'an. It's just the moment you land there, your aircraft, you're seeing pyramids everywhere. I've been here, but there are certainly hundreds and hundreds of them, distributed across fields, vanishing off into the distance in all
Mercury-led
all
animal
directions.
experiments.
They've been terraced and used as agriculture. The local farmers.
We
grow-
see it
grow
all,
crops
baby.
on them.
Wow.
I went there with Chinese archaeologists. They haven't.
Do you
excavated
open the bins? Do you see what's in the bins? Do
They
you
said, we don't have this. Was nearly 10 years ago. I was there. They said they probably
The
got money now, but
mercury?
They said then they didn't have the money. They
It
said, "We're an
might
old
be.
country.
Is
We
it
don't
photo
mind if we wait
processing
for us to
solutions?
get to grips with this."
Is it like developer fixer?
And the famous tomb of the first
Does it
emperor
come on
is
like
part of
pallets
this pattern. It is also a pyramid. It has also not been
of
excavated.
like
Terracotta
this like
army around it.
bluish,
Terracotta arms, amazing.
dark
It
brown
was on display somewhere, wasn't
liquid
it?
in 20-liter plastic
I'd want to see
solvent
that.
pails.
I'd want to look at those things.
If so, then it's
Concept.
very
Now,
minor
these
mercury.
pyramids-
I think it's
so this one
264L.
is, this
It's not
pyramid
very
is
high
buried in
mercury. We
the
can't really send.
terracotta arm.
I think we do
Was
have the
that a pyramid
permits
as well?
It is a pyramid.
for that at
It is
Geologist, but we don't.
absolutely. It's a man-made pyramid.
Like we know
Terracotta
mercury's
army was
volatile. We don't
buried
send.
around its
send a
edges,
mercury
not
to
in
Geologist.
pyramids.
Only
So the army was there to
photo
protect
processing
them?
solution.
Yeah, to protect his soul. into
So I
the
want you to know
afterlife
that
seems
for
to
your
be
safety.
Seems to be the idea. And then there's a
But yeah, the
mythology
biohazard stuff I don't know.
that within the
You're,
pyramid
you
is
know,
local
you're the expert,
mercury,
man.
that there are
Thank you for
mechanical
doing that, man.
devices in there which
I
will
really
fire
am serious.
arrows at you if you go in. That there's a whole story about
And don't be
how
afraid
intensely
to
protected it is. and up to this day. it's not
Just
been
plan to advance, right? Like you don't have to do advance right
And,
now,
even
but
major archaeological sites like
because
Mexico and Bolivia, for
some
example,
people
you
like
find
doing that
only about 2%
forever.
of the site is de-excavated.
Some
don't
I
how
know
we
a
can
couple
draw
drivers
inferences
that
from
want to
this,
drive,
from the timing of the extraction like that, and that's the
and they would
that's
just
the problem,
want
I think,
things
with
like
archaeology,
simple
and it's
for
why
them
we
to
have
do
to, consider
because they make their
We're
overtime
looking
or
at an
whatever.
image of the terracotta army, in
Whereas
front of
you,
us,
like, I
pyramid
see
is
you
spectacular. Now that I think about it, I
definitely
don't
being
think
like
that
at
was
least
on
a
display.
supervisor,
I think
receiving,
they had
scanning,
They brought some
scanning
of
the
them
incoming
against
waste,
the
printing
museum
labels,
But it's
printing
so
labels
much
for
bigger than
outgoing
I
waste and
thought it
stuff.
was. I mean, how many? There's thousands.
Yeah.
There's thousands of these.
Bins have
terracotta
spilled
figures.
and things have been
this pyramid
seen.
was made out of what? Is it
wrapped
stones?
earth, maybe.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
So
man.
they just sort of shaped the
Dude, just be
ground,
safe
dug
always,
around.
man.
Yeah, they
Always be
brought
safe,
in
man.
earth and turned it into a pyramidal map.
You know,
But it wasn't.
don't
it's
pick
not
up
just-
It's not
needles.
massive stone blocks.
That's one of our
It's not
10
massive. So that's
safety
why they can
critical
grow
rules.
crops on the sites.
Don't pick up needles with your like
So
hands,
they
even if
build
you're wearing
these
gloves.
giant
Like,
mounds of dirt and then dig holes in them and support them.
another one is never
Well,
enter
they
confined
basically
spaces
created the interior, subterranean as they would build
unless
it.
like specific authorization for it.
Just stack dirt on top of it.
Never work on electrical equipment without
We have to consider
authorization.
this with,
Always use lockout, tag out.
sites all around the world is that any site may actually not be the product of just one culture, but may have been reworked and worked over and used by many different
This
many
is
different periods.
stunning to me. I found out about this because of a friend
3 points of
from the US
contact
who's here with me. He showed me he lives in
when
China. He showed
getting
me
into a
this
truck
video.
or whatever.
And I was like, how do I not know about
Up a
this?
ladder.
I had no idea there was this many. So here's one that's exposed. What's this?
Controversial ancient pyramids of China.
That one looks exposed. It's
That
been
one
stone.
looks blocky.
Oh, that was a pretty good attempt. I didn't load enough though, and I wasn't enough far left. I think I didn't get in the right spot. That's what I mean. The timing looked good, but the spot was just a bit off. I could be wrong with the timing too.
1776 when the country was established. It's not really that long ago. You're dealing with China. You're
Oh, I
dealing with
understand.
thousands of years of civilization, all rising and falling and taking place and adapting and growing, all in this one area.
I've been good.
It's still in our eyes.
That's good, man.
In a lot of ways, it's kind of behind, right? I mean, they're behind environmentally. They're behind when it comes to human rights.
Consider this. The Portuguese in the late 1400s have rounded the Cape of Good Hope and they've entered the Indian Ocean.
And it's
they're-
like it's never
They've entered the Indian Ocean.
like
and
really
they
that big of an
actually
issue if
established a
you
huge
if you don't feel
empire.
safe doing something. Being like, no, I just don't want to do
All
this.
over the place, okay.
It's the
Caesar
consequences
If they had come 40
only
years earlier,
minute
they
for
would have
the
encountered
entire
Chinese
company
treasure.
because even if it was
Ships
a
that
big
were 50
important
times
job,
larger than the little caravels
it's
that the Portuguese
the size of the
were
company
sailing.
is so
But you know
large
what the
that
Chinese
even
did
that
at time?
job
They went through
would
a period where they felt
like your
just
safety
wanted
is
to give
always
gifts.
more important than like
They
anything.
put together these huge fleets carrying
So
incredibly
even just
precious
know that the
gifts,
financial
silks
consequences
and,
and
and
even that.
ceramics, and they took them all around the
That
Indian
great.
Ocean and they just gave them to people. So off the coast of East Africa and in East Africa you can find remains of this pottery from this episode. And then a Chinese emperor came along and he closed the doors, burned all the boats, shut everything down, and didn't let anybody speak to China for 200 years.
Other people,
Yeah.
red pale all over himself, and it was filled with hearts.
Yeah.
And he they were
Holy
afraid that they were
fuck.
ancient culture. On one
Jesus
hand, there might have
Christ,
been
man.
maybe a laudable motive in that
Are you?
they were
That's
concerned that
fucked,
ancient
man.
culture would be getting contaminated.
Dude, I need to add this as a quote, man.
With degenerate cultures from other places, and that was a fact, right?
This is some real fucking shit,
Desire
dude.
to maintain the current situation.
Human. We have to say it's some kind of human nature.
Just be careful.
I'd love to see some of these images.
That's
Yeah,
fucked,
it's the
man.
drone stuff from the Camas Prairie. What
Yeah,
else?
let's please,
And let's have a look at it. You got that?
look at that. Show
Those Chinese pyramids are still blowing my mind.
They blow my mind as well.
I just can't believe they haven't been excavated.
It's an eerie, spooky scene. I mean, I recommend anybody to go to see it. Just it's incredible how many of them there are, and how unexplained it is.
Jesus
and it's,
Christ,
again,
man.
It feeds into my general point. is we
That's
don't
fucking
know.
real shit, dude.
What are we looking at here?
You're a fucking superhero, man.
pause so I can talk about what we're looking at.
Yeah, you look at this one that way.
Yeah, I picked up. I collected
Mic right up to you.
We're
the
looking at a
hospital
place in
waste
western Montana,
and body
famous
parts
prairie.
and stuff.
You see some hills in the
You
foreground.
know,
and
like,
you see a basin in the
It's not
back.
cool. It's it's sad, but
Okay, right here on top of this hill and down on the side,
Just
you see
cancers,
there's flooring.
cancerous
Those
growths
are
and stuff.
flooring gravel. Because everything you're looking
I
at,
collected
there's
those
whole
pails also.
landscape between the hills are these large
I had to
masses of gravel.
decant. They wanted us. We used to decant
Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start
xylene
sweeping
on
around
site.
the
I
approach.
used to
You're gonna notice
decant
down here,
pour
see
fucking
these
xylene
ripples.
from,
Okay, and I'm gonna have Jamie
which is on the
pause
B
this
list
second. So
of
let's keep going around. You start
Ontario
seeing the ripples on the
disposal
landscape.
waste, which means it's kind of like
Let's
hazardous and possibly
pause right there.
carcinogenic.
Right there, let's pause.
We
Now,
don't. I don't think Deerhurst uses xylene.
if you look up,
Xylene's
you're
only a
gonna see
minor
flat piece of land, like a tub
potential carcinogen.
coming
But
out,
anyways, I
round
used to
down. Jamie,
decant it from like the body parts in my truck at like Mississauga Hospital. We offer that service. I think that's how we got the
That's
business,
a delta.
because they offer
That's
that
a delta.
service.
You know what a delta is? You ever heard of a delta? It's when a river comes into a body of water.
It was okay. It
it's
wasn't that
carrying
bad.
sediment.
But
Because
like,
the river is moving along swiftly. It's carrying the
I
sediment.
didn't wanna,
When it
like,
comes into
continue
the
doing that.
standing body of water, it slows down and it drops its sediment.
and now they don't do that anymore.
The
I think
whole
they
city of
they
Portland,
they
for example,
decant at
is
the
built on a
hospital.
giant delta. Right. New Orleans is built on a delta.
Yeah, man, because they had these like metal,
Okay, so what we're seeing here is a
had these
delta.
metal
And then in front
20
of it,
liter
we're seeing rippled landscape.
pails that they wanted to
Let's
keep.
keep coming around, Jamie. So
Rippled landscape that looks exactly like the beach looks.
yeah, keep coming around.
That's
And
the
yeah,
thing,
with the
it's fractal,
xylene,
because
then we
this
collected
is
the
whole
body
history
parts
of this. So
also.
this happens at a scale of inches on beaches and a scale
But-
of hundreds of feet here.
Stop again. Okay.
A lot of those like body parts are like pretty much like benign, like definitely
Spewed out like a big
sterile,
tub, splayed out.
maybe
Right down here,
sterile,
you start seeing the ripples.
depending if
There's a
what it's
farmhouse.
in.
See the farmhouse there? Now those ripples
Definitely
are-
potential for
the tallest
viruses.
ones are
Always
about
potential for
5
viruses.
stories up.
And bacteria.
How bizarre.
Okay, let's keep swinging around
Hey,
here.
just stop it. Stop this for a second.
Yeah, Dick, or yeah, Shiva,
These
Dick.
things are the size of a 5-story building. Look at that. Like
It's funny, man.
70 feet or
Dick's
something like
actually
that.
we're
50
working
feet
at the
is
same
that.
company
So
now.
those are 50 feet high.
Yeah,
And
man.
How much water?
He's working at
Let's
the
see the rest of it. These are
biohazardous
just dirt, right?
incinerator.
They're well, if you dig into one, what
Pretty
you're
much for the
gonna find is
GTA.
They're a massive. Okay, let's pause again. Look at this.
This is crazy.
This is totally crazy. This is one of the
He's
craziest
working
things
where
you've
like
ever
I
seen.
like
This is-
I used to be a
these
driver.
ripples,
I'm
repeated
still working at the
ripples
company, and
in
he's
an area
I
where there's nothing
used to be a
else like
driver.
it.
This is the fingerprints of blood. That's what it is.
I think I told you this. I'm pretty sure I told you
Where can someone look at this?
this. Anyways,
How does someone look at this?
I used to deliver
No, this right now. This is what we're looking
waste
at.
to
Well,
Deerhurst,
my
where he's working.
colleague Brad Young did this with his drone. And I think
So I know Deerhurst. I was trained at
Is this
Deerhurst. My
being played
first
in your YouTube video
2
right now?
days
All right. So
was at
the
Deerhurst
YouTube
with that
people
guy
go,
playing
if you're
guitar.
listening on iTunes, find it on YouTube. But it's worth looking at. That's what my point. This is mind blowing shit.
And I think you made the crucial point.
He wasn't
which
playing
is-
guitar
which
during
is
the
that
training,
we can
but I mean-
understand what this is because we can see it on any beach. We can see how water flows receding across a sandy
Oh, the
medium
Shiva.
will produce
That was a Shiva
ripples.
attempt.
But here, they're on this unbelievable scale where they're hundreds of feet long and 50 feet high, where they dwarf houses, and they're lying all across. And that's what
This
that
is
tells
such a
us is that
discouraging
huge
level.
water flow went across
I mean,
this valley.
Shiva, it's awesome. You got it in like
Well, seeing it from this
3
perspective,
4 hours,
wow,
2 warps in 3 hours.
Once you're in a plane or a helicopter or something,
It's
you get a
amazing.
chance to look at it this way, you really get a better sense of what it is. If you were on the ground there, you'd probably say, "Oh, look at all the hills."
It's hard to
Yeah,
see.
you don't
Yeah.
quite get the impression. We did visit this location, and to that day it was overcast, so you don't quite get the effect like you do when you've got low sun. And really helps you to see what's going on in the landscape.
Can I ask you, is there a dispute to this? Is there
No, nobody disputes it.
No, so
Nobody
nobody
disputes
disputes this
No,
from a flood?
not anymore.
wow?
No. In fact, it was this. JT Parker.
Brutal.
Let's be clear, nobody disputes that it was caused by massive water flow.
Exactly.
But those same people would still not.
If I
buy
get
into
one
the
warp
notion
though,
that
it's
there was
like,
this one
and if I can clutch the
so
ending, that's like a guaranteed 25, 24.
This was the bottom of Lake Missoula.
If I can just get the warp, that's definitely a guaranteed points.
Right.
If I don't mess up the ending.
Whereas I argue from a number of different reasons that this is the fill-in.
I
No
have
Mike
a
and
friend of
Josh,
mine
no train
who,
stop.
His friend lives in Montana, and they found a dinosaur on his ranch.
Oh wow.
Yeah, really recently.
from that standpoint.
Okay, I gotta load more. I'm gonna load more.
Yeah, the Great Western Inland Sea, all that area. There was, I mean, this was a crazy place at one point in time.
It still is.
Yeah. In a different way. The water here, Joe, the way to visualize this is to get to think tsunami. You have to think tsunami because tsunami is the closest scale of water flow that we've experienced in modern times. No river flood has even approached this. Right. No flood in any floodplain, nothing that we can put in perspective.
That was closer.
The closest
I was a little late on everything, but that was more of the. I felt it. I felt it a little like.
When they made landfall, those tsunamis were roughly between 20 and 50 feet, depending on where you were relative to the oncoming wave and how far distant you were from it. Here, what you have to visualize is a tsunami sweeping over the land that's over 1,000 feet deep. That's what happened. And we know that because we can trace the high water marks on the hillsides are clearly left. The high water
that was better. That was better. I didn't turn enough though.
So we now know
I didn't load enough and I didn't turn enough.
Study of the ripples, and the water here was moving down. It's filling this basin. It's rushing in a great tsunami from the north of fresh water, meltwater, coming off the ice sheet. And it's sweeping down over this land at probably 200 or 300 million cubic feet per second, which is an inconceivable amount. It's many times in excess.
Also,
of
Dick,
every river
just be careful of
on Earth flowing today all at once. It's beyond that many.
eye protection and like splashing, just liquid splashing or whatever. Because someone there was a WSIB case of a worker at Geologist that had like liquid in his eye.
This moving flow, but if you're looking at the actual molecules of water,
So just like wear eye goggles if you want, like,
becomes this
or safety glasses rather, not goggles. Yeah, goggles too. Safety glasses is like
1,000 feet high, just rolling over with massive amounts of weight behind it. It's that same stuff.
Massive amounts of weight. Enough weight that it's actually causing seismic responses.
Oh, that was pretty good one.
That's
pretty good.
50-foot high walls. But what's fascinating to me is that we don't have a scale like in our minds as a reference, like the difference between that little cup and these gigantic waves that you see that surfers travel by jet ski to get to, off of, I believe it's Mexico.
Right.
You've seen those massive waves. They go way out, miles out to get to these crazy waves, and they ride them in at like 60, 70 feet high. Like that's the comparison, almost like a glass of water to those waves, and then that to this.
It scales up, it scales up, it scales up, and at a certain point it can change the whole story of civilization.
Almost doesn't compute. Like you can intellectualize it, but it's almost not computed.
One of these flood flows here is 3 orders of magnitude greater than the largest measured modern flood. In other words, over 1,000 times in terms of peak discharge or volume. You would have to scale up at least 1,000 times greater than any modern measured flood to get to the smallest, really, of these flows here. Because this is just one place, one locale on 5 states where you can trace literally an ocean of fresh water sweeping across the entire Pacific Northwest, pretty much washing away anything.
Oh, Cal didn't get. I was hoping Cal would get the warp. I don't think he got it. I'm looking at the board.
Maybe that's one of the reasons why people are so reluctant to really go deep into studying asteroid
Dude, it's insane how good these players are in League, though. Like, seriously?
This could happen.
And this is, I mean,
like, how can these players just knock off
this is the result of the comet impact on the ice cap.
Villa Agent,
This is
112 on
I
14?
feel that the research in this field is so vital.
Fuck, man. And just even like MBR, like
That's a beach.
55s, like people are playing like ridiculous numbers. Pal's playing Depot, yeah, he was playing earlier.
You can see in this here,
And like the G5, like dude,
massive currents converging here.
I was so exhausted after playing Infiltration Agent and MBR back-to-back nights. I was like, I needed like 2 nights off. I'm so happy. This was the level for tonight. This is so chill.
So the top of the water.
Like look, like Tyrannosaurus getting extraction Asian. Like it's a serious grind with Dr. Carroll and shit.
And it's sweeping down into a river valley.
Fallville Asian 106.
And from there, it's being carried down and joining up.
Yo, how about BK getting world record, man? BK getting infiltration SA 104. He's a genius, man.
And that's just one
Genius.
that's being affected by this sudden catastrophic melting of the ice sheets.
We are dealing with the largest.
And super talented, obviously.
Yeah.
This is insane. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, he was playing. Cal was playing
North
Little
America,
Warp tonight. I don't know if it was just for like
12,800 years ago.
meme
Its
attempts, but
story has
he was
yet
playing
to
the
be
same
fully
time I was
told.
playing. That's why I didn't
Isn't
get
it
to see.
possible there was something larger before, like the 65 million year ago one that hit the Yucatan? Like, what kind of an impact did that have?
Well, it actually would have, because if that had happened 12,000 years ago, we wouldn't be having.
None of us would be here.
Yeah, that'd be a wrap, right?
Yeah, that was a single large object, about 6 miles wide. That was a much more.
Oh, that was a pretty good
devastating
attempt.
impact than the
That's pretty
impacts
good.
of 12,800
I think I
years ago.
unloaded
But
everything though.
nevertheless, those
But
impacts of
that was pretty
12,800
good.
years ago were really, really bad, and they did stuff like this. And anything that was in the way of this, of these massive flows of water, would have been rubbed completely from the storm.
See, this all makes sense.
Yeah, and here's the thing that the Michael Shermer's doing. When you understand the extent of this, the scale of this phenomenon, and the severity, the inconceivable severity of this, in the aftermath of an event like this, what would remain of a city, a village,
A refrigerator.
No.
Yeah.
You know what? I like that shot.
Nothing.
I like it.
Exists in the aftermath of this.
And most things wouldn't exist. I mean, when you find like an old refrigerator
Just
or a car
fucking
up on
a
blocks
random
in
shot,
someone's
I like it.
backyard in the South, and it's the 1970s, and the rot has gotten into the frame.
Nature's going to eat it
Yeah,
up.
nature's eating it up just in a couple of decades. What's it going to be like in a couple of thousand years? It's
We
gonna be
should
nuts.
not be surprised about how little we really know about our past. This is also a comfort game with archaeology. Oh yeah, we've got the past all worked out. We understand it. Here it is. This is what we teach in schools. This is what our friends in the media report. This is the fact. It's not the facts. We know nothing. There's been so much lost, so many missing pieces of the puzzle that we're desperately trying to stitch
It's looking
together. And
better.
it's important, I think, that we actually do get some clarity on events like this, because we still live on this planet and we have kids and we have a future, and we want to.
I think it's like pretty soon.
Well, that's right. But again,
It's
I
definitely
come
improved
down
a
to
lot.
this, which is that we are not.
I gotta try the
dealing
ending.
with
I gotta
gloom
practice
and
the
doom
ending
and the
after
end of
this
the
run.
world. We're dealing with a problem that humanity should be confronting. We should not be sticking our heads in the sand. We should be confronting this problem. And that's why I support the
Wow,
work of
that's
common
way-
research,
like, my
because
lines
they
are
the
way
only
better,
people
too.
right now who are confronting this problem and really getting to grips with it.
We should all confront. I mean, we should absolutely all support them and confront it, because if something like this can happen once, what really makes sense is how many stories of floods there are in ancient times, and how many parallels there are, and
How many there are from North America?
Well, it's dozens and dozens. Yeah, it was the Indian artist who spent 30 years or so pre-Civil War, I think maybe a decade after the Civil War, painting Indians of different tribes. And he wrote a book called Last Rambles Among the North American Indians. Very, very interesting book. But what really is interesting to me when I read the book years ago was his final conclusion of the book. He says, after all of these different customs and traditions have been handed down among these tribes, they all have one thing in common. They all have a memory or a story of a gigantic...
Calby, the tall show ledge.
And he
Oh yeah, don't do what I did in my first warp.
I believe the
Oh,
Americans
no.
are the repository.
Oh,
The
no.
Native Americans
Do you have video of that?
who have been subjected to so much destruction over the years. They,
The
in their
talk
mythology,
show.
their traditions, their memories,
Yeah,
they
man.
keep more of
Dude,
this than
he's
almost anybody else. It's really
amazing
tragic what's
talk show.
happened in the Americas from the time of the
Amazing
Spanish
talk show.
conquest.
I pretty much
The
found out
immediate
about it like
destruction of knowledge, the terrible,
days ago.
horrendous abuses that Native American people
Amazing
suffered. They
talk.
are wisdom keepers. They are the people who pass down the oral tradition and remember the past. So not only do we have cataclysms wiping the human memory, but we ourselves actively get involved in the human memory and wipe it. We rub it out. The burning of the Maya codices by the
Oh, you
Spanish
do have a
tribes,
video of it.
thousands and thousands. God
Oh my
knows
God.
what was in those documents.
I'm just gonna watch it on the phone. I might lose chat though.
About ourselves if we could have had access to those, but instead we're this destructive
25.
species that just
Wow.
goes and smashes everything to bits.
It's a weird impulse that human beings have is when they move into an area and take over it, one of the things they like to do is destroy their icons.
Destroy it.
What's going on with ISIS and all these ancient Buddhist
Yes.
structures? It's 1,000+ years
Oh
old
wow,
beautiful
your
sculptures.
door was
They're blowing
amazing.
them up, and yelling praise God while they're doing it. It's really
You lost like
very
no
bizarre.
speed
It's
at
a very
all.
bizarre information we have. It's almost like we don't want people to know. You know, it's this bizarre, almost human.
Kinda wide
instinct
turn, but
to
that's
wipe
okay.
out the past and just to constantly keep moving
Or
forward.
is there some trauma? Is there some collective trauma, some deeply suppressed?
Oh no.
That we can't
Oh,
quite
and you had the train shot.
Exactly the thought.
What?
That's the one of those.
And you hit the train shot? Wow. Oh, that could have been 23, man.
Because once you begin to get
Oh, man.
get the picture of these events as they
Oh,
occur, you get it,
dude.
it would have been experienced
That
by
could have been
our
23.
ancestors.
I'm sorry,
You gotta
man.
understand, what would it be like to see your entire world completely obliterated,
That's
starting over again from basically
upset that having the first 40 minutes. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna watch it again. I wanna.
If they lived at all. I mean,
It sounds like you really know your warps.
Because here we are, but you know, again, he
Sounds
has
like you really know your warps.
major cultural warps.
if you had a guess, what percentage of the population of human
And that
beings,
door, I
just
gotta
as
watch the door.
obviously, just a guess, but how many do
Okay.
you think were wiped out? Half of them? 3/4 of them?
I don't think that would be unrealistic. No.
It doesn't seem like it would be, and if it was that number, and those people, that's enough for people to survive, and if it was that number, well, what a strange,
Yeah, you went right at it.
mythical
You,
past
yeah,
that
but
we
you're
have.
like.
The other thing to bear in
I don't have
mind
that precision. You're like
in the world
went
today,
directly at it,
you
like
have an
perfectly.
advanced civilization.
Like you hit it
You know,
perfectly.
the industrialized technology.
And you hit the train shot. That's sick,
And we have
man.
coexisting with them in South America, in the Namibian desert.
Nice,
We have
alright.
hunter-gatherers. So the notion that hunter-gatherers.
That
and
one,
an
yeah,
advanced
you loaded, you
civilization
shot
might
also.
coexist in the same epoch of history.
Hit the
should not
train
be
shot,
strange
which
to us,
I wonder
because we're
may
doing
have
that
probably
today.
induced
And
lag.
that's what I would suggest.
But I don't know if
happened
that's true or not.
Before 12,000
There was a late reaction,
before
but
the cataclysm of 12,800 years ago, that
I
there
don't know
was
if the late reaction
a
still
fairly
would induce
advanced
lag.
civilization that was capable of mapping and exploring the world, creating gigantic works of architecture, and it coexisted with hunter-gatherers. And who were the ones who survived the cataclysm? The answer is the ones who survived the cataclysm were the hunter-gatherers, not the
Wow, that was pretty good attempt.
A few of them survived, and they then settled
I didn't
amongst
turn
the
enough, though.
hunter-gatherers and tried to transfer some of their knowledge and skills to them. And it's
If
the
that
same
causes
today.
lag.
If we were to have a repeat
Nice.
of the Younger Dryas cataclysm today,
They
I don't
complete
think
when they
that
stop
people
their
from
animation.
Los Angeles or
Oh.
London would be amongst the leading
Okay.
survivors. I think the survivors would be people like the hunter-gatherers of the Amazon rainforest because they're in the business of surviving. That's
There
what
we
they
go,
do.
that's
It's
pretty
not
good,
a
that's
mystery
better.
to them. It's
Terrible
not even a
line, but that was
problem.
the.
They do it all the time.
That's what he needs to do.
They would carry the human story forward, and 10,000 years from now, their descendants would be telling a myth about how there was once a great civilization on this planet, so advanced that they could even go to the
Still doing
moon.
an animation,
They
yeah.
could fly around the planet.
That's
They
true.
could speak to one another on other sides of the earth. But they did something wrong. They fell out of harmony with the universe. They
Yeah,
ceased
that
to wear
warp
their
was, like,
prosperity
perfect,
with
man.
moderation. That's actually a line from
You like
Plato
went
about
directly
life.
into the
And the universe.
to the gray area. That was perfect.
So there would be a differential survival rate. I would say that those who are more technologically advanced are less likely to survive because they depend on a complex interrelated network of skills. And any individual on his or her own, most of them, well, you're different, Joe, because you do know how to survive, but a lot of people don't know how
Yeah,
to
I
survive.
barely know how to survive.
I'll just focus on the warp. I mean, the shot. I'm just shooting to create lag. I wasn't really going for train shot, but if I don't know.
Open everybody's eyes. All these people that think that
Looks
you
like you'll get
can
one
just go out
soon.
there and
Thanks,
shoot
man.
animals and stay alive. Good fucking luck. You're probably screwed if you have a rifle. Even if you have a rifle, you're probably screwed. If you have a bow and arrow, you're gonna fucking starve to death.
Right.
It's extremely difficult.
Yes.
to get close. You know,
And yet hunter-gatherers for thousands and thousands of years have succeeded in doing that, like the Bushmen of the Kalahari.
I think there was less humans and more animals.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I think that's also
Yeah, I'm
part of,
gonna try.
what
I got an idea.
One of the terrible things we've done is taking these giant swaths of land and made them entirely inhabitable for wildlife, like cities. Like how many people grow food in the city? What is the percentage? Is it even 1/10 of 1% of people in the city grow their own food? It's probably not even that. So you have these massive, essentially deserts where no wildlife exists other than predatory species like coyotes and ravens and things like that take. And then you go out from there, and then you have these vast farmlands.
Yeah.
The only benefit of the vast farmlands is the amount of deer that exist now is greatly more than when Columbus landed. But it's because they've almost become an agricultural animal. It's
Yeah.
almost like they're almost a domesticated animal. They're a free, wild, domesticated animal. Like I have a friend who has a farm in Iowa, and when you go there, it's very strange because he's got these wild, giant, 300-pound.
Yeah, I gotta go more straight at it, eh?
Backyard. I mean, they're fucking everywhere. There's all these giant.
I'm so
deer.
fucked. What are they? What are they?
It's called the rut. So
Fac SA? Oh!
horny, so the big bucks
I
used to
can do
hide,
Fac
show
SA.
themselves. I'm like, this is a
What's
crazy
points?
place.
59?
All these
58?
wild animals that exist
Are we hitting
around
either of
people.
these?
And
Really?
even in a game
Oh,
of
you probably have
vegetables
a
like
pretty
that,
good
it's
Fac SA already.
difficult. You have to have vegetables. You have to have your own vegetables.
That's what I was waiting for. I might do that tomorrow a little bit. I might play Facility SA tomorrow.
Infrastructure are gone.
Most of us are fucked.
I would say radically,
Maybe.
I would say in fact our civilization, which appears so strong, is actually very, very.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to aim for the friggin'.
It's like when you look
For
out
the
the
crack.
window and you're like, wow, that's the outside.
I have no
that's a
fact
piece of
points.
glass. You're outside. It's not that piece of
What's
glass
Facility
and you're
SA?
outside. The effortless it is just
Is it not
seems
59?
impenetrable because you pull the shades tight.
Fac
you
SA
sit
PB is
there
120?
and
What?
sleep. You're
You
sleeping
can knock
next to
that off in
glass.
like.
It's hilarious. You feel confident
Dude,
that you're sleeping next to
you
a
can
piece of
you can
fucking
crush
glass.
that
There's this
in
incredible complacency and
like the first
narrative
dose.
of modern civilization that we are the apex
You're gonna
and
get, like,
pinnacle of the human story,
59.
that we're the best that's ever come, and that's a danger.
I don't know if you've played it though.
That
Like
is a
you have to
very
like.
dangerous
What's your
place to be.
facility time?
When you start imagining yourself as the
Sorry, man, I
apex
don't
and
know.
pinnacle of
58.
everything, that's precisely when the universe reminds you that you are not that at all.
Yeah, it's a very weird existence that we have where we just sort of look at how things are right now and we can't imagine things.
Yeah, the grind engine good at the level. Yeah.
It's people that have to come to the realization that they've been injured. Like someone breaks their leg and all of a sudden it just doesn't compute. Like, how come
Hardest
that
level?
Well, your reality is now shifted. And this reality that we have here with this
Yeah.
fairly healthy Earth could shift at any moment. The Yellowstone
I put a lot of
volcano
time
is
into
freaking me
00.
out the most over
Like
the
a
last
lot.
few
It's
years.
probably my
Another big issue.
Yeah.
second most played
An
level.
interesting there.
Facility 00.
If we look at small, what happens in small.
And did not have any points
When we look
after
at,
putting like.
for example,
I must have put more than 40 hours into it.
right? It was almost as if the human species separated into two subspecies. You had
Asian,
one
I have
group of people
53, I
that
put
rose to the occasion and did
maybe
heroic things. They organized and
10,
saved
15
people
hours into Asian.
spontaneously, because the government was conspicuously absent for 5 days. The first 5 days of Katrina disaster. And here you had a major flood.
I want to learn open door. Because I duped 1 minute like 5 times on 00, and I'm like, why? Like, why am I?
And doing just
I'm gonna keep doing this.
stupendous things, superhero things. But then you
See,
had
that's pretty.
another
That's better.
segment
That's
of the
better.
population that just went completely
Yo,
off
thanks,
the
man.
rails.
Thanks,
You
buddy.
had mass rapes and
Thanks, man. That's
smashing
mine
of
boosts.
businesses and looting and
That's mine
and
boosts.
just people running in wild, complete
And
unrestrained
it's I
gangs,
use
just
right
in
strafe
just committing violent acts
from
and
the first key card guy.
And America, the richest
I should really
country
use
on
left
earth,
strafe.
did not manage that crisis well. I mean, it was
And they use
very-
left strafe
and
down the
that was
stairs.
a
I
real
should really
crisis
use
by
right strafe.
comparison with what we're talking about.
Remember when Kanye West got on TV? George Bush does not like black people.
Or left strafe,
I
rather.
don't remember that, but yeah.
I use right
George
strafe down the
Bush, I
stairs.
think, was on day 4. George
And I missed the
Bush
last
flew
mine
over Air
boost.
Force One and looked out the window. Yeah. But there's a lesson.
If I hit the last mine boost, I didn't want to die though.
And we have to extrapolate from that. And you know, if you go back, you know, I oftentimes
It was a really. The one I'm thinking, it was a really high minute.
that there was a high probability
I've had other lower minutes,
of a
but
younger Dryas type event or series of events in our future.
What would you do? Start drinking? Or?
Well, it depends. It all depends on lead time.
Right.
It all depends on.
What if it's a 10-day lead time? Like, you're not
oh, I have
gonna
a clip.
rocket up there.
I'm gonna show a clip. I'm gonna show a clip for Shiva.
Just go
It's
hard,
pretty funny.
go hard to the end. Yeah.
It's of me. I like to think I'm not so vain, although I'm probably am very vain, but check out I think you might appreciate this clip. God. Serious? God. God. Twitch, you stupid. God. Alright, I'm restarted. I don't know if you, alright. Yeah, a little doke, yeah. I get the pallet jack out and I go to lift the pallet stack on pile. I squish on my boot. It's a bird fetus. Oh my god. Oh my god, this won't let me copy this? How do I copy? I can't copy. I literally can't copy the text on this app. I want to add this as a quote. I'll play the clip again. I'll play it again. I'll play it over and over probably. So I mean, that was that's arguably 58 pace with a good trev. I'm still maybe a second away from the door, but So it was at least 59 pace. At least. One more time, just one more time. 1-1 bleach switch my boots in the area. Nice, man. 1 to 10 with water, but fuck it. Alright.
But 10 years, or 20 years.
Then we can do some stuff.
Then we can do some stuff. The real scary thing is, there's two scary things. One, if you survive. These are like, fuck. You know, if you really did survive and everybody else was jacked, and all of a sudden you're dealing with some Mad Max type reality where people are starving to death and they're very desperate and they become almost like animals, that's entirely inside the realm of possibility.
Well, that's what we learned from the tree.
Or the other terrifying possibility is that you leave the future of civilization up to those other people. Is that they survive and they have kids and their kids survive, and somehow or another, somewhere along the line, we get better and better at understanding our place here, which is what I think has happened. And all it would take
I say 1 to 10 with water, but I fuck it. I'm not catching 12 to 21. 1 to 1 bleach?
Protests in the street somewhere.
That's very high concentration.
President-elect.
It might eat away a bit at your boots. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what your boots are made of. I may have been the worst line ever.
As far as we know,
We have everything at our feet.
Or it'll discolor it like you don't care.
In modern civilization. But the problem is that there's also very rigid mind control. The way that our societies work, it's turning people into drones. People brought up to believe that their only purpose in existence is production and consumption. That people forced to fit into a sort of narrow place in the machine. Mass media beaming, messages at us all the time. Even the concept of democracy is absurd. When you don't have complete transparency, when there are secrets, when things are hidden, how can the people vote? With a clear mind, if a lot is being hidden from them. That's not democracy. Democracy is in fact invest in mind control, most unfortunately. Development.
well, I wonder how long it's going to take before the rigid mindsets get in place right now. This idea of this resistance to change that we talked about when it comes to science, when it comes to accepting this asteroidal impact theory. And I think that exists in politics, I think it exists in religion, I think it exists socially, the way we approach relationships and friendships. Just all of it is evolving in front of our eyes. I was watching a movie last night. Not another teenage movie, is that what it is? Is that what it's called? And I was live tweeting it. So I was smoking pot and writing. And sometimes I just like to have the TV on and not listen to it. Because sometimes I like to see some things and just write. Sometimes. Last night I chose to do it that way. And I just got so enamored in this weird movie from 2001. The movie felt like a time machine. It's like I was watching this culture that does not exist anymore.
It was a bit early.
One of those, teenager movies where they're like in college and they're drinking. There's a lot of naked women and really racist, sexist humor, and it's really crude and goofy and stupid. And I'm like, this is so bizarre because this doesn't exist anymore. This kind of film, this is like Al Jolson with blackface on or something. And in a way, it's like a cultural time machine. Like you get to go and for a brief moment see like this comedy that somebody concocted in 2001, which seems so recent, but it's such a in that.
Okay, what's on my mind is I want to add this quote. I'm going to add the quote.
Massive cultural change. It's happened as far as where we're allowed to joke around about things. And there's racist shit in that movie. Like racist and sexist shit. And violence, like men punching women in the face and shit. Like that you can't really do in a comedy movie. And that's only 15 years ago. And what is it going to be like if we can avoid getting hit by a rock, blowing ourselves up, Yellowstone blowing up in our face? If we can keep going, I think we're on a great path. I think we're on a think about the president-elect.
I think we're on a great path. It's a hazardous path. It's a path where the future is not at all certain. But humanity is at one of those moments, one of those crossroads where you kind of stand on the edge of an abyss and you don't quite know what lies ahead. And we can take a really great path out of this, or we can take a really horrible path out of this. And I think the key issue is that we do actually have choice. It doesn't have to be that way. I see a lot that's positive out there in the world. I do think people are waking up. I think they are questioning old structures. They're refusing to put up with the bullshit any longer. More and more people are doing that. It's happening in the realm of politics. It's happening in the realm of dealing with the big corporations. It's happening in the realm of investigating the past. We're just not going to be told what to think anymore. That's encouraging, but then on the other side, there are huge efforts being put precisely into making people think in certain ways, whether it's the advertising industry, whether it's political messages, and so we have to be aware of that. And it could go down the drone path. I mean, like the beehive path, which would be why even bother to be human if your society is turning you into a worker drone and a beehive life existence, or it could go down an expansion of consciousness and the realization of the incredible, beautiful potential of the human race.
I honestly feel like that's where it's going.
I do too. I'm optimistic. I'm very optimistic.
So that's beautiful to hear, because this is a time, like I was watching a John Oliver show. It's a great show on HBO, very funny guy.
I'm just going straight for the warp now. Like, I'm just trying to, like, after watching your first 40-minute attempt, I noticed you just went like. You obviously had the train shot down because he had like 26, but like.
Good shit happened this year too. There's a lot of fantastic discoveries, a lot of interesting.
That's exactly what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try the Shiva warp.
A lot of things in 2016 as well.
Your door is amazing too. That door.
Quite a number of American states have made cannabis legal.
Yes, I think
that's a huge development.
It's also it's going to be a big factor in our cultural evolution. It really will.
Well, it was a big factor. In the 60s, it was a huge factor. In effect, what happened, you had a very closed conservative society, and then you had an outside shot in the form of the psychedelic drugs that came in and completely stirred up everything in art and music and fashion and even into scientific concepts of our place in the universe and time and space and in so many ways that had just a major impact on the direction that our society went. And what would be the equivalent today or in our near future in terms of an outside shock?
Oh man.
Suddenly wake people up would be.
Oh my gosh, I think I'm starting to like get a feel for it.
And based upon everything that
I come back to mentally is the frigate pipe warp.
Probably within our life. And when it does happen, especially if the message of the story has been out and enough people have heard it, 5% of the people or 10% of the people are aware that there is this major impending potential paradigm shift. And then we have an event like Tunguska 1908. I think that's all it would take, because the magnitude of that would have been such that it occurred today, and you had anywhere from 1 million to 2 million people instantly wiped out, or a whole city instantly annihilated from a shot from space. What effect would that have on the planetary consciousness?
And which, with this latest exercise, NASA coming late to the party, finally seems to be doing. What happened if LA is hit by, a 350-foot diameter?
Right, and that's
Bit of
the
a
thing,
comment.
is because when the probability models for a Tunguska type event were first laid out in the 50s and 60s and into the 70s, it was pretty much determined that it was like something that would happen once a millennium, once every couple of millenniums. Then it sort of got contracted to once every few centuries. It may be that it's actually much more like 1 or 2 centuries, or maybe even perhaps cluster events where you may have 3 or 4 or half a dozen of those type of events occurring over a very short window of time. But an event like that happened, not one that would cause the extinction of civilization by any means, but an event like that could, wipe out 1,000 square miles of landscape completely in an instant, would have a major effect, I think, on the people of this planet.
It would focus minds.
It would focus minds in a way that nothing else would. And it's not, to me, is it pessimistic to say that might be what it's going to take, or is it just realistic? I don't know.
Well, I think it's like the massive impact versus the slow trickle effect. I mean, is it going to happen eventually? or is it going to happen in one gigantic swoop because of an event like a
Way
asteroid
too wide, but
impact
whatever.
that kills a bunch of people, and we wake up to the fragility of our existence?
But either way, it's a waking up of humanity, and that is in process. That is happening. That is in process.
I think it
now.
ain't my input
Look,
there, I
As a
think.
Brit, observing what's been happening in America as an outsider, I'm enormously encouraged by the legalization of cannabis movement that is taking place here, and what it all means. Sure, I like to smoke a joint, but this is not about getting high. It's not about recreation. What this is about is recognizing the sovereignty of athletes to make decisions over their own bodies, their own health, and their own consciousness while doing no harm to others. That's what it's about, and that's a really fucking important issue. That is, for me, that is the most important issue, because if we live in a society that is not prepared to recognize adult sovereignty over one's own body and one's own consciousness, then that cannot be a free society in any meaningful way. And so I applaud the people of America in those states who have voted for full legalization. That's a brilliant thing to do, and that's going to have an impact around the world, because the war on drugs, all the ideology and lies about cannabis are all going to be proved wrong. You're going to know that the emperor wears no clothes, that you can legalize cannabis and civilization does not fall apart, as the war on drugs lobby have been telling us for ages. It's going to change everything, and it's a beautiful thing because it's the American people, whereas the American state,
That was pretty good, Tim.
America as a governmental state presence on the world stage has been the dark force behind the war on drugs. So it's for me a beautiful thing that it's the American people, state by state, who are winding that back and saying, we will not put up with this shit anymore.
I think what you were talking about earlier is really important too. We were talking about different factions of our civilization are creating, to this day, they're still creating disinformation, still trying to mislead people. But I think that goes to what we were talking about before, where it's a system, and systems protect themselves. And I think
They develop almost a consciousness of their own. It's scary.
yeah.
Big bureaucracies, armed bureaucracies, they've got a kind of personality.
Well, even
I might
there's
play
no
maybe
financial stake.
5 more
There's
minutes or
social
so.
stake. Like what you're seeing right now with the left
Thank you
versus
for
the right.
being here.
Like there's some people, like my friend Wanda Sykes.
I can't
just
play
got
Depot
on stage and
Agent all
something
night. I
last
can't do
night,
it.
apparently.
I already
She went
played
on
6
some
hours.
anti-Trump rant, and people got super upset at her. There's these systems that are in place. This almost like wanting to fight. Like it's not. It sets us up in this bizarre team mentality where this left protects its ideas of the future and the right protects its
That's a
ideas.
bit early.
And I'm watching these people go at it back and forth on social media, and it's toxic. And I don't like to use that term because it's so compromised by, toxic sexuality or toxic masculinity. There's so many uses of that word in our culture. But I think that this desire to fight with each other,
And be deeply unpleasant and say
Yes.
really horrible, hurtful, ghastly things. And you see it so often in really, vile.
and from the left too, as well as the right. The left
That
is
is
supposed to
toxic.
get people
Toxic's
to
the right
fight.
word.
Exactly. And I think that we have to resist the urge to fight. I think this is when people push too far on the left, that's when the alt-right emerges. When people push too far on the right, that's when the left comes up, and that's when Kent State emerges. You have all these weird factions duking it out that have so much in common. And a lot of times the things that they don't have in common, it's either because of ignorance or it's because of an ideological dispute or a lack of communication. And I think if those three things are in place, at least open lines of communication, which is also fostered by marijuana. You get these people talking openly and vulnerably about these things, and you find out that a lot of our misgivings and our misunderstandings about each other are just misconceptions, miscommunications, and even if we disagree on things, I have friends that I disagree on a lot of stuff with, but we're very close. Because you're allowed to have different opinions.
Of course, that's what makes the world interesting.
It doesn't have to be we hate each other because one person's
We can
loud.
listen to somebody else's opinion with empathy rather than with hatred or anger.
It's too attractive to be on a team. They're fucking amazing.
It's the herd mentality.
Yeah, it is, man. It's too attractive. It's too attractive. And we love city versus city. We love that. We love when, Chicago is going to take on Cleveland. Fuck you. We love that
It's the
stuff.
tribal thing. We've not really evolved out of that. We've changed our social structures, but we're still tribal mentality.
We should
Nationalism is just tribalism writ large.
Yes, it really is. Just like religion's just a cult of one.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Should we look at one more?
Yeah, we could look at as many as you want. Man. Roll the party. What do you got?
Yeah, let's see the next one.
back to the flood.
This is a place that I didn't get to do for really.
Okay.
Really wanted to do.
Let's see it.
So you're going to see it in a second. So this is the potholes.
Oh, shit. This is crazy. What we're looking at, folks, the people who are just listening in, you have to go to the YouTube now, because this is insanity. This is as close, for a dummy like me, to look at something like that and go, oh, fucking, that's definitely a river. The river carved that.
Okay, what you're looking at is a gigantic, extinct set of cataracts, like you would find in Niagara Falls, but to use Graham's term, grid log. We're looking at a ridge. We're looking east. The tsunami wave that swept down over these 4 states, one branch of it swept off to the west. This particular branch of it was 400 feet deep when it hit this ridge. And what it did was it spilled over the ridge, and down here in the foreground you see the modern-day Columbia River. From the top of the ridge, where you see the agriculture and the landscape, down to the river is about 1,000 feet. Wow. So you basically have to picture you've got this huge sheet of water.
Oh, that was a good
300 to 400
attempt.
feet deep. It's
Damn.
rushing over, and it finds a low.
I guess I have to create lag a little
And
wider.
that's where it starts focusing its energy. And as it does, it begins to just strip away the rock. Now, what you're looking at here is this cataract complex. It's about 5 miles across. And the water came, and you see you've got those kind of curved Finger Lakes at the top.
And there's tunnels.
Those are potholes.
That's insane.
Potholes are formed by underwater turbulence. And in a flood this swiftly moving with this much turbulence, you literally have vorticular eddies, high intensity, high amplitude, high energy, underwater tornadoes, literally underwater tornadoes. Now these underwater tornadoes are typically, in this case, about a half a mile wide. Oh my God. And they're spinning at a high rate of speed, and they're right there, they're probably 600 feet deep. Because the water pouring over the ridge is at least 200, and you can see what it's done to the bedrock.
Anybody listening, you gotta look at this. You have to look at this and then listen to the scale.
This is a gigantic scar in the landscape, of which there are hundreds around this
And
region.
the exact location, Randall?
This is Potholes Cataract,
Right.
the exact location.
Somebody wants to get to it, which we're in Washington State still?
Yes, we're in
I
Washington.
might raid
Central
someone
Washington, right on
soon.
the Columbia River, just below Wenatchee.
Okay, where we saw that huge erratic, that
Yes, very
giant
close.
18,000-ton boulder brought there, enchained in an iceberg. An
I might
iceberg
just
floating on the
not
flood,
read.
an iceberg the size of an oil tanker carrying an 18,000-ton boulder, carried on the flood, ground 700 feet up.
I might just disconnect.
Rest there as the floodwaters recede, ice melts away. and
Sign off, rather. Oh, Bluefire Phoenix is on.
Picture of that boulder in a second.
What do the people that in this part of the country, what do they think about this?
Well, you know, they're only just catching on to
When's
what
your
they're
lifestyle's
saying.
on?
The first time I went out here in '98, there was the Ice Age Floods Institute, and I went to their only location, which was in the Better Business Bureau in Moses Lake, Washington, and they had one room in the
I guess
back
B-row
of this Better
stopped.
Business Bureau, or no, Chamber of Commerce, and there was 2 elderly ladies in there who were basically the overseers of the group. Now there's about 24 chapters, and every year there's several guided field trips. led
Yo,
by
Birdie's on.
geologists
Yo,
who
thanks,
are
man.
studying this in their off time.
Thanks,
And
buddy.
I've been on a number of these just to participate and get the access. to
I've been
the
talking so
geologists in
much
order to
smack
figure
though,
it
like
out.
I
But
can't
this
just
is
raid.
very close to,
I can't
Grand
just
Falls.
raid
It's
someone who's
anybody
probably
who's
like
wanting to
really
find
like
this on Google Earth. This is a Google Earth
disappointed
image.
and upset
Now
with
what
me.
we're gonna do- but before we do the Google Earth image, I was going to explain that you've got those, see those lakes, those meandering lakes up there. What you got to picture is you've got a sheet of water coming.
Yeah, and like I knew like you and Dick are the ones in here appreciate it so much, but like
Fault lines and cracks within the bed.
I know you're probably following Birdie.
Water's gonna
Also,
naturally
you
try
know.
to go into those low spots where there's cracks and fissures, and it'll start going from a sheet
And Irie, I'm
to a
following
channel.
Irie and
What goes from
Birdie.
sheet to a channel, then that spills over the ridge.
They're awesome.
And in the middle, you see this. It's called
They
a
are
rock
awesome
blade.
human beings.
See that the rock blade is that yes, that's it right there, separating the 2 alcoves. if the flood had continued for another few days, that rock plate would have been gone. And you would have had a single output up there. Now, in the next, as this proceeds, what we're going to do is we're going to go down, and we're going to be right at the
I do
head
feel
of
like
the
it's
rock.
close, so but I can't play all night. I won't do that.
We're standing right there. So now you're going to get to see, as the drone is about to take off, you're seeing the landscape. We're looking to the east in the direction of those finger marks. It's the soundtrack.
Is it not playing any sound?
No, oh, there we go.
Hear it?
Ellipticata and fugue in D minor.
Okay, and the landscape opens up. So you're on that rock blade.
We're on the rock right there. So now you can begin to see the scale of this thing that we were just seeing come through the hole.
Oh, now that when you describe it, I mean, I would have just looked at it and go, wow, that's kind of cool looking. I would have never have thought, oh, that was obviously created by water pouring through.
That's the problem, is because we haven't had the scale of perception. It took Brett's 25 years to put the pieces together.
Well, also, we haven't been able to take these sort of high-resolution photographs from the drones right above it until recently.
Yeah, it gives us a whole other insight. I mean, it used to be $1,000 an hour to get up there in a helicopter. Now you can fly a drone around,
With a phone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
GoPro on it.
Right here in the middle ground, you see that big hole? That's about 200 feet in diameter. That's a pothole that was created by this swirling vortex of massively turbulent water.
Shit, this is incredible.
In other words, the evidence is all over the landscape, staring us in the eyes, and it's only in the recent years that it's started to make sense.
We've evolved the eyes to be able to see this. And so now by going out here with a drone, I've been over this landscape several times in a small plane to see it from that perspective. But now, like we just said, like Kramer just said, now we've got a drone, we can go up and see it from a whole different perspective. And now you can see the man standing right down there on the rock. You see
Oh,
him?
that little dude? Yeah.
Brutal. World's worst
Yeah.
lines.
That little dude is 6 feet tall. He's not that little.
I mean, on the pictures, little.
No, in real life, he's actually only 4 inches. It's an illusion.
What's to me stunning, I mean, this is really beautiful and cool and everything like that, but what's really stunning is the initial picture, where it becomes so obvious that...
All right, maybe 2 more runs, 2 more.
Land and that just it's so obviously
2 more attempts. Thank you very much for being here during my Depot Agent warp attempts.
The drone flies over it, yeah. So, and then we have what's
It's an honor to have
classic
Shiva
scab.
here.
You see all these
And
mounds,
Dick.
these kind of lumps? That's what are the scabs on the scab. That's why it's called scab.
And again, it's flooding, plucking, differentially plucking material off the surface.
wow. This is incredible, and there's water remaining.
Yeah,
I gotta
it's
turn
filled
better.
with pothole. There you get a sense.
Oh, God.
There you get a sense of the rock.
Well, then you get a sense of what the volume of water is look like when it's rushing through it.
Right, and see, this is just,
Holy
I mean,
shit.
we've looked at 2 features now, Camas Prairie and potholes. We could sit here for the next 10 hours looking at dozens and dozens of these mega features. And you look at, there's a whole bar. This is a map.
Over there.
Look at this, you see the giant ripples
Yeah.
on it? You see those?
Yeah.
I've never seen those reported in the literature.
Oh, that was
Maybe
pretty
nobody's
close.
ever really
If
seen
I was
those.
maybe a little more turned, that would have been it.
Nobody's
Maybe.
ever made it, but there they are.
So what does
Bad
mainstream
lines.
science use to describe this sort of, or mainstream archaeology use to describe these features?
Okay, this is the last run.
Well, catastrophic flooding.
Last run of the night.
So they believe this is catastrophic flooding as well.
yeah.
They just think it's a slower.
They think it's lots of small catastrophic flooding, but not one big catastrophic flood.
And what kind of timeline are these geologists putting on this?
Oh, 2,000 or 3,000 years.
Why do they think that?
Well, because of the ice dam model and how much time it would take. See, it gets complicated.
And because until the comet research, there was no credible source of heat that could melt.
Gee,
that amount
bless
of ice
his
and
run,
cool that.
Jesus.
That's the new factor that's come into.
All right,
the
one
equation.
more for
Now you
Jesus.
look at the people standing on the cliff edge there, the edge of the rock. You see them down there?
Yeah.
So now you get the sense of
Scale.
what would survive, again, in the aftermath.
Not that
of
dude.
something. No, not that dude. Not that dude. Or his buddies.
Yeah. This is a crazy place, man. It's crazy to look at. It's just so when you're looking above it, like even here, I mean, you get a sense of it, but if you had just showed this to me, quite honestly, I probably wouldn't piece that together.
Oh, that was a pretty good
But when
attempt.
you look at it, the original image, it's so blatant, obvious.
One more.
That's the thing now, because we are in this position where we can see it.
This is the last one.
Take people out in the field. What I do is I prep them first by showing these images from NASA, the satellite photography, the Google Earth imagery, aerial photography.
I lied.
photography, and
That was
then
one
you go
more.
out on the landscape. And at that point, you can start having this framework for understanding what you're seeing. Otherwise, you just don't. The scale of it is too vast.
It's really amazing.
And this is, you know, this is an adventure of exploration that we're just getting launched on. This is recovering the lost past of humanity. And if I may, I want to make a pitch for the comic research group. If anybody, I think it's really important. It's not just a matter of funding their research. It's also a matter of sending a message that we, the people, are prepared to take matters into our own.
Thank you, Shiva. Thank you, Dick. Thank you for
Support
being
those
here.
scientists who are working
Thank you,
with open
dudes.
minds, inquiring into the past.
Thank you very much.
And whether you
I might
give
play this again in the
$1
future.
or $100 or whatever, any
might
of it
not.
counts. It says
We
it's
will
the voice
see.
of the people as much as the money that really matters.
Thanks,
These
guys.
the
Appreciate it
Common
very
Research
much.
Group, they need their research funding. They have an Indigo.
I'm just gonna sign off, but do follow, watch Irie Butler. Do watch Red to Late. Red to Late Red.
Please consider supporting.
I know. I'm sorry. I think he changed his name recently.
Work, and it has the potential
Red to Late
change
Red. Yeah.
the whole story of our past and our future.
And it's a story that
Oh, Dick. Remember, he has followed me. Red to Late Red has followed me since you redeemed your Are They Following request when he was not. When he didn't, he had not known. I guess we hadn't talked before. 6 hours. Oh my God. It went by quickly though. I was listening. A podcast really helped me. I learned a lot. Okay. Thank you, Shiva. Thank you, Dick. You guys rule.
It's such an interesting story.
And that's what the scientists at the Common Research Group are offering, that people who contribute